Natsuki spoke again. In terms of positions, most people did not have many changes. Kakuzu was still responsible for Dawn Company, meaning Akatsuki's business. Chino and Gyurin were responsible for Akatsuki's orphanage. Because Gyurin was young, the orphanage would temporarily be managed by Chino. Although it was called an orphanage, in truth, they were responsible for cultivating Akatsuki's future manpower. In terms from Natsuki's previous life, it would be called a management trainee program or youth training camp. Mui was responsible for Kyuzugakure and the Land of Grass. Miroku and Fushin were responsible for the Land of Demons. Yukaina was responsible for CP9's intelligence work and the Infinity Castle. The three great snake priestesses were responsible for the Kuja pirates. Pakura was responsible for Sunagakure. Yahiko would be the leader of Akatsuki, while Nagato and Konan would become his assistants. After Amigakure was taken, Yahiko would also become the leader of Amigakure. Aside from Pakura, Yukaina, Miroku, and Gyurin, the rest of you should prepare. Tomorrow we attack Amigakure. Natsuki spoke last. Everyone answered in unison. Natsuki nodded, then sent Pakura and Miroku back to Sunagakure and the Land of Demons. Time passed to the next day. The Land of Rain. Night fell. Aside from the ever-present sound of rain, Amigakure seemed extremely peaceful. The leader of Amigakure, Amayato, had finished dinner and entered the Land of Dreams. At the same time, the shinobi of Akatsuki, led by Yahiko and the others, had already arrived near Amigakure. Of course, although they were said to be near Amigakure, they were still 5 kilometers away. At this distance, they could just avoid Amigakure's patrol shinobi. Act according to the plan. Yahiko spoke in a deep voice. Everyone nodded. The 10 of them immediately split into 5 groups. Ichikishimaheim and Chino were one group. Tagaraheim and Fushin were one group. Konan and Tajitsuheim were one group. Mui and Kakuzu were one group. Yahiko and Nagato were one group. The 5 groups infiltrated Amigakure from 5 different directions. At the same time, high in the sky, Natsuki stood on the giant manta. He extended his hand and held a bow. With Akatsuki's strength, dealing with the current Amigakure would not be a problem. But he could not simply watch. After all, he still had a character template ability that needed to be unlocked. The current situation was most suitable for unlocking the Kikyo template's sacred arrow. Its unlock condition was remotely killing 5 jonin with arrows. Amigakure could still gather 5 jonin. With Yahiko and the others assisting, remotely killing them was not particularly difficult. Natsuki drew the bow. The first to act were Konan and Tajitsuheim. Their target was Senshuo Hayo of Amigakure. After the Iwagakure Umbu team died, Hayo had become very obedient and followed Amayato's orders without resistance. Because of that, Natsuki had not killed him. But it was not that he would never kill him. The time simply had not arrived. Now was the time to kill him. Who are you? There were 2 Amigakure shinobi protecting Hayo's residence. After seeing Konan and Tajitsuheim, they immediately became alert. Tajitsuheim did not answer. She simply raised her hand. The ground rose up and wrapped around the 2 Amigakure shinobi as if it were alive. They had no time to scream before countless holes appeared in their bodies. This was sage art, inorganic reincarnation. Its effect was to give life to inorganic matter and control it. Just now, Tajitsuheim had given life to the soil. Seeing this, Konan could not help feeling surprised. She could tell that this was not earth release, but she did not know what it was. Konan did not ask further and took out the sorcery climb attacked. In an instant, the rainwater in the sky came under her control and fell like Sanban. Under her attack, the entire courtyard collapsed with a rumble. What followed were screams and cries of alarm. As a jonin, Hayo blocked Konan's attack in time. He leaped out of the ruins and quickly locked onto Konan and Tajitsuheim. Sage art, inorganic reincarnation. Tajitsuhime waved her hand casually. The ground changed again. A large number of earth spikes, as if alive, attacked Hayo and the others. Hayo's gaze sharpened, and he quickly took out a large black umbrella. The black umbrella opened and blocked the earth spikes. At the same time, he twisted both hands. Countless Senbon flew out from the black umbrella. Jeppo. Conan flew into the air. Tajitsuhime also floated into the sky. What? Hayo could not help being greatly shocked. Two shinobi who could fly. After Conan reached the air, she immediately raised the sorcery climb attacked. A large number of thunderclouds gathered in the sky. In the blink of an eye, they turned into dense arcs of lightning. Hayo dodged again. But aside from him, everyone else lost their ability to fight. They were either struck by lightning or killed by sage art, inorganic reincarnation. Tajitsuhime immediately followed up with another wave of her hand. The ground seemed to come alive and chased after Hayo. Hayo dodged while attacking, but it was useless. Because there were simply too many attacks. Conan seized the opportunity and used Soru. The instant she blocked Hayo, she kicked out. Rankyaku. The rainwater was cut apart by her attack. Hayo felt terror surge through him, and quickly tried to dodge. But it was already too late. His right arm was immediately severed. Immediately afterward, the ground condensed into countless earth spikes and rushed toward him. At the same time, an arrow fell from the sky and pierced his throat. It was an arrow shot by Natsuki. Not long after Conan and Tajitsuhime began moving, the other four groups also reached their assigned locations. Yahiko and the others launched their attacks without hesitation. Battles broke out at 5 key locations at the same time. All of Amigakure woke up. What is going on? Hearing the commotion, Amayato immediately jumped up. He put on his clothes and walked outside. Amayato-sama. An Amigakure shinobi walked up to him and said, "Enemies have broken in." He then reported the 5 places that had been attacked. "Everyone, go reinforce them immediately." After hearing this, Amayato's expression changed drastically, and he quickly shouted. Aside from Hayo's residence, the other 4 places were all vital locations in Amigakure. After Amayato finished speaking, he led people toward Amigakure's leader building. The Akatsuki members responsible for destroying the leader building were Yahiko and Nagato. At this moment, in front of the leader building, Amigakure shinobi were already lying all over the ground. Many of them had become ice statues. It was clearly Yahiko's work. Attack! An Amigakure jonin shouted loudly. Amigakure's leader building was equivalent to Konoha's Hokage building. It was the core of the village's core. The largest number of Amigakure shinobi had rushed here. The sound of air being torn apart rang out. Countless ninja tools and ninjutsu were hurled toward them. Nagato raised his hand. Almighty push. Under the shocked gazes of the Amigakure shinobi, a large number of ninja tools and ninjutsu were repelled and sent back toward them. For a time, screams rang out everywhere. Nice work. While praising him, Yahiko also raised his hand. Blood demon art, frozen cloud, white princess. 2 ice-sculpted young women appeared. They opened their mouths and exhaled a blast of freezing air. Dodge quickly. The Amigakure shinobi all revealed expressions of fear. They had already witnessed Yahiko's blood demon art, frozen cloud, white princess before. But the cold air was too fast, and quite a few Amigakure shinobi were still frozen, turning into ice statues. Universal pull. Nagato seized the opportunity and aimed at the Amigakure jonin, who had just issued the command. The Amigakure jonin cried out in surprise as he flew toward him uncontrollably. At that moment, an arrow struck his throat like lightning. Blood sprayed out. The Amigakure jonin died then and there. Nagato paused slightly before reacting. This was Natsuki acting from the shadows. With the death of the Amigakure Jonin, the other Amigakure shinobi lost their leader and fell into chaos. Fortunately, Amayato arrived in time. The moment he saw Yahiko and Nagato, his heart trembled. Akatsuki had developed so quickly that he had naturally noticed it. But because of Konoha's orders, he had not interfered. Now, seeing Yahiko and Nagato, he suddenly understood. Konoha, or rather Natsuki, wanted to discard him after using him and support Akatsuki's rise instead. Amayato made a decision in an instant. Yahiko and Nagato had to die. Only if they died could he live. After all, Natsuki needed someone to help him control Amigakure. If it was not him, then it would be Akatsuki. One side between them had to die. Kill them, Amayato said with a gloomy expression. After speaking, he immediately formed hand seals. Water release, great waterfall technique. A vast surge of chakra burst out. The nearby rainwater was immediately drawn in, and a giant water sphere flew out. In midair it transformed into a waterfall, with countless streams of water crashing down toward Yahiko and Nagato. Because he sensed the threat they posed, Amayato attacked with his full strength right away. Blood Demon Art, Mist Ice, Water Lily Bodhisattva. Yahiko clasped his hands together. The rain suddenly stopped, and a giant ice-sculpted bodhisattva appeared. The ice bodhisattva opened its mouth, and ice crystals flew out, blocking all of the water. How is that possible? Amayato subconsciously took half a step back and realized the problem. Yahiko's strength had already surpassed his expectations. There was a high chance that he could not defeat him. But Amayato still did not give up. After all, this involved his life and death. Most importantly, the number of Amigakure shinobi far exceeded Akatsuki's. Yahiko and Nagato were only two people. Suddenly, sounds of fighting came from the distance. Amayato instinctively looked over. That direction was clearly the entrance of Amigakure. It was the other members of Akatsuki beginning their attack. All of you, attack. Amayato's heart tightened, and he shouted angrily. The surrounding Amigakure shinobi formed hand seals one after another. The night sky was lit up by all kinds of ninjutsu. The sound of air being torn apart rang out. Amayato only felt his vision blur, and four figures appeared in the air. They were Konan, Tajutsuheim, Ichikishimaheim, and Chino, who had already completed their destruction missions. Weather Egg, Thundercloud. Konan raised the sorcery climb attacked. Brilliant lightning descended from the sky and shattered a large number of ninjutsu in an instant. Sage Art, Inorganic Reincarnation. Tajutsuheim and Ichikishimaheim raised their hands at the same time. The ground came alive and turned into a man-eating monster. Many Amigakure shinobi were immediately swallowed. Blood Demon Art, Compulsory Hypnosis. Dense clusters of eyes appeared on Chino's body. The Amigakure shinobi who saw this scene immediately fell into a deep sleep. Soon, Tagraheim, Fushin, Mui, and Kakuzu also arrived on the battlefield. It is over. Seeing the one-sided situation, Amayato's heart turned cold. The next second, a chill ran through his body. He raised his head and saw an arrow flying toward him. Amayato reacted extremely quickly and took out a kunai to meet it. The instant he touched the arrow, space suddenly twisted. Amayato's kunai and arm disappeared completely. Pain struck. Amayato looked at his twisted-off right arm and let out a terrified scream. But the scream quickly vanished. Because a second arrow struck him and sent his head into the separate space. With his death, Amigakure soon lost all resistance and was completely taken over by Akatsuki. To be continued. One bonus chapter will be released for every 200 power stones. You can read the ahead chapter on Pat if you're interested. patreon.com/blownleaves. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 186, Chapter 186, Madara's Move, Mikoto's Hand. 3,098 words. After the war between Akatsuki and Amigekure ended, Natsuki did not hurry down. As a shinobi of Konoha, and a rather famous one at that, it was not suitable for him to show himself. Although with the intelligence capabilities of the 5 great shinobi villages, they would be able to trace it back to him. Natsuki put away Minazuki and opened a spatial door in the air. He walked into it and arrived at the leader's office in Amigekure. When Yahiko and Nagato attacked the leader building, they had deliberately held back and avoided damaging it. After all, this was the core of Amigekure, and there were many important documents and ninjutsu inside. Natsuki walked toward the sofa. He planned to wait for Yahiko and the others here. Congratulations to the host for unlocking ability 3 of the Kikyo template, Sacred Arrow. A line of text suddenly appeared before Natsuki's eyes. He glanced at it and nodded in satisfaction. After Sacred Arrow was unlocked, his long-range attack ability improved greatly. But the most important point was that Sacred Arrow had a special attack effect against barriers and non-humans. Natsuki had not known what special attack meant before, but after unlocking Sacred Arrow, he understood. Simply put, it doubled the power. With the power doubled and then stacked with other abilities such as Armament Haki, Broken Phantasm, and Kamui, even a tailed beast would not be able to take it easily. The only pity was that after Akatsuki took control of Amigekure, it did not trigger a new character template. Was it because Amigekure was not important enough? If that was the case, perhaps he would have to wait until Pakura became the 4th Kazekage before triggering a new character template. Or perhaps he had to bring the other shinobi villages outside the 5 great shinobi villages under control. Natsuki shook his head and stopped thinking about it. After all, no matter which one it was, it would require a great deal of time. Natsuki came back to himself and leaned back against the sofa. His mind suddenly stirred, and an idea flashed through it. He could refer to the Kamui arrow from earlier, and develop a new ability for the Dordor fruit. The unlock condition for the Kikyo template's dimensional seal was either creating a new ability for the Dordor fruit or learning a space-time ninjutsu. Natsuki's idea was to open a door on an arrow. When the arrow hit the target, it could teleport the target away. Although it could not directly kill the target, it could greatly delay them. Especially in a war or group battle, he could send one of the enemy's powerhouses away first. By the time they ran back, the battle would already be over, or they would be at a complete disadvantage. Thinking of this, Natsuki began pondering it. This new ability of the Dordor fruit could be called Banishment Arrow. Time slowly passed. The door was pushed open. Yahiko walked in. When he saw Natsuki, he froze for a moment, then immediately understood. Is everything handled? Natsuki raised his head, looked at him, and asked. After Amayato and the others died, the remaining Amigekure shinobi all gave up resisting. Yahiko answered, after the Amigekure shinobi in our organization persuaded them, they all became willing to join us. You did well. Natsuki was not surprised when he heard this. Amigekure had been in a state of war for a long time, so most of its shinobi did not have much so-called loyalty. In addition, Akatsuki was also a native force of the Land of Rain, so it was not difficult for them to accept it. Besides, what could they do if they did not accept it? Rest well tonight. Tomorrow you can begin rebuilding Amigekure. Natsuki stood up and said. Yes, Natsuki-sensei. Yahiko took a deep breath and revealed a smile. He had gone from a wandering orphan of the Land of Rain to the position of Amigekure's leader. Thinking about it carefully, it truly felt like a dream. But he knew very well that all of this was because of Natsuki and Akatsuki. Natsuki opened a spatial door and returned to the Senju clan compound. It was already deep into the night. The lights were out everywhere, and everyone had entered their dreams. Natsuki thought for a moment and decided not to disturb Nono. He went to the bathroom, took a bath, and returned to his room. But after opening the door, he raised an eyebrow. Nono was lying on his bed, fast asleep. Natsuki could not help smiling. He walked forward and slipped under the blanket. Nono shifted her body slightly. Natsuki held her warm, soft body, lowered his head, buried his face in her embrace, and fell asleep. A new day arrived. The events that had happened in Amigakure had already spread throughout the shinobi world. The 5 great shinobi villages were the first to receive the related intelligence. But it did not cause any waves. After all, Akatsuki's background was easy to investigate. Since Akatsuki had Natsuki behind it, this war was purely something Konoha had directed and acted out on its own. It was not worth paying too much attention to. Only Iwagakure and Sunagakure became wary. After all, the Land of Rain's location was quite important. If they went to war with Konoha next time, they would have to take Amigakure into consideration. Or they could simply choose another small nation as the battlefield. In a certain dim underground location, the white-haired old man, Uchiha Madara, had his eyes closed as he rested. A moment later, a white Zetsu emerged from underground. "What is it?" Madara asked. "Akatsuki occupied Amigakure last night." White Zetsu immediately said. "Amigakure is not weak. How did Akatsuki occupy it?" Madara asked again. White Zetsu immediately gave a simple account of what had happened the previous night. The intelligence it had received was far more detailed than that of the 5 great shinobi villages. Even the 3 great snake priestesses had been noticed by it. After all, it had been at the scene. No wonder. A trace of understanding flashed across Madara's face. Naturally, he knew who the 3 great snake priestesses were. It was not strange that they had appeared there. Natsuki was Orochimaru's student, so he had definitely become a contractor of Ryuchi Cave. With Kakuzu, Mui, and the others added in, dealing with a single Amigakure was indeed simple. For this period of time, focus on monitoring the Uchiha clan. Madara thought for a moment, then said. "Madara-sama, do you want to clean up the Uchiha clan?" White Zetsu asked curiously. "No." Madara lowered his head and glanced at his frail body, then said, "I need to find another proxy." "I understand, Madara-sama." White Zetsu burrowed back underground and disappeared. "Are you not going to deal with Akatsuki?" Black Zetsu suddenly appeared. "We will talk about it during the next Shinobi World War." Madara said casually, "War will come soon." "How are you so sure the next war will come soon?" Black Zetsu was somewhat surprised and asked. "Is that not how this shinobi world has always been?" Madara snorted coldly and said, "As long as shinobi still live, war will never stop." After he said this, he thought of Hashirama. Back then, the 2 of them had been so spirited. After pacifying the chaotic era, they thought they would bring lasting peace to the shinobi world. But what happened? Whether it was distributing the tailed beasts, or the system of 1 nation and 1 village, both had been proven useless. How long had it been? Not even 40 years had passed, yet the shinobi world had already broken out into 2 shinobi world wars. Now, it looked as if the 3rd shinobi world war was about to erupt as well. The reason Madara made such a judgment was because he had been closely monitoring the situation of the 5 great shinobi villages through White Zetsu. The current Kumogakure was already itching to move, and internally, it had been preparing for the next shinobi world war. Only the infinite Tsukuyomi can truly bring peace to the shinobi world. Madara closed his eyes again. Amigakure's leader office. After Natsuki stepped out of the spatial door, he found that Yahiko and the others were all here. "Natsuki-sensei, you came at just the right time." When Yahiko saw him, he quickly stood up and said, "We are discussing Amigakure's future development plan." "How do you plan to develop it?" Natsuki asked. "Our current idea is for Akatsuki to provide the funds to repair Amigakure." Yahiko immediately answered, "Especially Amigakure's drainage system. Improving Amigakure's living environment first is indeed a good choice." Natsuki nodded and said, But we have a problem right now. Yahiko said with distress, Amigakure cannot attract merchants to move in like other shinobi villages. Have you analyzed the reasons? Natsuki thought for a moment and asked. It rains every day in Amigakure. Yahiko answered. Amigakure has too few residents and shinobi. Conan pondered for a moment and said, its spending power is insufficient. It seems you have learned what I usually teach quite well. Natsuki reached out and stroked her head. The corners of Conan's mouth immediately rose, and a smile appeared on her face. I think there is no need to develop Amigakure. Directly developing the Land of Rain would save more time. Kakuzu said bluntly. No. Yahiko immediately said, Amigakure is now Akatsuki's base. We cannot leave it alone. Both Amigakure and the Land of Rain must be developed. Natsuki said in a low voice. Hearing this, Kakuzu said nothing more. Did I not have Anoka and the others research hydroelectric power before? How is that going? Natsuki looked at Yahiko and asked. They are researching it, but they have not succeeded yet. Yahiko immediately answered. Amigakure's economic development can be delayed. Natsuki said, prioritize infrastructure and population first. Infrastructure. Hearing the unfamiliar word, Yahiko instinctively revealed a puzzled expression. It means basic construction, such as the drainage system you just mentioned. Natsuki paused, then said, aside from that, we can also study a weather system to control Amigakure's weather. That can be done too. Yahiko could not help widening his eyes. Conan can do it. Natsuki chuckled and said. Everyone subconsciously looked at Conan. Me? Conan could not help freezing. The sorcery climb attacked. Natsuki reminded her, we are shinobi. When we encounter difficulties, we can use shinobi methods to solve them. Conan's eyes immediately brightened. After Natsuki said this, she felt as if her thinking had suddenly opened up. Since the sorcery climate act could artificially create rainy days, snowy days, thunderstorms, and other weather, it could also artificially create sunny days. I understand. I will try. Conan said firmly. As expected of Natsuki-sensei. Yahiko said excitedly. Merchants are one aspect. The most important thing is that Amigakure's own population must increase. Natsuki raised 2 fingers and said, first, attract people from other places. Second, encourage childbirth. How do we attract people from other places? After thinking for a moment, Yahiko asked. He could understand encouraging childbirth, but he felt that attracting people from other places would be difficult. Even if they could solve the problem of Amigakure's constant rain, Amigakure still could not compete with the other shinobi villages. Settlement funds, such as providing free housing. Natsuki gave an example, if merchants move in, a certain amount of tax can be waived. I see. Yahiko said with an excited expression. Although Nagato, Conan, and the others were not as excited, they admired Natsuki even more. Kakuzu included. In his view, Natsuki, who could make money, was much better than any of the 5 Kage. The detailed plan and how it should be implemented still need to be discussed. Natsuki changed the topic and said, for Akatsuki, the most important thing is still the Land of Rain. Everyone nodded, all expressing agreement. Compared to the Land of Rain, Amigakure was still too small. Moreover, they all knew very well how profitable the rainwater business of the Land of Rain was. It could be said that most of Akatsuki's income came from the rainwater business. As for the stamina recovery potion, it had already become a scarce item, and was only occasionally auctioned. Kakuzu, you will gradually take over the Land of Rain. Natsuki instructed, when the time comes, I will have the daimyo of the Land of Rain give you an official position responsible for the nation's economy. Fine. Kakuzu's heart shook, and he became pleased. All of the Land of Rain's businesses would be under his control. How much money would that be? In any case, it would be a lot. To him, this was undoubtedly an excellent job. As for Amigakure, develop it according to what we discussed earlier. Natsuki looked at Yahiko and said. Yes, Natsuki-sensei. Yahiko immediately said. You can discuss the remaining matters among yourselves. After Natsuki finished speaking, he brought the 3 great snake priestesses back to the Kuja pirates. Leaving the 3 great snake priestesses in Amigakure would be a pure waste. Because they did not understand what development meant at all. Meanwhile, the Kuja pirates could not lack them. Without them and the snakes of Ryuchi Cave, there would be no way to deal with Kirigakure. For safety's sake, I will teach you a barrier. Natsuki suddenly thought of something and said, it is called the concealment barrier. The concealment barrier could hide an entire area, and it could also be used on a ship. With this, the Kuja pirates could greatly avoid being discovered and falling into a Kirigakure shinobi encirclement. Although the 3 great snake priestesses were not human, nor were they shinobi, they knew senjutsu. Senjutsu was powered by senjutsu chakra. In other words, they had chakra. Since they had chakra, they could learn the localized version of the concealment barrier. By noon, Natsuki returned to Konoha. He stepped out of the spatial door and saw falling snow. Konoha's first snowfall of the year had arrived unexpectedly. Natsuki felt the temperature drop. After thinking for a moment, he went to Nono's office. Nono was sleeping while lying on her desk. Natsuki walked behind her and stretched out his hands. Nono woke up and felt herself being held. She raised her head, looked at Natsuki, and her face flushed uncontrollably. Are you warm now? Natsuki said without changing expression. Nono was not as shameless as him. Enduring the discomfort at her chest, she turned her gaze away. Natsuki lowered his head, bit her ear lightly, and asked, do you have anything else this afternoon? Nono's heart trembled. She bit her lip and said, I can take leave. Hearing this, Natsuki raised his hand. A defensive barrier was casually set up by him. He used both hands to lift Nono and placed her on the desk. Nono widened her eyes and realized what he was going to do. An embarrassed expression appeared on her face. But in the end, she still could not refuse Natsuki. It was not until an hour later that she was carried out of the office. Natsuki placed her on the bed and let her sleep in peace. As for him, he left her room feeling refreshed. Natsuki. When did you come back? Kushina, who was training, saw him and quickly came into his arms. I just came back. Natsuki felt the softness of her body and said with a smile. Then let's train together. Kushina stood on tiptoe and kissed him. Natsuki reached out and pinched her cheek. She was in the prime of her youth, and her face was extremely smooth and elastic. Nono was the same. No matter where it was, she was very soft. Another new day arrived. The snow that had fallen for a long time finally stopped, and Konoha became a silver-white world. Natsuki arrived at his office in the Hokage building. He pushed open the door and immediately smelled the fragrance of tea. Natsuki paused, then saw Mikoto, who was brewing tea. Natsuki. Mikoto immediately stood up and said, Good morning. Good morning. Natsuki said with a smile. The tea is already brewed. Please sit. Mikoto raised her hand and said. Thank you. Natsuki stepped forward and sat down on the sofa. Mikoto held a cup of hot tea with both hands and handed it to him. It feels like my life has become better ever since you came. Natsuki said with emotion. As long as you like it. Hearing this, Mikoto revealed a gentle smile. Did I not say before that I would give you nail polish? Natsuki put down the teacup, took out a box of nail polish and said, This is for you. Thank you. Mikoto waited for 2 seconds and realized Natsuki did not hand the nail polish to her. She hesitated for a moment, then bent down and reached out to take it. With her movement, her soft clothes also trembled slightly. How about I apply it for you? Natsuki grabbed her wrist and asked. Eh? Mikoto was startled. Her body swayed, and her clothes rose and fell even more. Come sit here. Without waiting for her to refuse, Natsuki pulled her over. Mikoto subconsciously sat down beside him. Stretch out your hand. Natsuki took out a bottle of nail polish and said. Mikoto pursed her lips and straightened her slender fingers. Natsuki held her wrist with his left hand, picked up the nail polish brush with his right hand, and began applying it to her thumbnail. Mikoto looked at his serious expression, and only felt her heart beating very quickly. Time slowly passed. All 10 of Mikoto's fingers had been painted with pale blue nail polish. It looks pretty good. Natsuki looked at them for a moment and said. Thank you. Mikoto withdrew her hands and let out a breath of relief. This is a return gift. There is no need to thank me. Natsuki corrected her. Mikoto picked up the tea on the table again and said, Thank you for your hard work. Please have some tea. That is enough. You should go back to work. Natsuki accepted the tea, finished it and said. Then I will leave first. If you want more tea, call me. Mikoto stood up and said. Only after Natsuki watched her leave did he walk toward his desk. He secretly thought that beauty truly did delay work. Natsuki smiled and began his work as a Hokage secretary for the day. To be continued. Chapter 187, Chapter 187, Kirigakure besieges the Kuja pirates. 3,193 words. The Mizukage's office in Kirigakure. The third Mizukage sat in the Mizukage's chair with his eyes closed. Before him stood the famous 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. The current 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist were already somewhat different from the original story. The reason was that Natsuki had killed Jinin Akabino. It had happened during the previous attack on the Uzumaki clan by Kirigakure and Kumogakure. 3 of the 7 ninja swordsmen had gone there. Jinin Akabino died, while Fuguki Suikazan and Kushimara Kuriere were captured. In the end, Kirigakure exchanged for Fuguki and Kushimara's return, but they paid a heavy price. Among the price was the great sword, Samahata. Losing the great sword, Samahata, meant that the 7 ninja swordsmen were missing one blade. However, the 7 ninja swordsmen were an iconic elite shinobi group in Kirigakure. If they were cancelled just like that, it would cause unrest in Kirigakure. Because the 7 ninja swordsmen held very high status in Kirigakure. After thinking it over, the third Mizukage decided to have Yagura Karatachi join them, and replace Jinin Akabino. Yagura was an outstanding figure among Kirigakure's younger generation. In terms of strength and talent, he was much stronger than Fuguki and the others. In the original story, he eventually became the 4th Mizukage. Yagura was skilled in water release and staff techniques, and the ninja tool he used was a coral staff. Although the coral staff was not a ninja sword, at least they did not need to find a second great sword, Samahata. Only 5 months have passed since the new year, yet the Kuja pirates have already successfully robbed ships 15 times. The third Mizukage slowly spoke. Kirigakure has also lost 15 shinobi teams, including 2 jonin. The 7 ninja swordsmen exchanged glances, all understanding why they had been called over. Mizukage-sama. Fuguki took a step forward and said, I volunteer to deal with these Kuja pirates. He had previously been captured by Konoha, so he had been looking for a way to earn merit. After all, even though he had been released, the fact that he remained one of the 7 ninja swordsmen had drawn a great deal of criticism. The daimyo of the Land of Water has already sent me a message, ordering Kirigakure to destroy the Kuja pirates within this month. The third Mizukage looked at Fuguki and said, You and Juzo Biwa will go together. Do not disappoint me. The 7 ninja swordsmen were elites among elites. In addition, the strength the Kuja pirates had shown so far was not particularly strong. Most of their members were only chunin. The reason they were so difficult to catch was because their movements were strange and unpredictable. This was mainly thanks to the snakes of Ryuchi Cave. Like white Zetsu, they could appear everywhere and avoid danger in advance. After the three great snake priestesses learned Natsuki's concealment barrier, the Kuja pirates became even more elusive. This time, Fuguki was put in charge because he was also the Umbu commander and had carried out covert missions for many years. With the help of the Umbu, the third Mizukage believed that the Kuja pirates would definitely be found. Yes, Mizukage-sama. Fuguki and Juzo quickly answered. Dismissed. The third Mizukage waved his hand and said. The 7 ninja swordsmen bowed slightly and turned to leave. When do we depart? After leaving the Mizukage's office, Juzo immediately asked impatiently. We have not yet confirmed the Kuja pirates' exact location. Fuguki remained very calm and said, we will need to wait at least half a month. That's slow. Juzo frowned and asked. The Kuja pirates are not that simple. We only have one chance. Fuguki said without changing expression, if we are too impatient, we will only alert them. Do not forget that we only have 1 month. Juzo reminded him, if we exceed 1 month, Mizukage-sama definitely will not let us off easily. Do not worry. We will find them within the required time. Fuguki said calmly. Time arrived in mid-June. Since Amigakure changed hands, the main thing Natsuki had been doing during this period was training. Although he was the Hokage secretary and Umbu commander, there was not much work that truly required him to do it personally. After all, he had subordinates. There was no need to mention the Umbu. He could command all of them. As for the Hokage secretariat, he had the help of Mikoto, Minato, and Shikaku. Mikoto in particular often helped him. Natsuki felt that she was not a Hokage secretary, but his secretary. No, more accurately, she was his maid. After all, a normal Hokage secretary would not provide services like brewing tea and peeling mandarins. Spending most of his time training also allowed Natsuki to unlock 2 abilities from the Kikyo template. One was Dimensional Seal. Its unlock condition was to develop a new Dordor fruit ability, or learn a space-time ninjutsu. Natsuki chose the former. He developed a new ability called Banishment Arrow, which was the idea he had come up with earlier in the leader building of Amigakure. The other was Opening the Gate of Hell. Its unlock condition was learning Impure World Reincarnation. How should it be put? The Impure World Reincarnation Natsuki learned had not been improved, so its effect was average. The shinobi summoned would be far weaker than they had been when alive. To Natsuki, its usefulness was not especially great. But that did not mean it was useless. He could summon some enemies with Impure World Reincarnation and make them work for free. For example, Akatsuki needed these free employees. Aside from that, there was the ability Opening the Gate of Hell. It could open the gate leading to the Pure Land. After Natsuki unlocked it, his first thought was to try it. But in the end, he restrained the impulse. Because there was an old veteran in the Pure Land, the Sage of 6 Paths, Hagoromo Otsutsuki. The souls of shinobi who died normally in the shinobi world would all go to the Pure Land. Once they went to the Pure Land, they could not return to the shinobi world. However, there were always exceptions to everything. For example, Impure World Reincarnation. But the Sage of 6 Paths was another situation entirely. He was too powerful. Even without a physical body, he could freely enter and leave the Pure Land with only his soul and chakra. In the original story, he personally gave Sasuke and Naruto their power-ups. Although Natsuki was already strong enough now, it was still hard to say what would happen if he faced the Sage of 6 Paths. For safety's sake, he would not open the gate to the Pure Land for the time being. However, the Pure Land was indeed a very good resource. There were countless souls inside. Especially the souls of those powerhouses, who would still possess powerful combat strength if summoned. Most importantly, if he controlled the Pure Land, it would be another form of immortality. Natsuki fell into thought. He always felt that this was a plan the Sage of Six Paths had set up against Kaguya Otsutsuki. Even if Kaguya broke free, he could still rely on the Pure Land to seal her again. Aside from that, within the Pure Land, the Sage of Six Paths could keep living. Judging from the original story, the Pure Land had indeed played quite an important role. After learning Impure World Reincarnation and developing a new ability for the Dordor fruit, the ninjutsu Natsuki still had to learn was only the dead demon consuming seal. At most, there was also Ryuchi Cave Senjutsu. After thinking it over carefully, Natsuki decided to learn the spirit transformation technique. A long time ago, he had used his contributions to exchange for the spirit transformation technique from Konoha, but he had never learned it. Now that he had Kakashi's talent, he could try it. After all, he had even learned Impure World Reincarnation. Because the dead demon consuming seal was a sealing technique, it was somewhat more difficult. But he had already begun to understand it. Learning it was only a matter of time. The spirit transformation technique was very special. Perhaps after learning it, he could trigger a character template related to souls. At that moment, Natsuki felt a summoning force. It was obviously from the three great snake priestesses. He immediately stopped resisting, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived on the ship where the Kuja pirates were. What is it? Natsuki glanced at Tagraheim, then sat on the sofa. Tajutsuheim and Ichikishimaheim ran over as usual to massage him. Kirigakure's Umbu have set their sights on us. Tagraheim answered, although they have not discovered us yet, it is only a matter of time. It seems you have put too much pressure on the land of water and Kirigakure. Natsuki was not surprised when he heard this. He had already guessed this would happen before. In truth, he was looking forward to it. Because if nothing unexpected happened, after dealing with Kirigakure's targeting, the Kuja pirates would be able to make their name known. He would also be able to unlock the Love fruit from the Hancock template. Who is responsible for this matter in Kirigakure? Natsuki asked again. It is Fuguki Suikazan, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Tagraheim explained, I had the snakes of Ryuchi Cave carry out a reverse trace, and they saw Kirigakure Umbu meeting with him. The snakes of Ryuchi Cave are indeed very useful. Natsuki praised them. Master, I am even more useful. Tajutsuheim suddenly grabbed his wrist. Before Natsuki could react, she pressed his hand against her chest. The soft sensation made him freeze slightly. What are you doing? Seeing this, Ichikishimaheim immediately flew out from behind Natsuki and pounced toward Tajutsuheim. Tajutsuheim had no choice but to dodge. Natsuki withdrew his hand and secretly thought that Ryuchi Cave's sage art transformation was indeed impressive. The feeling was extremely realistic. Quiet. Tagraheim immediately said, how improper is it to make a scene in front of Master? Tajutsuheim and Ichikishimaheim immediately stopped. Natsuki raised an eyebrow. He actually felt that seeing a legal loli and a young woman wrestling together was rather amusing. Back to the matter at hand. Natsuki coughed lightly and said, with Kirigakure Umbu's ability, they will most likely find our base soon. Do we need to transfer? The corner of Tagraheim's mouth twitched as she asked. Because she saw Ichikishimaheim and Tajutsuheim running back to Natsuki. Each of them grabbed one of his hands and placed it against their chest to warm it. We need to transfer, but not now. Natsuki glanced at Ichikishimaheim and said. She was too flat and ordinary, leaving him unable to produce any improper thoughts. We can turn their plan against them. Natsuki thought for a moment and said, when they surround our base, I will open a spatial door and let all of you leave. As expected of Master. Ichikishimaheim said enthusiastically, when the time comes, we can surround them in turn and kill them all in one go. Whenever killing was involved, she became very excited. Or rather, all 3 of them became very excited. After all, they were not human, and had no feelings toward humans. That is my idea, but there is no need to cause unnecessary casualties. When the time comes, Only the four of us will stay behind. Natsuki nodded slightly, then said, during this period, you can search for a new base. Yes, master. Tagrahime immediately answered. Do not choose an island. Natsuki suddenly thought of something and said, choose a small nation. He was preparing to unlock Conqueror's Haki. Its unlock condition was liberating the slaves of the Land of Water. But after these slaves were rescued, what should be done with them? He could not possibly bring them back to Konoha. The best method was to find a small nation in this sea region. When the time came, this group of slaves could settle there and live in peace. As for benefits, it was not as if there were none. This small nation could be like Akatsuki's orphanage, and continuously provide him with subordinates. Aside from that, slaves with shinobi potential could also be sent to Amigakure to live. After all, Amigakure was currently very short on shinobi. He could actually send this group of slaves to the Land of Rain. But that would be too obvious. The second day after he sent them there, the Land of Water and Kirigakure would know. At that time, Kirigakure might directly attack Amigakure. That would not be worth the loss. At least for now, Amigakure did not have the ability to contend with Kirigakure, one of the 5 great shinobi villages. What Amigakure and the Land of Rain needed right now was development. Before the Third Shinobi World War erupted, they had to improve their overall strength as much as possible. Notify me once you have decided. Natsuki stood up, pulled his hands back from Ichikishimaheim and Tajitsuheim's chests, opened a spatial door, and returned to Konoha. In less than 3 days, he was summoned again by the reverse summoning technique to the Kuja pirate's ship. Master. Tagrahime handed him a scroll and said, we all agreed that the Land of Sea is good. Natsuki immediately felt that this nation sounded somewhat familiar. He thought back for a moment and realized it was related to Orochimaru. Orochimaru had once conducted mermaid experiments on Kakaijima in the Land of Sea. Simply put, the experiments were meant to give humans the ability to breathe underwater. The purpose of this experiment was to create an underwater shinobi force. It was also on Kakaijima, in the Land of Sea, that Anko Mitarashi was given the curse seal of heaven. But now, the mermaid experiment definitely no longer existed. After all, as the Hokage, Orochimaru had no need to run to the Land of Sea to conduct experiments. From another perspective, however, this proved that the Land of Sea was a very remote small nation. Orochimaru had definitely conducted experiments there because he would not be noticed. Natsuki opened the scroll and began reading. It was a map of the Land of Sea. The Land of Sea was an island nation mainly made up of 4 islands. Kakaijima, Taro Island, Jiro Island, and Mother Island. Among them, Kakaijima was the main island. This nation had no shinobi, and was only a simple small nation. Most importantly, it was also far from Kirigakure. The Land of Sea is indeed a good place. Natsuki nodded and said, we will choose this place. I will have Tajitsuheim control the daimyo of the Land of Sea. Tagrahime immediately said. Among the 3 great snake priestesses, Tajitsuheim was the best at genjutsu, so it was suitable for her to handle it. Natsuki had experienced this when he had previously taken the 3 great snake priestesses' trial. But the daimyo of the Land of Sea was only an ordinary person, unlike him, who could break free from genjutsu. Of course, Tagrahime's genjutsu was not bad either. However, she had to remain with the Kuja pirates to guard against Kirigakure's attack. After robbing the next merchant ship, return to the Kuja pirates' base. Natsuki said with a smile, Kirigakure will most likely be unable to hold back, and will make a move against you. Yes, master. Tagrahime nodded. Late June. The isolated island where the Kuja pirates' base was located. 10 kilometers away, there was a very small island that looked like a huge stone platform. There were many strangely shaped stones inside it that had been eroded by the seawater. At this moment, Fuguki and Juzo were standing among the stones. Together with them were 4 umbu teams, a total of 16 people, including 2 jonin and 2 tokubetsu jonin. This lineup was already enough to fight a small-scale encounter battle. After all, the shinobi who could join the Umbu were all elites. Moreover, there were also 2 of the 7 ninja swordsmen. The reason he brought out this lineup was because of the decision Fuguki made after investigating during this period. The Kuja pirates had a total of 33 shinobi. But only 5 could be called jonin, and 2 of them were tokubetsu jonin. The other crew members were chunin and genin. In other words, only the 3 great snake priestesses were jonin. The 3 great snake priestesses did not make many moves, and they gave Fuguki a very strange feeling. But he had never seen the 3 great snake priestesses, so he did not pay too much attention to it. The reason was simple. He had an impression of every famous powerhouse in the entire shinobi world. Among them, there were no 3 great snake priestesses. Because the past contractors of Ryuchi Cave could not summon the 3 great snake priestesses. Natsuki was an exception. All members of the Kuja pirates have already gone ashore. An Umbu shinobi appeared in front of Fuguki and Jizo from afar. Once night falls, we will land on the island. Fuguki nodded and said, the 4 Umbu teams will go ashore from 4 directions. Do not let a single person escape. Everyone answered in unison. The night gradually deepened. Fuguki, who had been standing in place for a long time, suddenly leaped up. Jizo and the 4 Umbu teams quickly followed. Once they got close, Fuguki waved his hand. The 4 Umbu teams immediately scattered and landed on the island from different directions. Fuguki went straight onto the island and ran toward the Kuja pirates' base. Jizo smiled grimly and gripped the broken sword, Kobikurabocho, on his back. Fuguki's previous weapon had been the great sword, Samahata. But because he had been captured, Samahata had fallen into Nawaki's hands. After returning to Kirigakure, he took over Jinin Akabino's blunt sword, Kabutawari. In a certain sense, the blunt sword, Kabutawari, and the great sword, Samahata, were similar. They were both heavy ninja tools. With Fuguki's powerful strength added in, he quickly adapted to it. At that moment in the Kuja pirates' base, a spatial door opened. The members of the Kuja pirates walked into it one after another, and went to the land of sea. In the end, only the 3 great snake priestesses and Natsuki remained. The 4 Umbu teams of Kirigakure are yours to handle. Natsuki instructed, I will deal with Fuguki and Jizo. Yes, master. The 3 great snake priestesses turned and left. Natsuki stood in place and waited. He had no intention of hiding his identity. In any case, Fuguki and Jizo could not possibly leave this place alive. The sound of air being torn apart rang out. Fuguki and Jizo landed. The instant they saw Natsuki, both of them could not help feeling their hearts shake. What was going on? Why was Natsuki here? Could this be a trap set by Konoha? To be continued. You can read the ahead chapter on Pat if you're interested. patreon.com/blownleaves. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 188, Chapter 188, Senji Muramasa. 3,233 words. Fuguki made the correct decision in an instant. First, it was because Natsuki was famous and powerful. Second, it was because their target was the Kuja pirates. Now, all members of the Kuja pirates had vanished into thin air, and Natsuki had appeared in their place. No matter how he thought about it, there was clearly a problem. Naturally, Natsuki would not let them leave. He raised his hand. Bakudo number 81, Danku. Fuguki and Jizo had escaped less than 100 meters when a defensive wall stretching from earth to sky appeared, blocking their path. The 2 of them did not slow down. They raised the broken sword, Kobikurabocho, and the blunt sword, Kabutawari, and slashed at it. An ear-piercing sound rang out. Huge cracks appeared in the defensive wall. Just as the 2 of them were about to continue attacking, they felt the temperature around them rise rapidly. Fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. 3 huge fire dragons roared as they flew out. The air twisted. The 2 instantly turned around. Flames rushed toward their faces, and sweat seeped out from their foreheads. At the same time, they were greatly shocked. Their memories of Natsuki were still stuck in the Second Shinobi World War. At that time, he had not used fire release. Let alone fire release with such terrifying power. Their thoughts flashed by in an instant, and the two of them quickly formed hand seals. Water release, water formation wall. Two thick water walls rose up in layers before them. The three fire dragons collided with them, and the first water wall was instantly evaporated. But the three fire dragons also shrank by a circle. When they slammed into the second water wall, the two sides fell into a stalemate. As water and fire collided, steam immediately rose. The two took this opportunity to scatter left and right. Fuguki's mind moved, and he quickly formed hand seals. Water release, hiding in mist technique. In an instant, with him as the center, mist spread outward. Seeing this, Juzo also used water release, hiding in mist technique. The mist spread even faster, and in the blink of an eye, it had already covered the nearby area. Observation Haki. Electromagnetic wave sensing. Because of the mist blocking his vision, Natsuki could only see about 1 meter ahead. But fortunately, observation Haki and electromagnetic wave sensing were not affected by the mist. The sound of air being torn apart rang out. After using water release, hiding in mist technique, Juzo immediately used both hands to throw the broken sword, Kubikurobocho. The huge blade whistled through the air, spinning as it became a terrifying killing weapon. The imposing broken sword, Kubikurobocho, flew out of the mist in an instant and slashed toward Natsuki. Tekai, break. Natsuki clenched his fist and punched the huge blade. The broken sword, Kubikurobocho, let out an explosive sound and flew back even faster. Juzo's expression changed sharply. He did not dare catch it head-on and quickly dodged. At the same time, Fuguki had already used the mist to get behind Natsuki. He swung his right hand fiercely, and the axe chopped out. Natsuki turned around. His right hand caught the axe. What? A look of shock appeared on Fuguki's face. Whether it was Natsuki detecting his position, or Natsuki catching the axe barehanded, neither made any sense to him. Rankyaku. Naturally, Natsuki would not explain it to him. He raised his leg and kicked. Fuguki quickly raised his left hand, placing the huge hammer in front of him. With a boom, Rankyaku's cutting wave far exceeded Fuguki's expectations. He only felt his left hand go numb, and his entire body was forced backward. Bakudo number 61, Rikujikoro. Natsuki released the axe and waved his hand casually. 6 bars of light descended from the sky and locked Fuguki in place. At the critical moment, Juzo arrived in time to reinforce him. He held the broken sword, Kubikurobocho, and swung it with force. The massive blade tore through the air and mist, producing the sound of air being split wherever it passed. Natsuki's expression did not change as he opened his hand. Iron Sand Sword. The ground trembled. All of the iron sand flew out and formed a wall in front of him. The broken sword, Kubikurobocho, struck it and immediately produced a deafening sound. Is this magnet release? Juzo's pupils shrank. Retreat. Seeing this, Fuguki shouted without hesitation. At the same time, regret rose in his heart. If he had known, he should have fled immediately after using water release, hiding in mist technique earlier. But Juzo had believed that they held the advantage in the mist and could kill Natsuki. In addition, they were both members of the 7 ninja swordsmen. If they retreated just like that, they would not be able to explain themselves to the 3rd Mizukage. Since Fuguki had already seen Juzo launch an attack, he could only follow along. But judging by the current situation, not running earlier had indeed been a huge mistake. Because Natsuki had not been affected by the mist at all, and he had suddenly displayed magnet release. After hearing Fuguki's words, Juzo quickly retreated. His entire body turned into a gust of wind, and his speed reached its limit. At the same time, Fuguki broke through the 6 bars of light, and also turned to flee without hesitation. His astonishing speed turned him into an afterimage. I am the bone of my sword. This body is made of swords. Steel is my body and fire is my blood. Natsuki immediately raised both hands. Unlimited blade works. Fuguki and Juzo only felt their vision blur, and the environment around them changed. The two subconsciously stopped and swept their gazes around. Immediately, impossible expressions appeared on their faces. The sky had suddenly become dark, and countless gears appeared. The earth was desolate, with swords planted everywhere. Space-time ninjutsu. Fuguki was Kirigakure's Umbu commander and had seen many things, so the words subconsciously slipped out of his mouth. Then this is troublesome. Neither of us knows space-time ninjutsu. Unless we kill Natsuki, we cannot get out. Hearing this, Juzo's face immediately darkened as he spoke. Fuguki also thought of this, and his expression became ugly. But they were members of the 7 ninja swordsmen after all, elites among elites. After confirming their current situation, they immediately charged toward Natsuki. Natsuki waved his hand. 2 swords of the Thunder God flew up from the ground. Be careful. His swords can explode. Fuguki reminded him. After he finished speaking, Juzo and he made the same choice, using the body flicker technique to avoid them. But in the next second the two suddenly stopped. 20 swords of the Thunder God appeared in front of Natsuki. The sound of air being torn apart rang out. 20 swords of the Thunder God smashed toward them like a meteor shower. Water release, water formation wall. Juzo quickly formed hand seals. A water wall rose. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. A huge water dragon appeared before Fuguki and flew out. Broken phantasm. Natsuki's mind moved. The 20 swords of the Thunder God exploded all at once. Countless fragments wrapped in lightning scattered above their heads like fireworks. The water dragon and water wall were immediately riddled with holes. The two retreated while using the broken sword, Kobikurabocho, and the blunt sword, Kabutawari, to block. Natsuki raised his hand again. The swords near them all rose into the air. Boom. 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 Explosions erupted one after another. Even though the two of them were powerful, they still began to fall short under such dense attacks. Fuguki let out a muffled groan. For fragments had pierced into his arms, and blood seeped out. As for Juzo, he relied on the wide blade of the broken sword, Kobikurabocho, to block. But he soon discovered a problem. Fine cracks had appeared on the blade of the broken sword, Kobikurabocho. If this continued, the sword would break. We have to risk our lives. Juzo shouted. I will block these swords. You go kill Natsuki. Hearing this, Fuguki immediately answered. He also knew there was only one outcome if they passively took the beating, death. Shadow clone technique. Fuguki formed hand seals with both hands and created 2 shadow clones. After that, all 3 of them formed hand seals at the same time. Water release, water formation pillar. 3 huge water spheres fell from the sky, and after landing on the ground, they suddenly exploded. The spreading water swept in every direction like ocean waves. The incoming swords immediately paused. Juzo seized the opportunity. The ground cracked apart, and powerful force sent him leaping into the air. In midair, his body shot above Natsuki's head like a cannonball. The huge broken sword, Kobikurabocho, slashed down at his head. But at that moment, Juzo sensed danger. The sound of air being torn apart rang out. He keenly heard 3 sounds, but the problem was that he saw nothing in his field of vision. 3 swords of the Thunder God exploded around him. Unlike the previous explosions, this time, aside from fragments and lightning, there was also a violent gust of wind. They were 3 swords of the Thunder God that had been covered with invisible air. Natsuki had prepared them long ago, waiting for the 2 of them to get close. Now that the explosion happened without warning, Juzo had no defense against it at all. He could only instinctively pull back his sword and try to use the huge blade to block the explosion. But the blade could only block one side. It could not block the other three sides. Juzo only felt intense pain strike him as countless fragments, lightning, and violent wind slammed into his body. Blood spread, and his body instantly became a bloody mess. The next second, he flew out and fell to the ground, his life and death unknown. Seeing this, Fuguki's heart immediately turned cold. The two of them together could not defeat Natsuki, let alone now that only he remained. But he no longer had time to think. Natsuki waved his hand casually. Countless swords appeared around him. A more violent explosion than before erupted. Flames, fragments, lightning, and chakra currents submerged Fuguki like a tsunami. Even though he resisted with all his strength, it was still useless. A bloody mist rose. Under the various attacks, not even his body was left behind. Natsuki nodded slightly. It had to be said that after obtaining the Black Holy Grail, the power of unlimited blade works was truly terrifying. The vast majority of shinobi pulled into unlimited blade works by him would be killed. Although Fuguki and Juzo were members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, they were still within that vast majority of shinobi. Natsuki only needed to wave his hand, and could defeat them with projection magecraft and broken phantasm. In the end, the 7 ninja swordsmen still had not reached the level of true powerhouses. Natsuki waved his hand casually and drew the broken sword, Kobakurobocho, and the blunt sword, Kabutawari, in front of him. These two swords were of no use to him. He did not plan to use them to trade with Kirigakure either. But since they were swords, he could keep them inside unlimited blade works. The only thing he had to pay attention to was that Kirigakure had a summoning scroll that could summon these two swords. Fortunately, Natsuki had learned the contract seal from Kushina, allowing him to sever their connection with the summoning scroll. Congratulations to the host for unlocking ability 2 of the Hatake Kakashi template, 8 gates, first gate. Natsuki looked at the line of text that appeared before him, and was slightly stunned. Why had 8 gates, first gate, been unlocked? Its unlock condition was defeating 3 Taijutsu Jonin. Natsuki rubbed his chin. Strictly speaking, Fuguki and Juzo could indeed be called Taijutsu Jonin. In the shinobi world, taijutsu also included swordsmanship. Because the prerequisite for learning swordsmanship was having a sufficiently powerful body. Like taijutsu, swordsmanship required close combat. Without a powerful body, one would simply be going to their death. But learning ninjutsu was different. Even with a poor body, one could still use ninjutsu. For example, Nagato and Itachi. Of course, having a poor body would definitely have an effect. Precisely because of this, many people in Natsuki's previous life had wanted to know how strong Nagato and Itachi would be if they were healthy. No matter what, being able to unlock 8 gates, first gate, was a good thing. With this, all the abilities of the Hatake Kakashi template had been unlocked. In terms of abilities, the most valuable ability in the Hatake Kakashi template was the Mangekyo Sharingan. However, Natsuki felt that the 7 nature transformation talent played an even greater role. Because it helped him learn many ninjutsu and secret techniques. One ability could unlock a whole pile of abilities. Natsuki released unlimited blade works and reappeared on the island. He did not wait long before the 3 great snake priestesses descended from the sky. Master. Tagraheim stepped forward and said, the 4 Kirigakure Umbu teams have been dealt with. Although the 4 Kirigakure Umbu teams had more people, they only had 2 Tokubetsu Jonin and 2 Jonin. Besides, in terms of numbers, the snakes of Ryuchi Cave were naturally greater. Although the 3 great snake priestesses were not contractors of Ryuchi Cave, as high-ranking members of Ryuchi Cave, they could also summon great snakes such as Manda. Have the bodies been handled? Natsuki nodded, then asked. In the shinobi world, corpses could speak. Only by destroying all traces could he and the 3 great snake priestesses avoid being exposed. They have already been eaten by snakes. No traces remain. Tagraheim answered. Let's go. Hearing this, Natsuki said, we will head to the land of sea. He took 2 steps, then suddenly stopped. You have awakened the Senji Muramasa template. Natsuki let out a soft sound of surprise. When Muramasa was mentioned, most people's first reaction would be the demon sword Muramasa. Natsuki was no exception. The demon sword Muramasa was a very famous sword from Japan's Warring States period. Because it brought misfortune to its wielder, Tokugawa Ieyasu, and his family. The ones who forged it were the Muramasa school of swordsmiths from Kawana, in Ise province. The Muramasa school had 3 generations in total, and the swords they forged would all be engraved with the 2 characters Muramasa. Senji Muramasa was the first generation of the Muramasa school. Natsuki rubbed his chin. He was able to awaken the Senji Muramasa template, and it was clearly related to killing Fuguki and Juzo. The only thing the 3 had in common was swords. No, perhaps there was another reason. Natsuki had used unlimited blade works from the Amiya template to kill Fuguki and Juzo. If he guessed correctly, the Senji Muramasa template came from Fate/Grand Order. Fate/Grand Order and Fate/Stay Night both belong to the Nasoverse. In Fate/Grand Order, Senji Muramasa was summoned with Shiro Amiya's body as his vessel. In other words, he looked exactly like Shiro Amiya. Thinking of this, Natsuki immediately looked at his newly obtained character template. Name, Senji Muramasa. Period, Shimosa Province Saberclass Servant. World, Fate/Grand Order. Rank, S. Ability 1, Sword Trial, unlocked. Effect, by looking at a non-noble phantasm ninja tool once, you can grasp how to fight with it. Ability 2, Trial Cutting, locked. Effect, draw out the power possessed by the ninja tool in your hand, and even allow the ninja tool to unleash its greatest power, enough to destroy itself in an instant. Unlock condition, forge 7 swords with special effects. Ability 3, Flame, locked. Effect, a flame used to forge ninja tools with all your heart and strength, even at the cost of burning yourself out. Its effect is determined by the materials. Unlock condition, obtain the longsword, Nuibari, the blast sword, Shibuki, the lightning swords, Kiba, and the twin swords, Hiramakari. Ability 4, Tsumukari Muramasa, locked. Effect, deploy a reality marble. After creating a wilderness of countless swords, all swords will shatter like snowflake crystals, leaving only one sword in your hand. It is a slash that can cut through time, space, or even causality. Unlock condition, establish the 7 warlords of the sea, obtain the recognition of the daimyo of the land of water without using genjutsu, and gain a foothold in the land of water. After Natsuki finished reading it, he had only one feeling. He had made a huge profit. Ability 1, Sword Trial. This ability was not very useful, because the shinobi world did not have many special ninja tools. Moreover, this ability was similar to the innate talent effect of the Nfiria template. Ability 2, Trial Cutting. This ability reminded Natsuki of Broken Phantasm from the Amiya template. In terms of drawing out the greatest power of a tool to the point of self-destruction, it was somewhat similar. But overall, it was still not very useful. Its unlock condition was forging 7 swords with special effects. Clearly, this was related to Ability 3, Flame. The effect of flame could be summarized in 4 words, forging ninja tools. Its unlock condition was obtaining the remaining 4 swords of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Natsuki had already obtained 3. Although it said obtaining 4 ninja swords, in truth, it required him to defeat their holders. Only after unlocking the ability Flame could he unlock Ability 2. This ability was still quite good, mainly because it could be used to forge ninja tools with special abilities. Since they had special abilities, they were probably similar to the 6 Paths treasured tools. Ability 4, Tsumukari Muramasa. The reason the Senji Muramasa template was rated S rank was clearly because of this ability. Compared to the 4th ability, the first 3 abilities were not worth mentioning. This ability was an alternative version of Unlimited Blade Works. Like Unlimited Blade Works, it could deploy a reality marble. But Unlimited Blade Works was an area attack type that controlled countless swords. This was the exact opposite. Countless swords were concentrated into a single slash, unleashing the power to destroy heaven and earth. Its unlock condition also proved its power. Because this requirement was very high. Not only did he have to establish the 7 warlords of the sea, he also had to obtain the recognition of the daimyo of the land of water, and gain a foothold in the land of water. The 7 warlords of the sea came from One Piece, and referred to 7 great pirates who served the world government. Simply put, he needed to find 7 jonin as his subordinates. Actually, this was not especially difficult for Natsuki. He could take a shortcut and have Yahiko and the others come over. The most difficult part was obtaining the recognition of the daimyo of the land of water and gaining a foothold in the land of water. Especially since he could not use genjutsu to control the daimyo of the land of water. But even if he obtained the daimyo's recognition, needless to say, Kirigakure would be the first to object. Because from another perspective, the 7 warlords of the sea would become the second shinobi village of the land of water. To be continued. Chapter 189, Chapter 189, Tsunade's Stirring. 3,258 words. The next day. The Mizuki's office in Kirigakure. A heavy atmosphere spread through the room. The Umbu shinobi kneeling on the ground felt uneasy, and sweat had already soaked his back. He had just reported to the 3rd Mizuki what had happened at the Kuja pirates' base last night. What do you mean all 18 of them disappeared? The one who spoke was an old man. He was an elder of Kirigakure, Genji. In terms of status, he was not inferior to the 3rd Mizuki. In the original story, after the 4th Mizuki, Yagura Karatachi, died, Kirigakure was temporarily managed by him. He was also the one who supported Meitarumi, and helped her become the 5th Mizuki. The reason he had appeared now was because the disappearance of 2 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen was involved. To Kirigakure, this was an unprecedented major incident. Aside from Genji, the other high-ranking members of Kirigakure were also present. With their strength, it is impossible for them to disappear without a trace. The 3rd Mizuki slowly said, but since such a thing has happened, there is only one possibility. They were all captured or killed. When everyone heard this, unrest inevitably spread among them. 18 people, including 2 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Unless one of the 5 Kage personally came, how could they all be captured or killed? Kushimaru Kuriere asked with a puzzled expression. As one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, he naturally understood the strength of Fuguki Suikazan and Juzo Biwa quite well. The others nodded in agreement. Perhaps there really is such a possibility. The 3rd Mizuki narrowed his eyes and said. Everyone could not help revealing surprised expressions. Mizuki-sama, are you saying one of the 5 great shinobi villages is behind the Kuja pirates? Genji tightened his grip on his cane, and asked thoughtfully. Correct. If it is truly one of the 5 great shinobi villages, then everything makes sense. The 3rd Mizuki nodded and said. Why target us? Yagura frowned and asked, are they trying to start a war against us? Although the 2nd Shinobi World War had already ended, the higher-ups of the 5 great villages all knew that the 3rd Shinobi World War was inevitable. Because ambition would not disappear. Especially now that the shinobi world no longer had unbelievably powerful shinobi like Hashirama Senju and Uchiha Madara. The 5 great shinobi villages were roughly equal. That meant war was only a matter of time. Which shinobi village could it be? After thinking for a moment, Genji asked, Kumogakure. Kumogakure's style was known to everyone. In addition, it had not participated in the 2nd Shinobi World War. If there truly was a 3rd Shinobi World War, it would definitely not miss it. And it would most likely be the first shinobi village to join the 3rd Shinobi World War. It is possible. The 3rd Mizuki agreed. But we have no evidence. Yagura said in a deep voice, even if we confront Kumogakure, it will not have any effect. The Kuja pirates have already abandoned their base, and their current whereabouts are unknown. The third Mizukage said expressionlessly, if one of the 5 great villages is truly behind them, they will definitely make another move. At that moment, a knock sounded on the door. Come in. The third Mizukage raised his head. Everyone also looked toward the door of the Mizukage's office. I apologize for being late. A young man walked in and explained, I went back to retrieve the ninja sword summoning scroll, so I was delayed. His name was Ryajetsu Hozuki, the current clan head of the Hozuki clan. The Hozuki clan held an important position in Kirigakure, because the second Mizukage was Genjetsu Hozuki. Aside from that, the Hozuki clan had guarded the summoning scroll that could summon the 7 ninja swords of the 7 ninja swordsmen for generations. In the original story, the Hozuki clan had already declined, leaving only Suigetsu Hozuki. Suigetsu was also captured by Orochimaru and used for experiments. In the end, Sasuke saved him, and had him join Team Taka. Summon the broken sword, Kobikurabocho, and the blunt sword, Kabutawari, now. The third Mizukage instructed. Yes, Mizukage-sama. Ryajetsu immediately opened the ninja sword summoning scroll. He placed both hands on it and used the summoning technique. With a puff, a burst of smoke appeared. But what made Ryajetsu's expression stiffen was that the 2 expected ninja swords did not appear. Without hesitation, he used the summoning technique again. The smoke scattered, but it was still completely empty. Mizukage-sama. Ryajetsu stood up and said in a heavy tone, those 2 ninja swords are most likely inside a seal. A sealing technique that can block the summoning technique is not simple. The third Mizukage analyzed, in the current shinobi world, only the sealing techniques of the 5 great shinobi villages can do this. This is clearly looking down on Kirigakure. Raiga Kurasuke said fiercely, the next time the Kuja pirates appear, we must teach them a lesson. If they dare use Kirigakure as their breakthrough point, they had better be prepared to fail. Kushimaru said sharply. The others were also filled with righteous anger. There were 5 great shinobi villages, yet the enemy had deliberately chosen Kirigakure. This was undoubtedly saying that they were the weakest. Elder Genji, I will have to trouble you to go to the land of water metropolis and explain the situation clearly to the daimyo. The third Mizukage raised his hand, stopping them, then instructed, Kirigakure will use all its strength to search for traces of the Kuja pirates. Yes, Mizukage-sama. Genji and the others answered in unison. At the same time, in Sunagakure, in the land of wind. What do you think? The third Kazekage asked. Being able to make 2 of Kirigakure's 7 ninja swordsmen, and 4 Umbu teams disappear means the Kuja pirates are very strong. Reki thought for a moment and said, at least 10 jonin would be needed. If there is a Kage-level powerhouse, 1 would be enough. Raza added. Whether it is 10 jonin or 1 Kage-level powerhouse, neither is something a pirate group should possess. Baki said in a low voice, I suspect one of the 5 great shinobi villages is behind the Kuja pirates. Pakura. The third Kazekage looked at Pakura, who had remained silent, and asked, what do you think? This may be a good opportunity for us. Pakura came back to herself and said, we can watch them fight each other. Not bad. The third Kazekage nodded and said, no matter who is targeting Kirigakure, they will eventually fight. Perhaps both sides will suffer losses. Although Sunagakure had suffered heavy losses in the Second Shinobi World War, it had recovered quite a bit by now. This was thanks to Pakura and the rainwater business with the Land of Rain. Of course, Sunagakure had not fully recovered yet. But it already had the strength to join another war. But we must be careful of the other shinobi villages. Chiyo reminded him, they are likely thinking the same way we are. The third Kazekage acknowledged her words, then said, we just do not know who is targeting Kirigakure. It would be best if it were Iwagakure or Konoha. Sunagakure had Iwagakure to the north, Konoha to the east, and Kirigakure to the south. The reason the third Kazekage said this was because Sunagakure was close to all three of these shinobi villages. If they fought, Sunagakure could take advantage of the situation faster. Of course, from the perspective of grudges, he hoped it was Konoha. Hearing this, Pakura secretly thought that he had guessed correctly. During Akatsuki's 14 Moons gathering, she had met the three great snake priestesses. At that time, their self-introduction had been that they were in charge of the Kuja pirates. Clearly, it was Natsuki who had killed Fuguki and Jizo. After all, he had Kage-level strength. Aside from Sunagakure, Iwagakure and Kumogakure also received the related intelligence almost at the same time. Just as Chiyo had said, Anoki, the third Raikage, and the others had similar thoughts. They all believed that one of the 5 great shinobi villages was backing the Kuja pirates. At the same time, they all felt they could quietly watch how things developed, waiting for a suitable opportunity to take advantage. Finally, there was Konoha. This intelligence also reached Orochimaru. His thoughts were about the same. But he was busy with experiments, so he ordered Natsuki to investigate the matter. Meanwhile, Natsuki had already arrived at the daimyo's residence in the Land of Sea. Congratulations to the host for unlocking ability 2 of the Boa Hancock template, Love Fruit. Natsuki raised an eyebrow as he felt a large amount of information pouring in. He secretly thought that it had gone as expected. After dealing with Kirigakure's targeting, he had successfully unlocked the Love Fruit. In the shinobi world, if one wanted to quickly become famous, one had to find a way through the 5 great villages. The only problem was that the risk was very high. If the Kuja pirates were an ordinary pirate group, there would have been only one result when facing Fuguki and Jizo: destruction. Natsuki quickly finished digesting the information. Just as he had guessed, he had only obtained the Love Fruit, without the corresponding abilities. This meant he needed to develop the abilities himself. However, it was still fine. Hancock had displayed many ways of using it in One Piece, so he could simply copy them directly. Master, I feel like you suddenly became much more handsome. Ichikishimahime's eyes lit up, and she subconsciously licked the corner of her lips. Although your appearance has not changed, your aura is different from before. Tajutsuhime looked Natsuki up and down, and gave her evaluation. Natsuki froze slightly and felt somewhat surprised. He stretched out his hand and condensed a mirror with ice release. Natsuki looked at himself in the mirror, and did indeed sense a change. He could not help falling into thought. There were traces of this kind of thing in One Piece. The most classic example was the smooth fruit. Alvida had originally been a large woman covered in freckles, but after eating the smooth fruit, she became a tall and stunning beauty. And the Love Fruit could charm men, women, the old and the young alike. Although Hancock herself was already very beautiful, she had not reached the point where one look could charm everyone regardless of age or gender. The greatest possibility was that the Love Fruit amplified her charm. Natsuki casually dispersed the ice mirror. How should he put it? An increase in charm was not a bad thing. In any case, his appearance had not changed. If even his appearance had changed, it would be difficult for him to explain it to Nono and the others. Moreover, the Love Fruit was ineffective against people with no impure thoughts, those who were not tempted by beauty, or those whose attention was not on the ability user. In One Piece, Luffy was immune to the Love Fruit because he had no interest in beauty. In other words, anyone who felt he had changed probably had thoughts about him. Back to the matter at hand. Natsuki thought for a moment and said, from now on, the Kuja pirates will temporarily stop robbing merchant ships. With Fuguki and Jizo's deaths, the Kuja pirates and Kirigakure had already become irreconcilable. If the Kuja pirates showed themselves again, they would definitely face a devastating counterattack from Kirigakure. But aside from the 3 great snake priestesses, the Kuja pirates had no ability to withstand Kirigakure's retaliation. Natsuki also could not personally act every time. Most importantly, he had already unlocked the Love Fruit. The purpose of establishing the Kuja pirates had been achieved. The remaining matter was liberating the slaves of the land of water. Natsuki planned to do it together with another matter, which was establishing the 7 warlords of the sea, and gaining the recognition of the daimyo of the land of water. Without using genjutsu to control him, only one method remained. He had to create conflict between the daimyo of the land of water and Kirigakure. He could make the 7 warlords of the sea into an existence similar to the daimyo's guardian shinobi, or directly replace the daimyo's guardian shinobi. In a certain sense, it matched their role perfectly. After all, in One Piece, the 7 warlords of the sea also obeyed the orders of the world government. Creating conflict between the daimyo of the land of water and Kirigakure was not especially difficult. As a daimyo, the things he hated most would be Kirigakure disobeying his orders and failing to handle matters properly. Starting from these 2 points, there were many things that could be done. For example, after Kirigakure shinobi accepted a mission from the daimyo of the land of water, Natsuki could secretly interfere and make the mission fail. After this happened several times, the daimyo of the land of water would naturally become dissatisfied. It would be best if there were missions that caused great losses. Even a powerhouse like Tsukumo had been punished. As for liberating the slaves of the land of water, Natsuki planned to control Kirigakure shinobi to do it. He could also start from missions, making them fail their missions while accidentally releasing the slaves of the land of water. Aside from that, there was another crucial matter. After the daimyo of the land of water repeatedly reprimanded Kirigakure, Natsuki could control Kirigakure shinobi to assassinate him. Even if Kirigakure cut ties with the matter in time and cleared its name, the daimyo of the land of water would definitely lose trust in Kirigakure. At that time, the 7 warlords of the sea could appear. Go investigate the guardian shinobi of the daimyo of the land of water. Natsuki looked at Tagraheim and said, while you are at it, investigate what channels they used to become guardian shinobi. Yes, master. Tagraheim immediately said. Your task is to control or guide Kirigakure shinobi. Natsuki then looked at Taijutsuheim and said, make sure important missions related to the daimyo of the land of water cannot be completed smoothly. Yes, master. Taijutsuheim puffed out her chest and said, I guarantee the mission will be completed. Master, what about me? Ichikishimaheim asked impatiently. You investigate what slaves there are in the land of water. Natsuki said casually. Yes, master. Ichikishimaheim immediately said, I will definitely do better than Taijutsuheim. Humph, little brat. Taijutsuheim shot back without hesitation. Do not argue. Natsuki stopped them and said, the name Kuja Pirates is no longer suitable. Change it to the 7 warlords of the sea. Yes, master. The 3 snake priestesses answered in unison. Have the crew remain in the land of sea, and use the daimyo to take control of the land of sea. Natsuki added. The situation the 7 warlords of the sea would face would be even more dangerous than what the Kuja pirates had faced. Among the previous 30 crew members, aside from the 2 Tokubetsu Jonin, none of them could deal with Kirigakure shinobi. In short, the 7 warlords of the sea needed to recruit more Jonin. Although he could transfer Jonin from Akatsuki, Akatsuki had only recently taken control of Amigakure, and also needed Jonin. Moreover, the number of Jonin was already small to begin with, and they were basically concentrated among Akatsuki's upper ranks, the 14 moons. Natsuki rubbed his chin. Where should he find Jonin? Fortunately, he had the blood curse, so he did not need to worry about the loyalty of these Jonin. After thinking carefully, it would be best to use shinobi outside the 5 great villages. Because Kirigakure knew the shinobi of the 5 great villages. However, that did not mean they were impossible to use. Natsuki could go look for shinobi from Iwagakure and Kumogakure. When the time came, he could sow discord. Go carry out your missions. Natsuki raised his hand and opened a spatial door, then said, if you encounter any problems, use the reverse summoning technique to summon me. After saying that, he walked into the spatial door. Natsuki arrived in Sunagakure. The matter of finding Jonin was not urgent. After all, it would only become useful once a crisis of trust appeared between the daimyo of the Land of Water and Kirigakure. He still had another matter to handle. Natsuki walked toward the sofa. He did not wait long before Pakura returned home. When she saw Natsuki, she paused slightly and felt that his aura had changed somewhat. It had to be said that he was indeed the best-looking shinobi she had ever seen. "I just finished a meeting." Pakura suppressed the thoughts in her heart and took the initiative to speak. It was related to the Kuja pirates. She then briefly explained the contents of the meeting. "You do not need to worry about this matter." Natsuki shook his head and said, "I have another mission for you. Help me find some precious materials." "What materials?" Pakura froze for a moment and asked. "Materials that can be used to forge ninja tools." Natsuki added, "The more precious, the better." "I understand. I will send people to handle this matter." Pakura nodded and said, "It seems you have not forgotten my order." Natsuki changed the topic, looked her over, and said, "You are not wearing that backless outfit today." Pakura immediately fell silent. "The next time I come, I will buy you some clothes." Natsuki stood up and walked into the spatial door again. He arrived at the Land of Rain metropolis. He gave Yahiko and Kakuzu the same order. Whether it was Sunagakure or Akatsuki, they had enough manpower and money. Having them search for forging materials would definitely produce quite a few results. It was worth mentioning that Yahiko and Kakuzu did not sense any change in him. Natsuki did not stay long and turned back to the Senju clan compound. Kushina had only just called out one word when she suddenly stopped. She looked at Natsuki and felt her heart speed up. "What is it?" Natsuki walked forward, pinched her cheek, and asked. "You feel a little different today." Kushina raised her head, looked at him, and said, "Did I become more handsome?" Natsuki could not help laughing. "A little." Kushina said with a puzzled expression, "How strange. Your appearance clearly has not changed. Maybe it is your imagination." Natsuki stroked her head and said, "All right. Do not get tangled up in something meaningless." Kushina answered. But during the following training, she was somewhat distracted and glanced at him from time to time. At dusk, Tsunade and Nono returned from Konoha Hospital. When the two of them saw Natsuki, they both paused. Nono did not think much of it. She was in the middle of a passionate relationship and thought this was normal. Tsunade, on the other hand, became somewhat suspicious. Had she also reached the age where her heart could be stirred? Today, after seeing Natsuki, a faint ripple had actually appeared in her heart. However, she was not a young girl after all and quickly returned to normal. After all, Natsuki was not someone her age. Her reason pulled her back to reality. To be continued. Check out my new book, The Fool in Hogwarts. It's a hidden gem, do give it a try XD. Chapter 190, The First Night with Kushina. 3010 words. July arrived. Early morning. Warm sunlight spilled into the room, and Natsuki opened his eyes. He took a deep breath before lifting his head from Nono Yakushi's soft embrace. After glancing at the sunlight beyond the window, he looked down at Nono. She was still sleeping soundly, her breathing slow and steady. Natsuki raised a hand. Chakra flowed from his palm, gently easing the fatigue from her body. It had become something he did every morning. In truth, Natsuki was quite considerate. But Nono was far too thoughtful. Whenever she accepted a task, she gave it everything she had. There was only one way to ease that situation. Kushina Uzumaki. His relationship with her had already reached the final step. Kushina's birthday was coming soon. This time, he planned to take the initiative. Nono had been the one to take the lead with him. If Kushina did the same, could he still call himself a man? After lingering for a moment, Natsuki withdrew his hand. A short while later, Nono woke up. She sat up instinctively, the blanket slipping from her shoulders. Natsuki looked at her without blinking. Even though there were no secrets left between them, this was a sight he never grew tired of. Nono noticed his gaze. A smile appeared on her face, and she stretched lazily. Natsuki froze for a moment. The simple movement carried more impact than she likely intended. Nono's cheeks flushed. She bit her lip lightly. "Get up," Natsuki said, patting her shoulder. Nono got out of bed and dressed. After the two of them washed up, they went to Tsunade's house for breakfast. Once breakfast was over, it was time for work. Tsunade and Nono went to Konoha Hospital. Nawaki went to the Hokage guard's office. Although the Hokage guard rarely had much to do, they still had to report for duty. Their daily work was simple. Training. For that reason, Nawaki had also brought Kakashi Hatake along with him. Natsuki was also part of the Hokage guard, but he held two other positions as well, ANBU commander and secretary to the Hokage. Compared with Nawaki, he had far more work to handle. Natsuki went to the ANBU base first. Orochimaru had previously ordered him to investigate the Kuja pirates. However, the order was not especially strict. In other words, it did not matter if the investigation produced no results. Naturally, Natsuki did not take it too seriously. After all, investigating himself was pointless. As usual, Natsuki checked on Shino's progress. He had to admit that Shino was indeed a genius. He had already created the Zero Tails. It was still very weak, but it existed. Natsuki rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Shino was a useful talent. However, if Natsuki wanted to unlock the healing arts from the Retsu Unohana template, he needed to kill 3 medical jonin. Then he thought of the reanimation jutsu. It might be worth trying. He could kill Shino, then bring him back through reanimation. Although a reanimated Shino would not be as strong as he had been in life, Natsuki did not need his strength. In Natsuki's eyes, Shino was a researcher similar to Orochimaru. He excelled at experiments. Natsuki intended to let Shino continue developing the Zero Tails and the Anchor Vantion fortress. The fortress in particular could serve as a mobile base for the Kuja pirates. Of course, in the future, they would have to be called the 7 warlords of the sea. After the land of sky was destroyed, it had been absorbed into the land of birds. The land of birds bordered the land of rain. Natsuki planned to find a chance to take Yahiko and the others to the former land of sky. The main reason was simple: Shino was not the only surviving ninja from the Sky Ninja Village. The others could eventually be folded into the Hidden Rain Village. After all, the Hidden Rain Village was desperately short on ninja. Natsuki picked up the second intelligence report. This one came from the Hidden Mist Village. After the Kuja pirates killed Fuguki Suikazan and Juzo Biwa, they had completely enraged the mist. The third Mizukage had not only ordered the Mist ANBU to search for the Kuja pirates, but also instructed other ninja to keep an eye out for them. Of course, they were not searching full-time. They were merely told to watch for traces of the Kuja pirates while carrying out missions outside the village. At the same time, Ryajetsu Hozuki had taken Fuguki Suikazan's position. Juzo Biwa's seat, however, remained vacant for the time being. At this point in time, the Mist's young geniuses had yet to mature. For example, Mengetsu Hozuki, Zabuza Momochi, Kisame Hashigaki, and Mei Terumi were all still children. The oldest among them was not even 10 years old. Even if their talents had already begun to show, they were still far from the level required to join the 7 ninja swordsmen. After finishing the second report, Natsuki picked up the third. This one concerned the Hidden Cloud Village. The cloud possessed a famous combination technique, or more accurately, a cooperative taijutsu technique, known as the lightning release, double lariat. It required 2 people to use it at the same time, and its power was tremendous. It could sever a target's neck cleanly. In the Hidden Cloud, the 2 users were known as the AB combo. A referred to the Reikage, who traditionally took the name A. B referred to the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails. It was worth noting that the cloud never hid the identity of the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. They always announced it openly. Not long ago, the hidden cloud had chosen the next generation's Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Killer B. Killer B was around the same age as Nagato and Conan, only a year older. He was 14 this year. He had passed the double lariat test and become the partner of A, the future fourth Reikage. Of course, A was not yet the fourth Reikage and Killer B was not yet the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. The current Eight Tails Jinchuriki was still Blue B. Blue B could be considered Killer B's teacher. He had been guiding him for some time. Natsuki's only impression of Blue B was that Orochimaru would one day infiltrate the hidden cloud, use genjutsu pills to trigger the Eight Tails rampage, and ultimately cause Blue B's death. The exact date had never been stated, but it was almost certainly during the Third Shinobi World War. After all, the original timeline showed Minato Namikaze fighting Killer B and A during that war. Orochimaru's reasons for doing it were simple. First, he wanted to obtain a severed horn from the Eight Tails. Second, he wanted to relieve some of the war pressure on Konoha. After reading through the reports, Natsuki selected the important ones. He brought them to the Hokage building. These reports needed to be handed to Orochimaru. However, since Natsuki was still acting as the Hokage's secretary, he planned to finish that work first and submit everything together afterward. Natsuki pushed open the door. As expected, Mikoto Uchiha had already arrived, and was making tea for him. She was crouched in front of the tea table. From where Natsuki stood, he could see her back and the elegant line of her figure. Because of her posture, her skirt drew close against her hips, making the outline especially clear. Natsuki. Mikoto quickly stood up and said, "Good morning." "You don't need to come this early from now on," Natsuki said, feeling a little apologetic. "You can finish your own work first before coming over." "It's all right." Mikoto shook her head. "I left a shadow clone in the office." Natsuki paused slightly, feeling a little strange. Had she really considered everything that thoroughly? Was this the quality of an ideal wife and mother? Natsuki himself rarely used shadow clones. He used them in battle, but not much in daily life. He had used them during training in the past. But now, there was not much work to do, and there were fewer ninjutsu or secret techniques he needed to learn, so he no longer had much use for them. There was another reason as well. Shadow clones had independent minds. If one of them caused trouble, it could become a headache. "I see." Natsuki nodded and walked toward the desk. Seeing this, Mikoto picked up a cup of hot tea and brought it over. She held it with both hands, bent slightly, and placed it in front of Natsuki. "Thank you." Natsuki immediately noticed the nail polish on her fingers. It was the one he had bought for her. The polish looked fresh. She had probably applied it not long ago. "One color alone feels a little plain," Natsuki said after taking a sip of tea. "What?" Mikoto did not react at first. Natsuki set down the cup and caught her right hand before she could withdraw it. He spread her slender fingers apart and looked at the polish. Mikoto instantly understood. When she felt the warmth of his hand, her heartbeat quickened. "I'll buy a few other colors later," Mikoto said, suppressing the shyness in her heart. "I'll buy them for you." Natsuki stroked her fingers gently. "You've been helping me a lot recently." Mikoto trembled slightly, but she did not pull her hand away. She let him hold it. She turned her eyes aside. Hearing the firmness in Natsuki's tone, she obediently gave a soft reply. "I'll handle these documents first," Natsuki said, releasing her hand. Mikoto withdrew her hand. Almost without thinking, she touched the fingers of her right hand with her left. Her emotions were far from calm. Compared with ANBU work, the duties of the Hokage's secretary were ordinary and tedious. On the other hand, they were also fairly simple. He handled them quickly. "I'll send these documents to the Hokage's office," Mikoto said after seeing him finish. She stepped forward and picked up the files. There were many of them, and she struggled slightly to hold them all. "Orochimaru-sensei usually isn't in his office," Natsuki said with a blink. "Just leave them on his desk." Mikoto nodded and turned to leave. She did not take long to return. Orochimaru had indeed been away from his office. "You can head back for now," Natsuki said, rising from his seat. "I still need to go out and handle a few other things." Mikoto was not surprised. In a gentle voice, she said, "If there's anything I can help you with, remember to come find me." Natsuki casually opened a space gate. But he did not leave Konoha. He walked along the street, looking around as he considered a problem. Kushina Uzumaki's birthday was 1 week away. What should he give her? Last year, he had given her the Climatact. Giving her another ninja tool did not feel necessary. "Lord Natsuki." A voice suddenly sounded behind him. Natsuki turned around and saw a young girl with long dark hair and red eyes. It was Kurenai Yuhi. "It really is you, Lord Natsuki," Kurenai said in surprise. "Are you shopping alone?" Natsuki asked with a light smile. "Not alone." Kurenai shook her head. "Shizune and Rin are with me. I saw your back just now, so I came over to check." After she finished speaking, Shizune and Rin Noera hurried over and greeted him. Natsuki was famous, and his strength was extraordinary. On top of that, he was still young. To them, he was someone worth admiring. "Lord Natsuki, are you shopping too?" Kurenai asked, looking at him with ruby-like eyes. "More or less." A thought flashed through Natsuki's mind. "Actually, you three can help me with something." "What is it?" Kurenai, Shizune, and Rin exchanged glances, all of them curious. "Help me choose a birthday gift," Natsuki said, half-truthfully. "It's for a teammate." "A woman." Kushina was not his teammate. But her identity was special. To avoid further explanation, he simply called her that. The three girls did not ask more questions and immediately began chattering with suggestions. In the end, with their help, Natsuki bought a viewing globe. It was a transparent sphere with a miniature landscape inside. Natsuki asked the merchant to make a few adjustments, arranging the landscape to resemble the land of whirlpools. Time quickly reached July 10th. Just like the year before, Natsuki arrived at Kushina's door early in the morning. He knocked, received permission, and pushed the door open. Kushina had not gotten up yet. She was still lying in bed. When she saw him, she sat up, revealing her white nightdress. "Happy birthday, Kushina," Natsuki said, closing the door and walking over. "Thank you." Kushina straightened and opened her arms. Natsuki could not help smiling as he hugged her. "Where are we going today?" Kushina asked with a yawn. "How about the land of snow?" Natsuki asked with a smile. Kushina's eyes lit up. "I've seen plenty of snow before," she said, "but I heard the snow in the land of snow is especially deep." "It is. If you step into it, it can bury half your leg." Natsuki stroked her head lightly. "Go to the wardrobe and pick out something for me to wear," Kushina said, letting go of him. "Which one?" Natsuki asked, opening the wardrobe. "Whichever one you want me to wear." Kushina smiled brightly. Natsuki raised an eyebrow and immediately took out a maid dress. "You really do like maid dresses," Kushina said. Despite saying that, she did not refuse. She got out of bed and took the outfit. "I'll wait outside." Natsuki left the room. Before long, the door opened again. Kushina stepped out in a black and white maid dress. Natsuki glanced over her, his gaze settling briefly on her long legs wrapped in black stockings. He did not remember taking those out for her. Let's go, Kushina said, holding out her hand. Natsuki opened a space gate. Taking Kushina's hand, he brought her to a snow-covered mountain in the land of snow. Kushina instinctively walked to the edge of the cliff. Looking out over the frozen world of white, she let out a cry of wonder. It was her first time seeing such a magnificent snowscape. The two of them stood atop the mountain, taking in the scenery from every direction. Only after Kushina's initial excitement faded did they sit down. More precisely, they sat on a carpet. Natsuki had also prepared all kinds of food. Since Kushina had not eaten breakfast, she picked up a rice ball. She sat with her legs together and began eating. Are you cold? Natsuki asked from across from her. He could see her clearly. If you are, I can set up a barrier. Natsuki also picked up a rice ball. I'm not cold. Kushina shook her head. I'm a ninja, remember? Where else do you want to go today? Natsuki asked. I don't know much about the land of snow. Kushina tilted her head. You can arrange it for me. We can go see a waterfall in the snow, Natsuki said, thinking of the Glacier Clan. That sounds nice. I've never seen one before. Kushina agreed at once. After breakfast, she quickly stood up, patted her hands clean, and looked at Natsuki expectantly. Natsuki put everything away and opened a space gate. The two of them appeared beside a river. Not far away, a waterfall plunged downward, framed by the snowy landscape around it. The sight had an almost dreamlike beauty. This had once been the home of the Glacier Clan. Now, however, it was empty. All members of the Glacier Clan had moved to the hidden snow village. After wandering around for a while, Natsuki brought out the carpet again. Kushina sat in front of him and leaned against him, gazing at the distant waterfall. Tired? Natsuki asked, looking at her. Not at all. Kushina smiled. I'm really happy right now. After saying that, she turned her head and kissed him directly. Feeling the softness of her lips, Natsuki no longer held back. Their kiss deepened. A long while later, Kushina's cheeks were flushed, and she looked at him while catching her breath. Natsuki swallowed, his hand resting lightly on her stocking-covered leg. Kushina trembled faintly. A moment later, she understood, and the blush on her face became even more obvious. His hand moved upward, eventually stopping over her heart. As it passed over her abdomen, Natsuki quietly used a dimensional seal on the Nine Tails. In the original timeline, the Nine Tails inside Naruto had been able to see the outside world. That was because Minato had intentionally left a gap in the seal. Kushina's seal, inherited from Mito, was much stronger. However, Kushina had once mentioned that if the Nine Tails used enough chakra to strike at the seal, it could still see what was happening outside. To be safe, Natsuki added a dimensional seal. The dimensional seal from the Kikyo template could seal a target in another space, preventing others from seeing it. Likewise, the sealed target could not see anyone outside. On top of that, releasing the Nine Tails would now be even more difficult than before. Kushina. Natsuki lowered his head. Kushina's eyes grew hazy. She followed his movement and lay back on the carpet. Natsuki looked down at her from above. Kushina grew nervous, her long legs tensing. Natsuki reached out and gently stroked her hair. There were tears at the corners of Kushina's eyes, but she shook her head. Soon, she lifted herself slightly and wrapped her arms around Natsuki's neck. Natsuki could not help thinking that she truly deserved to be called a ninja of the Uzumaki clan. He held her carefully, making sure she was comfortable. Kushina's skin was warm, and her mind slowly drifted into a soft haze. The snow fell silently around them, the waterfall murmured in the distance, and the rest of the hour passed in quiet intimacy. By the end, Kushina had fallen into a deep sleep in his arms. To be continued. Chapter 191, Chapter 191, Special Tailed Beast 0. 3,116 words. October. After autumn arrived, Konoha's temperature dropped. During this period, Natsuki lived a very fulfilling life. During the day, he worked and trained, and at night, his schedule was also full. Of course, Natsuki was willing to be busy in this way. After the Land of Rain entered October, the rain still continued endlessly. But once one reached Amigakure, all the rain falling from the sky disappeared, replaced by clear weather. This strange weather had begun last month. To the residents and shinobi of Amigakure, it was quite a miraculous thing. But they all knew this was because of Konan. With the help of the sorcery Climatact, she had finally developed a weather system that could control Amigakure's weather. It sounded miraculous, but it was actually very simple. In the original story, there were quite a few cases of shinobi controlling the weather. For example, Sasuke. Before using lightning release, Kirin, he had to use fire release to create thunderclouds. Of course, Amigakure's development was not limited to the weather system. There was also infrastructure. With Akatsuki providing the funds, Amigakure had taken on a completely new look. Anyone who did not know better would think they had walked into a modern city. But its style was hard sci-fi, with straight and rigid buildings. The most important part was the drainage system. Dark pipes could be seen everywhere. You have done very well. After reading about Amigakure's recent situation, Natsuki praised them. Hearing this, Yahiko, Konan, Nagato, and the others let out a breath of relief and smiled. What they feared most was failing to satisfy Natsuki. Natsuki then looked over the situation in the Land of Rain. When he saw that equipment related to hydroelectric power had already been developed, he could not help feeling a little surprised. But more than that, he was pleased. However, there was also a problem. Building a hydroelectric power station was not especially difficult. The difficult part was protecting it. Especially since the Third Shinobi World War was no longer far away. When the Land of Rain became a battlefield, a hydroelectric power station would be easily destroyed. Natsuki thought for a moment. The most suitable place for hydroelectric power stations was actually the Five Great Nations. Because shinobi world wars rarely spread into the Five Great Nations themselves. But if they were built in the Five Great Nations, they would be too far from the Land of Rain. Natsuki quickly thought of Pakura. If Pakura became the fourth Kazekage, she could cooperate with Amigakure to build hydroelectric power stations. Not only Sunagakure, Konoha could also cooperate with Amigakure. First, all five great villages knew that Amigakure was actually under Konoha's control. Second, Konoha also needed electrical support. If both great shinobi villages cooperated with Amigakure, the safety of the hydroelectric power stations could be guaranteed to the greatest extent. The best option would be to divert water from the Land of Rain to the Land of Fire, or the Land of Wind, then build hydroelectric power stations based on reservoirs. Of course, there was still no guarantee that the other three shinobi villages would not destroy them. It could only be said that it was worth trying. Even if they were destroyed, they could be rebuilt after the war. As for the hydroelectric power station, wait for my notice. Natsuki came back to himself and said. He planned to return to Konoha and discuss this matter with Orochimaru. Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato, prepare yourselves. Later you will come with me on a mission. Natsuki continued. Yes, Natsuki-sensei. Yahiko said happily. It had been a long time since he had gone out on a mission with Natsuki. Nagato and Konan were the same. Half an hour later, Natsuki opened a spatial door. The four of them arrived in the Land of Birds. Natsuki took out Minazuki and released its shurikai. A giant manta appeared, and the four of them sat on it, heading toward what had once been Soragakure. Our target this time is Soragakure. Natsuki spoke. Wasn't Soragakure destroyed? Yahiko thought carefully, then asked. Although Soragakure was destroyed, some of its shinobi survived. Natsuki then told them about Shino and Anchor Vantion. There is actually a fortress like that. After hearing this, Yahiko immediately asked impatiently, "Are we going to bring Anchor Vantion back for Amigakure to use?" Just imagining a flying Anchor Vantion being brought back was already a spectacular scene. "It will be brought back but not for Amigakure to use." Natsuki shook his head and said, "I plan to let the Kuja pirates use it." Yahiko froze for a moment, then said nothing more. After all, the Kuja pirates also belonged to Akatsuki. Whether Amigakure used it or the Kuja pirates used it, there was no real difference. "Your task is to take control of Anchor Vantion and the shinobi of Soragakure," Natsuki instructed. "I will deal with Soragakure's current leader, Shino." "Yes, Natsuki-sensei." Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato spoke in unison. Natsuki nodded slightly. Time slowly passed. The giant manta flew high above Soragakure's ruins. "We are going down." Natsuki leaped up and casually put away Minazuki. Yahiko and the other two followed closely behind him, falling downward. When they got close, the four used Jeppo to adjust their bodies and landed smoothly on the ground. Natsuki activated Observation Haki. He immediately understood the situation nearby. Shino and the shinobi of Soragakure were all underground. More accurately, they were inside Anchor Vantion underground. "Follow me." Natsuki found an entrance and walked over. Before he could get close, four Soragakure shinobi appeared. Natsuki did not make a move. Nagato raised his hand. Almighty push. The four Soragakure shinobi were immediately blown away. Natsuki opened the entrance. The four entered and arrived inside Anchor Vantion. That side is Anchor Vantion's control room. Inside is a release monster called the Zero Tails. Natsuki raised his hand and said, "But it is not strong, and it is sealed. You do not need to worry about it." "Yes, Natsuki-sensei." Hearing this, Yahiko and the other two headed in the direction he pointed. Natsuki walked in the other direction, toward Shino's room. After walking for a few minutes, he sensed that Shino had discovered him. Because he had not hidden his tracks. The sound of air being torn apart rang out. Shino appeared in front of him. Unlike his appearance in the original story, he looked younger, and did not have a head full of white hair. "Who are you? How did you appear here?" Shino asked warily. "Heido number 88, Hiragekizoku Shinten Reiho." Natsuki did not waste a single word and raised his right hand. Surging chakra erupted and transformed into a straight beam of light. Shino had not expected Natsuki to attack the moment they met. Even more than that, he had not expected the power of Heido number 88, Hiragekizoku Shinten Reiho. He instantly sensed that something was wrong. The straight beam of light charged toward him with an aura that made his heart tremble. But even after sensing it, he had no time to form hand seals. Moreover, he was not skilled in combat. Shino could only subconsciously raise both arms. With a boom, Shino screamed as he was blasted away, slamming into the wall as blood splattered. If it were an ordinary shinobi, he would already be seriously injured and unable to keep fighting. But Shino was different. Enduring the pain, he immediately lay on the ground and formed hand seals. Medical Forbidden Technique, Body Revival. A powerful surge of chakra burst out from his body. His originally normal build instantly transformed into a heavily muscled form. His clothes tore apart, revealing a body covered in bulging muscles. Whether his abdomen or his arms, all of them had changed. He looked like a bodybuilder who had been injected with monstrous strength. But it was not over yet. Shino stood up and continued forming hand seals. Medical Forbidden Technique, Body Regeneration. The combination of the two medical forbidden techniques formed a third medical forbidden technique. Medical Forbidden Technique, Physical Rebirth. In an instant, Shino appeared 10 years younger. His injuries recovered, and his entire body radiated a surging aura that made him look extremely dangerous. "Those 3 medical forbidden techniques of yours are quite good. Natsuki looked him over and said. Shino had just suffered a heavy blow, and had absolutely no interest in chatting with Natsuki. He stomped the ground hard. As the ground cracked, his body shot toward Natsuki like lightning. After using the 3 medical forbidden techniques, his physical abilities had improved tremendously. Just his speed alone was already comparable to a taijutsu jonin. Body revival fist. Shino clenched his fist. His fist trembled as terrifying chakra wrapped around it, then tore through the air and swung toward Natsuki. Chakra enhanced strength. Natsuki's expression did not change as he met it with a punch. A dull sound rang out. 2 powerful forces created a violent shockwave. Even the air was swept up by chakra currents, forming visible waves. Shino slid backward uncontrollably by several meters. 2 black marks appeared on the ground. At this moment, when he looked at Natsuki, he felt as if he had seen a ghost. He had used 3 medical forbidden techniques, yet he still could not compare to Natsuki. Is that all you can do? Natsuki smiled slightly and asked. Shino's expression sank, and he used the 8 gates without hesitation. In an instant, with him as the center, red air currents scattered outward like a fountain. Natsuki narrowed his eyes slightly and felt an intensely oppressive aura rushing toward him, making it somewhat difficult to breathe. But that was all. He recalled Might Guy opening all 8 gates in the original story. Compared to that, Shino's current aura was not enough. In the end, it was a shortcut, and could not compare to the true 8 gates. Your time is up. Shino felt unprecedented power, and the frustration from earlier was immediately thrown to the back of his mind. Body revival fist. His figure moved, and he arrived in front of Natsuki. His movements were as fast as lightning. He threw a punch, and the air exploded. This was caused by his speed and strength being too great. Natsuki raised an eyebrow. This punch was indeed quite good. It could be said that most jonin would be unable to react. The 3 medical forbidden techniques stacked with the 8 gates had allowed Shino to barely touch the edge of Kage-level strength. However, the weakness was also obvious. The duration was very short. Tekai, break. Armament Haki. Natsuki raised his hand, and his entire body entered the Tekai state. At the same time, Armament Haki transformed into a layer of armor covering his right hand. Natsuki threw a punch. The 2 fists collided again. Unimaginable force twisted the air, and the shockwaves crashed against the walls on both sides like waves, directly shattering them. How is this possible? Shino's eyes were full of disbelief. Because Natsuki had blocked his punch, and had not taken even a single step back. Who exactly are you? Shino realized that Natsuki was extraordinary. With this kind of strength, he could not possibly be unknown in the shinobi world. You stayed in Konoha for so long, yet you never saw me. Natsuki asked in return. You are a Konoha shinobi. Shino froze for a moment, then suddenly said in shock, you are Kira Natsuki. With such strength, such youth, and the identity of a Konoha shinobi, the first person he thought of was Natsuki. When he had been in Konoha, he had mainly followed Might Dewey and his son, so he had indeed never seen Natsuki. But not seeing him did not mean he had never heard of him. In that instant, Shino even had the thought of fleeing. But when he thought of Soragakure and Anchor Vantion, he looked at Natsuki with killing intent. Ninja Art, Super Transformation God Fist. Shino raised both hands and aimed both fists at Natsuki. A stream of black chakra flew out from his fists, transforming into 2 shockwaves that rushed forward like arrows. This was dark chakra. It was chakra of the same source as the Zero Tails, born from the darkness deep within people's hearts. Iron Sand Sword. Natsuki waved both hands. The entire Anchor Vantion suddenly trembled. In the current era, iron was the mainstream material. Anchor Vantion was the same. In an instant, nearby iron gathered in front of Natsuki, then condensed into a giant sword. As soon as it appeared, it slashed out. The two black shockwaves were immediately cut apart. The giant sword stabbed toward Shino at extreme speed. This is impossible. Although Shino knew of Natsuki's reputation, his performance still frightened him, and completely exceeded his expectations. However, his current physical strength was very high, so he dodged the giant sword in an instant. Seeing this, Natsuki moved his finger. The giant sword immediately changed into a chain blade, tearing through the air as it spun forward and slashed toward Shino. Shino's heart shook. What kind of ninjutsu was this? He had no time to think further and turned around, clenching both fists. Ninja art, super transformation god fist. Two shockwaves met the chain blade and fell into a stalemate with it. But only for a moment. The shockwaves were cut apart again. Seeing this, Shino immediately accelerated and charged toward Natsuki instead. Competing against a ninjutsu was meaningless. As long as he killed Natsuki, his ninjutsu would naturally lose its effect. Shino roared and swung both fists. Even more dark chakra than before erupted, surrounding him like a huge black cloud. The black cloud flew out and smashed toward Natsuki. Railgun. A kunai appeared in Natsuki's hand. Lightning spread and the kunai shot out, piercing through the black cloud. However, the black cloud also slowed the kunai's speed. Shino subconsciously dodged to the left. At that moment, Natsuki activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. Kamui. Space twisted. Shino had no time to react. He only felt his right arm go numb before it was severed. He froze for a moment, then intense pain struck. He clutched the wound on his right arm and screamed. But soon, medical forbidden technique, body regeneration took effect, and his right arm began to regenerate rapidly. It was just that no matter how fast it was, it still required time. Sealing arrow. Natsuki seized this opening and took out a bow. An arrow flew out and struck Shino's left shoulder. The sealing technique on the arrow erupted and fixed him in place. Shino's screams stopped. Even his regenerating right arm stopped growing. It seems sealing techniques can restrain his medical forbidden techniques. Natsuki fell into thought. He stepped forward, took out Minazuki, and directly pierced Shino's heart. As he died, his body rapidly withered, turning into a white-haired old man. The reason forbidden techniques were called forbidden techniques was because they had serious side effects. Shino's 3 medical forbidden techniques consumed his lifespan as the price. But that was normal. After all, if other people opened all 8 gates, the price they paid was their life. Exchanging lifespan for a body that was hard to kill, along with a weakened version of all 8 gates, could be considered a worthwhile trade in a certain sense. Especially for Shino. It allowed an ordinary jonin like him to erupt with strength close to Kage level, which was a major gain. Natsuki activated Kamui again, and threw Shino's body into the separate space. His body was still useful, because impure world reincarnation required part of his flesh. Natsuki-sensei. Konan walked forward and said, Yahiko and Nagato have already taken control of the remaining Sorogekure shinobi and researchers. You did well. Natsuki stroked her head and said, let us go to the control room. The two walked toward the control room. At this moment, the remaining Sorogekure shinobi and researchers had all been gathered here by Yahiko and Nagato. Natsuki swept his gaze over them and found that there were quite a few, more than 100 people. The only pity was that their strength was not very good. Where is the Zero Tails? Natsuki withdrew his gaze and asked. In the energy room below. Yahiko paused, then said, we also discovered villagers who had been imprisoned by them. Release them. Natsuki nodded and said. Keeping the villagers would be useless. In the original story, it was mentioned that Shino had taken in a student in that village named Amaru. Amaru was also the heroine of that movie, and had confessed to Naruto. But right now, she had definitely not been born yet. Natsuki could only give up regretfully. If she had already been born, he would not have minded raising her. In any case, Akatsuki had already raised many children. Natsuki arrived in the energy room. The Zero Tails entered his sight. It looked like a snake, but it wore a mask with the character for Zero carved on it. After seeing Natsuki, it instinctively slammed into the wall. The transparent wall lit up, revealing dense sealing formulas. Natsuki felt that it was almost 2/3 smaller than it had been in the original story. There was also not much dark chakra in its body. After all, it had only been born recently. Natsuki felt that he could bring the Zero Tails to Hozukajo. He could let the shinobi of Hozukajo raise it for a while. Those shinobi had all committed crimes. Most of them were vicious, and their hearts were full of darkness. Yahiko, leave the researchers here. Bring the other Sorgekure shinobi back to Amigekure. Natsuki returned to the control room. After speaking, he opened a spatial door. Yes, Natsuki-sensei. Yahiko immediately stepped forward, and had those Sorgekure shinobi follow him through the spatial door. Continue your research. Natsuki looked at the trembling researchers and said. These were all researchers who maintained and built Anchor Vantion. And the current Anchor Vantion was not yet complete. Nagato and Conan, keep an eye on them for a while. Natsuki opened another spatial door, and arrived at Konoha's maximum security prison. He found a shinobi sentenced to death, and used him as a living sacrifice, then used impure world reincarnation to revive Shino. A shinobi revived through impure world reincarnation could retain consciousness, or it could be erased. To allow Shino to continue his research better, Natsuki let him keep his consciousness. After that, he brought him back to Anchor Vantion. Because Anchor Vantion was not yet complete, he did not plan to take it away now. Natsuki only took the Zero Tails. To be continued. Chapter 192, Chapter 192, The Graduating Guy, Kurenai, Obito, Asuma, and Others. 3,183 words. Natsuki placed the Zero Tails in Hozukajo. The current Zero Tails was too weak. Even if he used the Black Holy Grail to absorb it, it would not provide much chakra. The best method was to let it gradually grow stronger in Hozukajo. Natsuki returned to Konoha. After thinking for a moment, he went directly to the research department. The research department newly established by Orochimaru was located not far from the Hokage building. Although it was called the research department, it was actually a building slightly smaller than the Hokage building, with a total of 3 floors. The third floor was Orochimaru's laboratory, which was dedicated to researching wood release. The other 2 floors were other laboratories. Natsuki had never paid much attention to what experiments were being done there, so he was not clear about the details. After all, the person in charge of the research department was the 4th Hokage, Orochimaru. Sensei. Natsuki knocked on the door and called out. A moment later, the door opened. What is it? Orochimaru appeared, wearing a white lab coat. Amigekure has developed a type of generator that can convert water power into electricity. Natsuki briefly explained the benefits of hydroelectric power to him. It sounds good. Orochimaru nodded slightly and asked, what are you planning to do? Hydroelectric power had many benefits, but in his view, the 2 most useful points were simple. First, it was cheap. Konoha was called a village, but in reality, it was larger than many cities, so its electricity usage was naturally high. After using hydroelectric power, many expenses could be reduced. Second, the output was large. Electricity was already normal in many places in the shinobi world. For example, the 5 great nations and the 5 great villages. If hydroelectric power truly produced that much, it could be sold to other places. My idea is to cooperate with Amigekure, and first build 2 hydroelectric power stations to supply the land of rain, and the land of fire. Natsuki answered. Go handle it. After hearing this, Orochimaru did not say much more. Although he placed great importance on experiments, as a shinobi, his thinking was still more traditional. He was not especially interested in business. Of course, the most important thing was that he trusted Natsuki. In addition, he was busy with experiments, so he did not bother asking too many questions. Yes, sensei. Natsuki was not surprised. Based on his understanding of Orochimaru, this answer had been within his expectations. Natsuki did not disturb him further and turned to leave. He then arrived at the leader's office in Amigakure. But Yahiko was not there. So he walked toward the office next door. Natsuki raised his hand and knocked on the door. "Come in." Conan's voice rang out. She and Nagato were currently advisors of Amigakure, with their offices on both sides of the leader's office. Natsuki pushed the door open and walked in. When Conan saw him, she suddenly froze. She subconsciously stood up and quickly walked forward. "Where is Yahiko?" Natsuki sat on the sofa and asked. "He and Nagato are settling the Sorogakure shinobi we brought back today." Conan immediately said, "I will go call him back. There is no need to go through that trouble." Natsuki looked at Conan and said, "This matter can be handed to you as well." "What matter?" Conan asked with a serious expression. "The second business after the rainwater business, the hydroelectric power business." Natsuki explained, "But considering the safety of the hydroelectric power stations, this time, we will cooperate with Konoha." Conan did not have much of a reaction when she heard this. She had a very favorable impression of Konoha. Because Natsuki was a Konoha shinobi. Yahiko was the same. Only Nagato still had resistance toward Konoha in his heart. But for Natsuki's sake, he would not object. "Talk to Kakuzu about this." Natsuki continued, "Have Dawn Company set up a dedicated subsidiary to handle the hydroelectric power business?" "Yes, Natsuki-sensei." Conan nodded and said. "Once the company is established, you can choose 2 locations and build reservoirs and hydroelectric power stations." Natsuki suggested, "Choose places remote enough. If they were built in places with strategic importance, then once the Third Shinobi World War broke out, the hydroelectric power stations would definitely be destroyed. Remote places could reduce the probability of being attacked. I will leave first. See you next time." Natsuki stood up, walked in front of her, stroked her head, and said, "Mm." Conan lowered her head slightly and let him stroke it. A smile appeared on her face. Natsuki returned to Konoha again. After thinking for a moment, he went to the Hokage Secretariat's office. "Mikoto, come here for a moment." Natsuki stood at the door and called out. Mikoto could not help freezing. This was the first time Natsuki had come to the Hokage Secretariat's office to look for her. She quickly stood up and walked out. "Natsuki, is there something you need me to do?" After following him into his office, Mikoto immediately asked. "It is like this." Natsuki told her about building hydroelectric power stations. "I see." After Mikoto finished listening, she immediately said, "I will go to Amigakure tomorrow and coordinate with them. There is no rush." Natsuki shook his head and said, "Once Amigakure is ready, they will send people over." Mikoto paused slightly and understood. It seemed there was not much she needed to do for this matter. She would only serve as the point of contact. Why had Natsuki looked for her? Was it because he trusted her? "Mikoto." Natsuki looked at her and suddenly thought of something. He asked, "There should be quite a few Uchiha clan members who do business, right?" "There are some." Mikoto came back to herself and said. "Then can you open a company?" Natsuki asked again. "Open a company?" A stunned expression appeared on Mikoto's face. "The hydroelectric power stations will involve the hydroelectric power business." Natsuki explained, "The sales in Konoha and the Land of Fire will need a company to handle them." Mikoto understood. Her heart stirred and she suddenly thought of something. I have a good friend named Uchiha Hazuki. Her talent is not very good, and even now, she is only a genin. Mikoto spoke. She got married some time ago. Her husband is a resident of Konoha, and also a merchant. Natsuki felt that the name Uchiha Hazuki sounded somewhat familiar. Although her husband is not a shinobi of the Uchiha clan, he has a deep relationship with our Uchiha clan. Mikoto continued, I can use their strength to open a company. That does sound trustworthy. Natsuki nodded and said, but one thing must be made clear. For the income from the hydroelectric power business, I will only give you 10%. I can accept that. Mikoto said without hesitation. Although in her view, 10% was indeed quite little, it did not matter. She did not care about money. The most important thing was her relationship with Natsuki. Even if the hydroelectric power business lost money, Fugaku would use the Uchiha clan's money to make up for it. Natsuki chuckled. Clearly, Mikoto did not understand the hydroelectric power business at all. Electricity was a true pillar industry. Once it developed, it would not be inferior to the rainwater business. Even 10% would be a huge fortune. But Natsuki did not say it outright. With Mikoto's personality, after she learned the truth, she would be even more grateful to him. And had Natsuki lost anything? In truth, no. Because that 10% would most likely return to his hands. When the time came, he would take both the person and the money. I will go handle this matter now. Mikoto turned and left. The door closed. Natsuki walked toward the desk. When he saw 2 documents, he suddenly let out a soft sound of surprise. Because he remembered who Uchiha Hazuki was. She was Uchiha Izumi's mother. In the original story, Izumi could be considered Itachi's childhood friend. Her talent was very high, and she awakened the 3-tomo Sharingan at 13. Her father was indeed a merchant from outside the clan. Unfortunately, he died during the Ninetales attack. Because of his death, and because of Izumi's talent, Hazuki brought Izumi back to the Uchiha clan. The facts proved that this choice was even more unfortunate. In the end, both mother and daughter died on the night of the clan massacre. Natsuki smiled. This was a bit of a coincidence. But it could also be considered a good thing. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Amigakure and Konoha smoothly reached an agreement, and had already built the reservoirs. The remaining matters were simple. First, power generation. Second, transportation. There was no need to say much about power generation, but transportation would be a little more troublesome. Fortunately, the shinobi world had electrical wires. It simply did not have the kind of high-voltage power lines he knew. However, they could be researched. Even if they could not develop high-voltage power lines, getting close would be enough. If Konoha and Amigakure were flourishing, then Kirigakure was in chaos. What exactly is going on? The usually steady third Mizukage stood up directly and asked with a furious expression. The high-ranking members of Kirigakure standing before him all fell silent, not knowing how to answer. Someone is definitely causing trouble behind this. A moment later, Genji said in a deep voice. There was only one reason the third Mizukage was angry. During this period, the failure rate of missions related to the daimyo of the Land of Water had reached 80%. This was clearly no longer a normal probability. Although most of the missions issued by the daimyo of the Land of Water were relatively difficult, the failure rate had previously been at most 10%. After all, the shinobi carrying out these missions were all elites of Kirigakure. Of course I know someone is causing trouble, but 5 months have passed, and you still cannot find a single clue. The third Mizukage asked with a displeased expression. I apologize, Mizukage-sama. This is my failure. Ryajetsu Hozuki quickly said. He was now the Umbu commander. If no clues could be found, it was clearly because he had failed to do his job. This cannot be blamed on Ryajetsu. Genji shook his head and said, I believe this matter is related to the Kuja pirates. Why do you say that? The third Mizukage froze for a moment and asked. Because the Kuja pirates have also disappeared for 5 months. Genji paused, then said, most importantly, during this period, our Kirigakure shinobi have released quite a few slaves because of failed missions. The third Mizukage could not help falling into thought. It was true that some slaves had been released. But he had not cared. As a shinobi, and as the Mizukage, he naturally would not care about the lives of those slaves. Now that Genji had reminded him, he realized the problem. Because Kirigakure shinobi would not release slaves for no reason. The greatest possibility was that they had been guided into doing so. As far as I know, every time the Kuja pirates robbed a merchant ship, they would distribute part of the money to the poor and slaves of the land of water. Genji added. As soon as these words came out, the third Mizukage believed Genji's judgment. It seems it really is the Kuja pirates. Then what is the purpose of the Kuja pirates? Yagura Karatachi asked in confusion, is it just to release slaves? It should not be only that. Genji said thoughtfully, with their strength, they could directly release the slaves. There is no need to be so troublesome. Then is it to make the daimyo of the land of water dissatisfied with us? Yagura asked again. The attitude of the daimyo of the land of water is irrelevant. The third Mizukage said with great confidence, even if every mission fails, he cannot separate from us. If the land of water wanted to stand firm in the shinobi world, it could not possibly abandon Kirigakure. This was determined by the system of one nation and one village. Once the land of water announced that it was abandoning Kirigakure, the other nations would become restless. Especially the other 4 great nations. The fundamental reason for shinobi world wars did not lie with the shinobi world itself, but with the 5 great nations. The 5 great nations needed war to obtain resources and benefits. No matter what the Kuja pirates' goal is, we must find them. Genji said firmly, if this continues, it will only let the other shinobi villages laugh at us. We will start from 2 directions. After thinking for a moment, the third Mizukage said, first, investigate spies. Yes, Mizukage-sama. Ryajetsu complained inwardly, but still had to agree. Spies were something the Umbu had already been investigating. Important missions were all top secret. Especially missions related to the daimyo of the land of water. The Kuja pirates not only knew the contents of the missions, but also knew the mission executors. Clearly, they had spies in Kirigakure. Although the 5 great shinobi villages all plant spies in each other, the Kuja pirates' intelligence is too accurate and too fast. Genji's heart stirred, and he asked, could the spy be by the side of the daimyo of the land of water? That is indeed very possible. The third Mizukage tapped the desk and said, Raiga, take a shinobi team to the land of water metropolis. Yes, Mizukage-sama. Raiga Kurisuke quickly answered. Second, investigate the whereabouts of these slaves. The third Mizukage continued, Ryajetsu, the Umbu will handle this as well. A new year arrived. Natsuki's New Year holiday was much busier than before. After all, he had to spend time with Nono and Kushina. After the new year ended, Natsuki continued going to work and training. There was now one more item added to his training content. Aside from the spirit transformation technique, he also had to develop the love fruit. Early February. While Natsuki was working, he felt a vague summons. The surroundings changed, and he arrived in the land of sea. Tagraheim immediately reported Kirigakure's recent movements to him. An expected counterattack. Natsuki nodded and said, We have already paused the liberation of slaves. Tagraheim said calmly, Kirigakure's ability is not bad, and there are many slaves. If this continues, they will definitely discover us. You did well. Natsuki praised her. The interference with their missions is still continuing. Tagraheim continued. Although Kirigakure was investigating spies, their actual spies were the snakes of Ryuchi Cave. Investigating spies was ultimately useless. Everything else remains unchanged. Add one new mission. Monitor Raiga Kurasuke and keep track of his movements at all times. Natsuki instructed. Raiga Kurasuke was one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, and the sword he used was called the lightning swords, Kiba, which had the effect of attracting lightning. The lightning swords, Kiba, were Natsuki's target. After all, he needed them to unlock an ability of the Senji Muramasa template. The third Mizukage had sent Raiga to the land of water metropolis, which was convenient for him. Naturally, Natsuki would not miss such an opportunity to catch him alone. But Natsuki wanted Raiga to play an even greater role. For example, controlling him to assassinate the daimyo of the land of water. Of course, he definitely could not be allowed to succeed. The best outcome would be for an unfamiliar jonin to appear and save the daimyo of the land of water. And that unfamiliar jonin would naturally have to be a member of the Kuja pirates, or more accurately, a member of the 7 warlords of the sea. Natsuki had already investigated the guardian shinobi of the daimyo of the land of water. His guardian shinobi were similar to the guardian shinobi of the daimyo of the land of fire. They all came from various shinobi forces. The 5 great nations were so large that naturally, the 5 great villages were not the only shinobi forces. Under normal circumstances, a shinobi of unknown origin could not become a guardian shinobi. Natsuki could only take an unconventional path. But the problem now was who should save the daimyo of the land of water. The 3 great snake priestesses could do it. However, they each had their own matters to handle, and were not suitable for staying by the daimyo of the land of water for a long time. Natsuki came back to himself and returned to Konoha. Natsuki-sama. An Umbu shinobi appeared. Hokage-sama asks you to go to his office. Natsuki could not help feeling a little surprised. It was rare for Orochimaru to take the initiative to summon him. Natsuki nodded and headed to the Hokage's office. Natsuki. Orochimaru went straight to the point and said, "Next month is the Ninja Academy's graduation season. Many students have applied for graduation." Which students? As soon as Natsuki heard this, he understood. This is the list. Orochimaru handed him a scroll. Natsuki stepped forward, accepted the scroll, and began reading. As expected, he saw many familiar names. For example, Might Guy, Asuma Sarutobi, Kurina Yuhi, Obito Uchiha, and Rin Noara. In the original story, they had not graduated in the same year. The earliest to graduate was naturally Kakashi, followed by Might Guy. Finally, it was Asuma and the others. Now that they were graduating together, it was clearly because of his butterfly effect. Aside from them, there were also some students he was not very familiar with, but who had appeared in the original story. For example, Ibiki Marino, Tonbo Tobatake, and Mizuki. The quality of this year's graduating students is very high. Orochimaru said unhurriedly, "I hope you, Nawaki, and the others can become their team instructors." As the Hokage, what he considered was not only the students' talent, but also their future achievements. Simply put, he wanted to bind the geniuses to the Hokage faction as much as possible. Especially civilian geniuses. "I can become a team instructor." Natsuki smiled and said, "I think Nawaki and the others will also be willing. Then you will be responsible for assigning the graduating students to teams." Orochimaru nodded and said, "Once you have chosen, hand the list to me. Let him assign the teams." Natsuki could not help freezing. Because assigning graduating students to teams had always been the Hokage's job. Orochimaru definitely was not being lazy. Natsuki fell into thought. The greatest possibility was that he wanted Natsuki, Nawaki, and Nono to freely choose their own students. It had to be said that this suited his wishes quite well. "I understand, sensei." Natsuki immediately answered. He turned and left the Hokage's office. As he walked along the road, he fell into thought. His previous idea had been to make Might Guy his student. That idea had not changed, but who should he choose for the other 2 students? To be continued. Chapter 193, Chapter 193, Natsuki's New Students. 2,934 words. After thinking for a moment, Natsuki went to Konoha Hospital. He planned to ask Nono for her opinion first. Natsuki arrived at her office, but she was not there. He was not in a hurry, so he sat down on the sofa and waited. While waiting, he casually took out an arrow. Natsuki held the arrow. Pink chakra flowed into it, filling the arrow with a soft, dazzling aura. This was the result of his work during this period. It was a new ability from the love fruit, called Slave Arrow. Anyone hit by this arrow would be petrified. Aside from this, there was also another new ability. In One Piece, Hancock used a technique called Perfume Femur. After kicking the target, the part she struck would turn to stone and shatter. This ability was clearly not limited to the legs. It could spread from the legs to the entire body, allowing all taijutsu attacks to carry the effect of petrification. Because of that, Natsuki directly renamed it Petrification. These two abilities were very useful to him. They matched his archery and taijutsu extremely well. To be honest, having these two abilities was already enough. If he continued developing the fruit, he would probably have to refer to Hancock's Mero Mero Mellow and take the ninjutsu route. But he definitely would not learn Mero Mero Mellow. Because using Mero Mero Mellow required forming a heart with both hands and releasing a heart-shaped beam. If Natsuki really did that, he would probably flee the shinobi world overnight. In the end, the love fruit was more suitable for female users. Unfortunately, the love fruit belonged to the category of special abilities, so there was no way to teach it to others. At that moment, the sound of the door opening rang out. Natsuki raised his head and saw Nono. He immediately smiled and waved to her. Nono closed the door and quickly walked forward. "How are Shizune and Rin doing in the medical nin training class?" Natsuki asked. "Their talent is indeed very high." Nono sat down beside him and said, "Although they have not graduated yet, they already have the level of Chunin." Natsuki was not surprised. In the original story, Rin was 12 when she died. At that time, she had already learned the mystical palm technique. Although she was only 9 now, she had been learning medical ninjutsu ever since entering school. Having Chunin level ability was not unreasonable. Both of them applied to graduate this March. Natsuki said, aside from them, Asuma and the others from the same class also applied. "You came to me because you want me to become a team instructor." Nono was very smart and immediately understood. Natsuki nodded slightly, then asked, "Do you want to take 1 student or 3? Nono could not help falling into thought. Under normal circumstances, a team instructor would have 3 students. But with her current status, she did not need to follow the rules. Just like Tsunade, who had only taken 1 student. "I will take 1 student." Nono explained, "I have a lot of work right now, so I do not have time to take students out on missions." She was not only the deputy director of Konoha Hospital, but also the director of Konoha Orphanage. Aside from being very busy, she did not like fighting. Between Shizune and Rin, who do you choose? Natsuki could understand her thoughts, so he did not try to persuade her. "Either is fine." Nono raised her head, looked at him, and said gently, "You choose for me." "Shizune." Natsuki answered. Nono could not help smiling and said, "Shizune is indeed more suitable. There is no need to separate Obito and Rin." She also knew some of the rules behind team assignments. For example, students with good relationships would be placed on the same team. This way they could integrate into the team faster. At the same time, it could also deepen the bond between them. Obito clung to Rin every day. If they were separated, Rin's team instructor would probably have a headache. "I will put Shizune on my team." Natsuki said, "That way, you only need to teach her medical ninjutsu." Nono had also experienced this kind of arrangement. She had studied under Tsunade, but she had been on the same team as Natsuki and Nawaki. The greatest benefit was that Tsunade had saved a lot of trouble. Now that it was Shizen's turn, Nono would not need to be so busy. "Who will your other two students be?" Nono asked curiously Kakashi. Kakashi had always been learning from Natsuki, Nawaki, and Minato, so she naturally knew about it. "I will not choose him." Natsuki shook his head and said. Kakashi's talent was indeed very high, and he was also suitable to become his student. But it was unnecessary. First, he was deeply connected to Obito. Second, if Natsuki chose him, it would be difficult to arrange Obito and Rin's teammate. Whoever went would be in danger. Keeping the original team's composition would be easier for Natsuki to handle instead. "Then who will you choose?" Nono asked with some surprise. "Guy and Kurenai." Natsuki thought for a moment and said. Guy could learn his taijutsu. Kurenai could not only learn taijutsu, but also his genjutsu. Together with Shizun, the team's composition would be extremely complete, with offense, control, and healing. "I have heard Shizun and Rin mention them. They are both excellent in class." Nono nodded and said. "When they take the graduation exam, come with me to the Ninja Academy." Natsuki said, "I still need to inform Nawaki, Minato, and the others." Nono nodded. After leaving Konoha Hospital, Natsuki thought for a moment, and did not directly go to find Nawaki and Minato. He returned to his office, then sent Shinobi to notify them. Before long, the two of them entered his office together. Natsuki. When Nawaki saw him, he impatiently asked, "Is something big happening?" This was the first time Natsuki had asked him and Minato to come to his office. Minato did not ask, but he was also very curious. It can be considered a big matter. Natsuki smiled and said, "I want you to become team instructors." Team instructors? Nawaki froze for a moment, then asked excitedly, "Which students are graduating?" He had wanted to become a team instructor for a long time, and now his wish had finally come true. Minato immediately thought of Kakashi. He wondered who his teacher would be. But with how outstanding Kakashi was, Natsuki would probably choose him. There are quite a lot of graduating students. Natsuki handed him a scroll and said, "See for yourself." Nawaki immediately opened the scroll and began reading. Seeing this, Minato also leaned over. "No wonder you want us to become team instructors. So Kakashi's class is graduating." Nawaki still remembered that when Kakashi and the others had enrolled, Natsuki had praised them. "I plan to take Guy, Kurenai, and Shizun as my students." Natsuki nodded and said directly. "You are not choosing Kakashi." Minato showed a surprised expression. "I am rather familiar with Guy's father." Natsuki casually made up a reason and said, "Besides, Kakashi has a good relationship with Obito and Rin. It would not be good to split them up." "I see." Minato did not doubt him. Because the first time Might Dewey became famous in Konoha was during the Chunin exams. And the reason he had been able to take part in the Chunin exams was Natsuki's recommendation. Natsuki could be considered someone who had discovered Dewey's talent. In that case, Kakashi, Obito, and Rin will be on one team. Who will be their team instructor? Minato asked again. "Do you want to be their team instructor?" Natsuki asked in return. "Me?" Minato had not expected this, but he quickly nodded and said, "I have no objections." Just Kakashi alone was already enough to satisfy him. "What about me?" Seeing that they had already assigned 6 students, Nawaki quickly asked. "You can choose from the remaining students." Natsuki pointed at the scroll and said. "Asuma and Ibiki are not bad." Nawaki looked at the list on the scroll, scratched his head, and said, "But the third student is hard to choose." There was no need to say much about Asuma Saratobi. Although his talent could not compare to Kakashi and the others, his future achievement was still that of a jonin. To be fair, anyone who could become a jonin could already be called a rare genius. Most importantly, his surname was Sarutobi. He was destined to become a shinobi of the Hokage faction. Otherwise, Hiruzen Sarutobi would definitely be dissatisfied. He had retired normally and still held great influence in the village. In addition, he was also Orochimaru's teacher, so they had to give him some face. Ibiki Marino was a Tokubetsu jonin in the original story. But he was the head of the torture and interrogation force, and was especially skilled in interrogation and intelligence work. He was qualified to become Nawaki's student. The remaining students were relatively ordinary. Tonbo Tobitake was only a chunin in the original story. Mizuki was also a chunin, but he was even worse than Tonbo. Because his character was not good. Not only had he caused the deaths of his teammates, but he had also tricked Naruto into stealing the scroll of seals. What kind of student do you want? After thinking for a moment, Natsuki asked. Nawaki's third student was indeed difficult to choose. Because he was Orochimaru's student. His own students should at least become Tokubetsu jonin in the future. Otherwise, it would somewhat embarrass the Hokage faction. As his teammate, Natsuki naturally had to help him. It would be best if it were a medical nin. Nawaki paused, then said, if not a medical nin, then at least a genius. Among the students graduating this time, the 6 students chosen by Natsuki and Minato had the best results. After them were Asuma and Ibiki. Natsuki nodded slightly. He suddenly thought of Yamato. Unfortunately, because of his butterfly effect, Yamato no longer existed. If he were here, he would be very suitable to become Nawaki's student. After all he had would release. Can we choose from students who have not graduated yet? Minato suddenly thought of something and asked. That is a good method. Natsuki raised an eyebrow and said. Geniuses always received preferential treatment. Just like Kakashi, who had graduated not long after entering school. If there were geniuses among the students who had not yet graduated, they could be allowed to graduate early. That student definitely would not miss the opportunity to become Nawaki's student either. Nawaki was the student of the 4th Hokage, Orochimaru. The student's family would probably force them to become Nawaki's student. Wait here. I will send someone to the Ninja Academy to get the student lists for the other years. Natsuki stood up, walked to the door, and called an Shinobi, ordering him to go to the Ninja Academy. I hope there is a genius like Kakashi. Nawaki clasped his hands together and said. A genius like Kakashi is something one can only encounter by chance. Minato smiled and said, a genius slightly inferior to him would already be very good. Do not worry. There will be one. Although Natsuki did not know which geniuses had yet to graduate, there were still quite a few talented people during this period. In the original story, the named characters were mainly concentrated in Kakashi's generation and Naruto's generation. Before long, the Shinobi knocked on the door and walked in. Natsuki accepted the list. He swept his gaze over it and immediately saw 2 familiar names. Gunma Shiranui and Ebisu. In the original story, both of them were Tokubetsu jonin. Gunma had also served as one of the guards of the 4th Hokage, Minato. He was qualified to become Nawaki's student. But as Natsuki continued looking down, he saw another familiar name. Anko Mitarashi. Anko was Orochimaru's student in the original story. She was a Tokubetsu jonin, and had also been marked with the curse seal of heaven. Anko Mitarashi. Natsuki handed the list to Nawaki and said, although she is young, she ranks first in her year. Her talent is not bad. Then I do not need to look any more. A student you choose definitely will not have any problems. Nawaki waved his hand and said. Natsuki chuckled and asked, do either of you have any other thoughts? No. Minato and Nawaki said at the same time. When the graduation exam arrives, I will notify you. Natsuki nodded and said, go handle your own matters. I still need to continue assigning the teams. You are assigning the teams? Minato could not help freezing. Sensei asked me to do it. Natsuki answered. Minato hesitated to speak, but in the end he said nothing. Team assignments had always been the Hokage's job. Orochimaru asking Natsuki to assign the teams was practically saying that the next Hokage would be Natsuki. But it was also normal. Although Minato wanted to become Hokage, he knew very well that he could not compare to Natsuki. Because of that, he accepted it sincerely. Time arrived at the next day. Natsuki gave the team assignment list to Orochimaru. It was worth mentioning that team assignments did not only include the distribution of graduating students, but also the assignment of team instructors. Anko Mitarashi. Orochimaru asked with some surprise, is she a graduating student this year? No. Natsuki explained, but the other graduating students are not suitable to become Nawaki's students. No wonder. Orochimaru nodded, then said, her parents were once my subordinates, but they have already died in battle. Natsuki paused slightly and understood. In his previous life, he had never understood why Anko Mitarashi had become Orochimaru's student. After all, Orochimaru had already fallen into darkness at that time. But clearly, he had treated Anko very well, and had regarded her as a true student, almost the same way he treated Nawaki. If her parents had been Orochimaru's subordinates, and had already died in battle, then it indeed made sense. Then let it be like this. Orochimaru returned the list to Natsuki and said, go notify them. Yes, sensei. Natsuki turned and left. After returning to his office, he had the Umbu Shinobi send the notifications. Time arrived in March. The Ninja Academy once again welcomed graduation season. At 9 in the morning, the classroom used for the graduation exam was already filled with students. Aside from the 6th-year students graduating normally, there were also students who had applied to graduate early. Asuma Sarutobi, Kurina Yuhi, Obito Uchiha, Might Guy, Shizun, and the others were among them. I will definitely be on the same team as Rin. Obito said with a confident expression. Rin and I are both medical nin, so it will be hard for us to be assigned to the same team again. Shizun said with some regret. She and Rin had always attended the medical nin training class together, so they had already become good friends. It is fine. Rin said gently, whether we are teammates or not will not affect our friendship. Exactly. Might Guy immediately gave a thumbs up and said, youth is everywhere. At that moment, the entire classroom fell silent. Kakashi walked in. He had entered the academy at 5 and graduated at 5, so he was extremely famous in the Ninja Academy. Because of that, when the students in the classroom saw him, all of them revealed expressions of disbelief. Wha? Kakashi? Obito's confused expression immediately turned into shock. Kakashi, over here. Might Guy greeted him with a face full of surprise. What is going on? Shizun asked in astonishment. Kakashi, are you here to watch my graduation exam? After Kakashi came closer, Might Guy said excitedly, do not worry. My youth will not disappoint you. No. Kakashi said calmly, like you, I am here to participate in the graduation assignment. Did you not graduate a long time ago? Obito subconsciously asked, what about your teammates? Although I graduated, I have never had teammates. Kakashi explained. This is a good thing. Might Guy said happily, maybe we will become teammates. Just thinking about it makes my youth burn. The corner of Kakashi's mouth twitched. He silently thought that he absolutely hoped not. How could this happen? An ominous feeling immediately rose in Obito's heart. What if Kakashi and Rin became teammates? No. Such a thing could not happen. Kakashi, do you know anything about the team assignments? Asuma patted his shoulder and asked. He knew Kakashi had always been learning under Natsuki, Nawaki, and the others. Natsuki and Nawaki were also Orochimaru's students. In theory, Kakashi might know the team assignments in advance. I do not know. Kakashi shook his head and said, Natsuki-senpai, and the others did not tell me. I see. Asuma did not ask further. Suddenly, footsteps sounded again. Everyone subconsciously looked over and saw a proud-looking little girl walk in. She was Anko Mitarashi. 1 month ago, she had received the notification. When she learned that it was the fourth Hokage, Orochimaru, who had arranged for her to graduate early, she immediately agreed and became very pleased with herself. Her personality was actually somewhat similar to Nawaki's, cheerful and carefree. To be continued. One bonus chapter will be released for every 200 power stones. You can read the ahead chapter on Pat if you're interested. patreon.com/blownleaves. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 194, Chapter 194, Becoming a Team Instructor. 3027 words. Anko's appearance surprised quite a few people. Because she was unfamiliar, and she was also younger than them. But the surprise quickly disappeared. The main reason was that no one knew her. Before long, Ishida Yu appeared and announced that the graduation exam had officially begun. The graduation exam was still the three-body technique. Aside from Kakashi, the others went to the examination room next door one after another according to the order. In less than an hour, the graduation exam ended smoothly. Ishida Yu announced the students who had passed the graduation exam and told them to return here on time in the afternoon for team assignments. Time passed in the blink of an eye. In the same classroom, the number of students who came in the afternoon was less than half the number from the morning. Although the three-body technique exam was simple, most students were still ordinary people with no real talent. As 2 o'clock in the afternoon approached, the shinobi assigned as team instructors arrived one after another and waited outside the classroom. Asuma and the others looked at them curiously, guessing and discussing who their team instructors would be. At the same time, at the gate of the Ninja Academy. I feel like if the four of us appear at the same time, we will definitely cause a stir. Nawaki said with great confidence. Natsuki alone is enough to cause a stir. Minato smiled and said. Although our reputations cannot compare to Natsuki's, we are still famous. Hearing this, Nawaki said, you need to have more confidence in yourself. All right, it is about time. It would not be good to be late on our first day as team instructors. Natsuki reminded them. Nawaki waved his hand and walked at the very front. Natsuki, Minato, and Nono followed closely behind. Before they reached the classroom, the other shinobi had already come forward to greet them. According to their status, they saluted Natsuki, Nawaki, Minato, and Nono one by one. And just as Nawaki had expected, the students in the classroom were instantly set off. Is that Natsuki-sama? Shizun asked with a surprised expression. Not just Natsuki-sama. Nawaki-sama, Minato-sama, and Nono-sama are here too. Rin asked in astonishment, are all four of them going to become team instructors? Seriously? Kurenai's ruby-like eyes widened. Kakashi, you actually said this morning that you did not know. Asuma could not help nudging Kakashi with his elbow. I really did not know. Kakashi shook his head and said. I hope I can become Natsuki-sama's student. Guy said with great excitement and anticipation. His thoughts were very simple. He wanted to repay a debt. After all, his father, Might Dewey, owed Natsuki a favor. Who would not want to become Natsuki-sama's student? Shizun asked in return. Natsuki's fame was too great. Among the students, he was a name mentioned often. The only people who surpassed Natsuki were Orochimaru, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and a few others. But they could not possibly come over to become team instructors. Becoming Natsuki's student naturally became the best possible outcome. But I think the person most likely to become Natsuki-sama's student is Kakashi. Kurenai analyzed. Maybe it will be me and Rin. Obito immediately said unconvinced. Although deep down, he also knew that Kakashi was the most likely one to become Natsuki's student. Asuma shook his head. He felt that his chances of becoming Natsuki's student were much higher than Obito's. Because he was Hiruzen Sarutobi's son. It will definitely be me. Not far away, Anko snorted and said. She had been specially allowed to graduate early by the fourth Hokage, Orochimaru. I wonder if we have a chance. Tanbo Tobitake looked at Natsuki and the others outside the classroom with longing in his eyes. No. Ibiki answered concisely. Mizuki said nothing but subconsciously clenched his fists. Disgusting geniuses. Quiet. Ishida, you walked in. The graduation team assignments will now begin. Everyone immediately stopped discussing and looked toward him. Natsuki and the others' appearance had made everyone develop a little fantasy in their hearts. What if? After all, there was no need to explain the benefits of becoming the student of someone like Natsuki. Students from shinobi clans understood this even more clearly. Team 1, Might Guy, Kurina Yuhi, and Shizen. Ishida Yu paused, then said, Team Instructor, Kira Natsuki. Our team instructor is who? Shizen did not react for a moment and subconsciously looked at Kurinai. It is Natsuki-sama. Kurinai said with great excitement. So I did not hear it wrong. Shizen could not help growing excited. Not Kakashi. And not me. Asuma froze, confusion rising in his heart. Kakashi was also somewhat surprised. Although in his view, Natsuki, Nawaki, and Minato could all be his teacher, deep down, he still leaned more toward Natsuki. Because Natsuki was extremely well-rounded. In addition, Natsuki had previously helped his father, Tsukumo. Why do I feel like this is not good? Obito scratched his head. He only wanted to be on the same team as Rin. He did not care who the team instructor was. But the expected result, Kakashi becoming Natsuki's student, had not happened. This gave him an idea. Kakashi might become his and Rin's teammate. Thinking of this, Obito clasped his hands together and secretly prayed. Woohoo! Guy clenched both fists, tears streaming down his face as he said, My youth has been seen by Natsuki-sama. Team 2, Kakashi, Obito Uchiha, and Rin Noara. Ishida Yu smiled and said, The team instructor is Minato Namikaze. How could this happen? Obito subconsciously raised his head, unable to believe his ears. His thought had become reality. I did not expect us to become teammates. A smile appeared on Rin's face as she said, Kakashi, Obito, I look forward to working with you. Likewise. Kakashi nodded. Although it was somewhat regrettable that he had not become Natsuki's student, becoming Minato's student was also not bad. Obito. Rin looked at Obito and asked gently, What is wrong? Nothing. I am just happy. Being able to become teammates with you is really great. The moment Obito met her eyes, he immediately forgot about Kakashi. Team 3, Asuma Sarutobi, Ibiki Marino, and Anko Mitarashi. Ishida Yu interrupted everyone's chatter and continued, The team instructor is Senju Nawaki. I am included. A look of surprise appeared on Ibiki's face. Although Nawaki could not compare to Natsuki, he was still a famous jonin. He was also the grandson of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Mizuki immediately failed to hold back, and his expression twisted slightly. Congratulations, Ibiki. Tanbo said enviously. Anko let out a breath of relief. Not becoming Natsuki's student was one thing. But if she had not even become the student of Minato or Nawaki, then graduating early would truly have been a huge loss. Time passed little by little. The graduation team assignments reached the end. Next, follow your team instructor and leave according to your team number. Ishida Yu smiled and said, Team 1. Guy, Kurinai, and Shizen immediately stood up and walked toward Natsuki. Natsuki-sensei. The three called out in unison. Guy was the most excited. Kurenai and Shizun were a little better, but they were also very excited. We will leave first. See you next time. After Natsuki greeted Nawaki and the others, he left with Guy and the other two. However, Guy, Kurenai, and Shizun found something strange. Because Nono was also following them. At this moment, they suddenly thought of something. Although Nono had come, she had not been assigned any students. Had she simply come with Natsuki? Shizun. Natsuki said, your medical ninjutsu will be taught by Nono. Shizun could not help freezing. In other words, Nono is your true teacher. Natsuki added. Shizun suddenly thought of the relationship between Nono and Tsunade and immediately understood. It had to be said that for her, this was a double blessing. Not only had she become Natsuki's student, but she had also become Nono's student. In terms of connections and relationships, she had gained far more than others. Soon, everyone arrived at the Senju clan compound. Natsuki, are these your 3 students? Kushina saw them from afar and came over, asking curiously. Natsuki nodded and briefly introduced Guy and the other 2 to her. I am Kushina, Natsuki's neighbor. Kushina said with a smile, in the future, if you encounter any problems, you can come to me. You were my dad's teammate during the Chunin exams. Guy suddenly thought of something and subconsciously asked. That is right. Kushina praised him and said, your father's 8 gates left a very deep impression on me back then. Of course, it was not only the 8 gates. There was also the path of youth that Mike Dewey always talked about. You can talk. Kushina stepped aside. Your next arrangement is to train while also doing missions. Natsuki looked at Guy, Kurenai, and Shizun and said. Yes, Natsuki-sensei. The 3 immediately answered. As for missions, my shadow clone will take you. Natsuki paused, then said, when it is time to carry out higher-level missions, I will go with you personally. According to Konoha's rules, newly graduated shinobi teams all had to do low-level missions. Low-level missions were a waste of time for Natsuki, so he did not bother going personally. Every morning at 8, come here to train. Natsuki continued, Kurenai will learn genjutsu, Guy will learn taijutsu, and Shizun will learn medical ninjutsu from Nono. After they finished talking, the teaching officially began. Guy had learned taijutsu from Mike Dewey ever since childhood, so his physical strength far surpassed that of his peers. In other words, he could directly learn the Konoha 6 powers. As for Kurenai, she still needed to wait a little, but she could start learning genjutsu first. Natsuki had previously learned many genjutsu in order to unlock character template abilities, including the Bringer of Darkness technique. Leaving aside the Mangekyo Sharingan, the Bringer of Darkness technique was already the highest level of genjutsu. Kurenai in the original story had definitely never learned it. Otherwise, when she fought Itachi, she could have used it and created some restraint against him. As for Shizun, Natsuki did not manage her and directly handed her to Nono. Normally, there would also be a testing stage, such as the bell test. But Natsuki understood all of them very well, so he skipped this stage. Time arrived in June. After 3 months of guidance, Guy, Kurenai, and Shizun's training had entered the right track. Natsuki then took some time to arrive at the Land of Water metropolis. Hirako came with him. After thinking it over, Natsuki decided to let Hirako save the daimyo of the Land of Water so he could become his guardian. Hirako was a missing nin from Konoha. If he became a guardian shinobi, the daimyo of the Land of Water would trust him even more. The reason was simple. If the daimyo of the Land of Water told Konoha of Hirako's whereabouts, he could put him to death. A guardian shinobi with a weakness, combined with the debt of saving his life, would make the daimyo of the Land of Water less suspicious of him. Aside from that, Hirako also had a convincing reason to save the daimyo of the Land of Water. As a missing nin of Konoha, he needed someone to protect him and provide funding for his experiments. Night fell. The daimyo's estate in the Land of Water metropolis. Raiga Kurasuke sat on the rooftop and looked around. He had come to the daimyo's estate because of the third Mizukage's orders. His purpose was to investigate the spy planted near the daimyo of the Land of Water. Unfortunately, even after investigating for so long, he had still found nothing. Even so, he had not given up. At that moment, Raiga's body suddenly tensed. A figure appeared before him from afar. When Raiga clearly saw who it was, his eyes immediately widened. He had not expected Natsuki to suddenly appear. In an instant, he took out the lightning swords, Kiba. Just as Raiga was about to strike first, he saw a flash of scarlet fill his vision. He immediately froze in place, and a blank expression appeared on his face. Natsuki had already controlled him with the Mangekyo Sharingan. Go kill the daimyo. Natsuki spoke. Lightning release, lightning strike. Raiga immediately raised the lightning swords, Kiba. In an instant, Kiba lit up. Under the night sky, thunderclouds appeared out of nowhere. After lightning flashed and thunder roared, a huge bolt of lightning smashed toward the daimyo of the Land of Water's room. Enemy attack. The nearby guardian shinobi immediately reacted. The daimyo of the Land of Fire had 12 guardian shinobi. The daimyo of the Land of Water also had 12 guardian shinobi. A huge earthen wall rose up, blocking the lightning that descended from the sky. But the spreading lightning still caused the daimyo of the Land of Water's room to suddenly collapse. Fortunately, the daimyo of the Land of Water had been carried out of the room ahead of time by 2 guardian shinobi, one on each side. Raiga Kurasuki, what are you doing? 6 guardian shinobi leaped up and stood on the rooftop, staring at Raiga as they questioned him. As for Natsuki, he had already disappeared. Such a huge commotion also alerted the 4 shinobi Raiga had brought with him. Although you are one of Kirigakure's 7 ninja swordsmen, attacking the daimyo is still a capital crime. Idiots! Raiga said angrily, that daimyo is fake. All of you, move aside. After saying that, he raised the lightning swords, Kiba, without hesitation. Lightning release, Thunder Dragon Tornado. Violent lightning release chakra shot into the sky. Dense lightning illuminated the sky. Stop! The guardian shinobi shouted loudly, have you gone mad? But what answered him was an incomparably huge lightning dragon. The 6 guardian shinobi quickly dodged. Boom! 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 The lightning dragon rampaged through the daimyo's estate. In the blink of an eye, the daimyo's estate was riddled with destruction. Bastard! Seeing this, the daimyo of the Land of Water, who was already safe, shouted angrily, kill him for me. The 6 guardian shinobi beside him exchanged glances, and 4 of them immediately rushed toward Raiga. A chaotic battle began. All kinds of ninjutsu made the night sky flash with color. One side had 10 guardian shinobi, while the other had 5 Kirigakure shinobi. Although the guardian shinobi had the advantage in numbers, they were inferior to the Kirigakure shinobi in strength. There was no need to say much about Raiga. He was the strongest person present. And the 4 Kirigakure shinobi he had brought were not ordinary shinobi. They were a Kirigakure Umbu team. Because of this, the 2 sides fell into a stalemate. The daimyo of the Land of Water, who was watching the battle, had an expression as dark as water. First, his estate had been reduced to ruins. Second, Raiga had actually dared attack him. Raiga was also one of Kirigakure's 7 ninja swordsmen. In Kirigakure, there were very few shinobi who could give him orders. The daimyo of the Land of Water had reason to suspect that this had been ordered by the 3rd Mizukage. After all, during this period, because missions had failed one after another, he had reprimanded and punished the 3rd Mizukage and Kirigakure many times. Suddenly, a large amount of thick mist rose. Daimyo-sama, be careful. The 2 guardian shinobi immediately stood to the left and right of the daimyo of the Land of Water. The daimyo's heart trembled, and he felt incomparable nervousness and fear. He did not want to die. The sound of air being torn apart rang out. Raiga appeared from within the mist. Lightning release, lightning fong. Raiga crossed the lightning swords, Kiba. The brilliant lightning immediately made the daimyo of the Land of Water unable to open his eyes. The two guardian shinobi secretly thought that things were bad, but they did not dare abandon the daimyo of the Land of Water and quickly formed hand seals. A wide range of lightning rushed in, leaving them scrambling to respond. Raiga snorted coldly and directly stabbed the lightning swords, Kiba, into the ground. Lightning blade technique, falling thunder. Two arcs of lightning curved around the two guardian shinobi and rushed toward the daimyo of the Land of Water. No! The daimyo of the Land of Water screamed in terror. Just as he was about to be struck by the lightning, a figure appeared, grabbed him, and retreated. It was Hirako. After putting down the daimyo of the Land of Water, he immediately formed hand seals. Summoning technique. A huge bird appeared. Daimyo-sama, get on quickly. Hirako shouted. Although the daimyo of the Land of Water did not know him, Hirako had just saved him, so he climbed onto the giant bird without hesitation. The giant bird rose into the sky, and he could not help letting out a breath of relief. At the same time, the mist spread. Raiga disappeared. The two guardian shinobi immediately became alert. But Hirako charged directly into the mist. He made a show of forming hand seals. A huge bolt of lightning fell from the sky and struck Raiga. Raiga collapsed. Hirako immediately picked up his lightning swords, Kiba. In reality, that lightning had come from Natsuki, who was hidden in the dark. Of course, the reason it could hit Raiga so easily was also because Natsuki had given him an order, making him unable to resist. To be continued. One bonus chapter will be released for every 200 power stones. You can read the ahead chapter on Pat if you're interested. patreon.com/blownleaves. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 195, Chapter 195, The Prelude to the Third Shinobi World War. 3090 words. After Raiga died, the remaining 4 Kirigakyu shinobi did not hold out for long before they were killed by the guardian shinobi. Hirako whistled, and the giant bird in the sky descended. He hurried forward and helped the daimyo of the Land of Water down. Can anyone tell me why Raiga Kurisuke suddenly attacked me? The daimyo looked at Raiga's corpse, his expression as dark as storm clouds. The 12 guardian shinobi looked at one another, but none of them could answer. If it had been an ordinary Kirigakyu shinobi, they could have said he might have been a spy from another shinobi village. But Raiga was one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. It was impossible for him to be a spy from another shinobi village. Were they supposed to say that the 3rd Mizukage had ordered it? Immediately send word to the 3rd Mizukage. I need an explanation. The daimyo did not make things difficult for them and spoke coldly. Yes, daimyo-sama. The 12 guardian shinobi answered in unison. Daimyo-sama. Hirako suddenly spoke. I suggest issuing another order. Do not allow the 3rd Mizukage to come to the metropolis. You are right. The daimyo paused slightly, then agreed. Raiga had tried to assassinate him, and the greatest suspect was the 3rd Mizukage. Who are you? The daimyo exhaled, calmed himself slightly, then looked at Hirako. Hirako immediately told him his background truthfully. Because he had performed human experiments, he had become a missing nin of Konoha. But he had not given up on his research. It was just that experiments consumed too much money. Because he had no money, he had come to the Land of Water metropolis, hoping to earn some. After hearing the sounds of battle, he had rushed to the daimyo's estate. So you saved me because you want to serve under me? After listening, the daimyo asked. That is correct. Hirako nodded and admitted it. The daimyo looked at the 12 guardian shinobi. There is indeed a Konoha missing nin named Hirako. One guardian shinobi immediately said. The daimyo nodded slightly. Since Hirako's words were true, he could indeed be used. Join my guardian shinobi, and I will provide you with funding. The daimyo thought for a moment and said. Thank you, daimyo-sama. Hirako immediately said gratefully. The estate has been destroyed. We will go to the secondary residence first. The daimyo looked at the ruined estate and said. Under his lead, everyone went to the secondary residence, a slightly smaller daimyo estate. Time arrived at the next day. The Mizukage building in Kirigakure. What did you say? The third Mizukage looked at the daimyo's envoy before him with a confused expression. Although you are the daimyo's envoy, you still cannot speak nonsense. Yagura Karatachi warned. Mizukage-sama, this matter is absolutely true. The daimyo's envoy said in a deep voice, Raiga Kurisuke attempted to assassinate the daimyo last night, and has already been killed by the guardian shinobi. This is absurd. Genji tightened his grip on his cane and asked, why would Raiga assassinate the daimyo? That is exactly what the daimyo wishes to know. The envoy relayed, the daimyo said he needs a reasonable explanation. What exactly is going on? Ryagetsu Hozuki said in confusion, although Raiga acted strangely at times, he was an excellent shinobi. He would never. At this point, he suddenly stopped. Because those words sounded as though he were saying Raiga's assassination attempt had been ordered by the third Mizukage. No matter what happened, Kirigakure would never assassinate the daimyo. The third Mizukage took a deep breath and said, I will personally go to the metropolis to investigate this matter. Mizukage-sama, the daimyo said you are not allowed to go to the metropolis. The envoy immediately said. The third Mizukage's expression instantly stiffened. The daimyo of the Land of Water clearly no longer trusted him, and even believed that this matter had been ordered by him. But he had no proof to defend himself. Then I will go. Seeing this, Genji quickly spoke. Elder Genji, I will trouble you. You must prove Kirigakure's innocence. The third Mizukage suppressed the emotions in his heart and said. No matter what attitude the daimyo of the Land of Water had, they could not break with him. Once they did, without financial support, Kirigakure would struggle to continue developing. I understand. Genji said with a serious expression. Envoy, go rest for now. Tomorrow, Elder Genji will return to the metropolis with you. The third Mizukage looked at the envoy and said. The envoy bowed slightly and turned to leave. Ryagetsu summoned the lightning swords, Kiba, immediately. The third Mizukage ordered. Ryagetsu opened the ninja sword summoning scroll. He formed hand seals with both hands and pressed them onto the scroll. A burst of smoke passed but nothing appeared. As expected. The third Mizukage narrowed his eyes and said, the assassination of the daimyo cannot be unrelated to the Kuja pirates. He understood the 12 guardian shinobi of the daimyo of the Land of Water. None of them were skilled in sealing techniques. Especially sealing techniques capable of blocking the summoning technique, which were even rarer. Only the 5 great shinobi villages possess sealing techniques with similar effects. If the daimyo cuts off funding to Kirigakure because of this, the other shinobi villages can take advantage of the chaos and start a war. The third Mizukage continued. Which shinobi village would break the rules like this? They actually dared to target a daimyo. Genji frowned and asked. Not attacking a daimyo was an unwritten rule among all shinobi. Once someone broke this rule, the next shinobi world war would become even more dangerous. After all, there would definitely be people who tried to directly assassinate the daimyo of the 5 great nations. The shinobi village most likely to have this kind of boldness is Kumogakure. Yagura thought for a moment and said. Everyone agreed. We must take precautions. The third Mizukage rubbed his brow and said, sitting around and waiting to die is not our style. Mizukage-sama, I am willing to go. Yagura immediately said. Good. Tomorrow take people and patrol the sea region where the Land of Lightning and the Land of Water meet. Prevent a sneak attack from Kumogakure. After thinking for a moment, the third Mizukage said. Konoha also cannot be ignored. Genji reminded him. Ryagetsu, have the Umbu pay more attention to Konoha's movements. Hearing this, the third Mizukage spoke again. Compared to Kumogakure, Konoha followed the rules more closely. Since the village was founded, it had never taken the initiative to start a war. Most importantly, Konoha had a Wagakure above it, Sunagakure to its left, and Kumogakure and Kirigakure to its right. It did not dare move recklessly. The moment it moved, it would affect the whole situation and trigger reactions from the other 4 shinobi villages. But Kumogakure was different. Because the Land of Lightning was a nation surrounded by sea on 3 sides. It was not easy for other shinobi villages to attack it. That gave it greater freedom of action. The Reikage building in Kumogakure. The third Reikage put down the document in his hand and nodded. This document was related to Yujito Ni. She was Kumogakure's two-tails Jinchuriki. Not long ago, she had already been able to successfully use partial-tailed beast transformation. And she was only 7 years old. If things continued like this, she would definitely be able to become a perfect Jinchuriki. A perfect Jinchuriki's strength was far greater than that of an ordinary Jinchuriki, and they could play a more important role in war. At that moment, a knock sounded on the door. "Come in." The third Reikage raised his head and said, "Reikage-sama, we just received intelligence." Dodai walked in and went straight to the point. Raiga Kurasuke of Kirigakure failed in an attempt to assassinate the daimyo of the Land of Water. What is going on? A confused expression appeared on the third Reikage's face. We are not sure. Dodai said uncertainly, perhaps it is related to Kirigakure being repeatedly punished by the daimyo of the Land of Water recently. Pay close attention to this matter. The third Reikage instructed. This matter was truly strange. He suspected someone was manipulating things from behind. Yes, Reikage-sama. Dodai turned and left. But when it was almost time to leave work, he once again appeared in the Reikage's office. Kirigakure has made a move. Dodai said in a deep voice, aside from sending Genji to the Land of Water metropolis, they also sent Yagura Kartachi to the northwest border of the Land of Water. So Kirigakure suspects that Kumogakure did this. The third Reikage asked coldly. The Land of Lightning was northwest of the Land of Water. Yagura's appearance was undoubtedly meant to guard against Kumogakure. Most likely. Dodai nodded, then asked, do we need to issue a statement? No need. The third Reikage narrowed his eyes and said, since they think we did it, so what if we do something? Reikage-sama, you mean? Dodai could not help freezing and subconsciously asked. This is a good opportunity. The third Reikage instructed, let A and B go train. I will notify them immediately. Dodai understood. On one hand, this was to train Kumogakure's new generation AB combo. On the other hand, it was to look for an opportunity to start a war. If they could heavily injure Yagura and the others, perhaps they could use the momentum to provoke a war with Kirigakure. The next day. 9 in the morning. Konoha's Umbu base. Natsuki looked at the intelligence before him, and could not help falling into thought. He had not expected the third Mizukage to send Yagura to guard against Kumogakure. Kumogakure was even more reckless, and had made no clarification at all. They had even sent the future fourth Reikage, A and Killer B, also known as the AB combo, to deal with Yagura and the others from Kirigakure. If nothing unexpected happened, they would most likely fight. But it had to be said, this suited Kumogakure's usual style very well. From another perspective, it also showed that Kumogakure had wanted to provoke a war for a long time. In fact, there had been a similar scene in the original story. Before the Third Shinobi World War broke out, Kumogakure's AB combo had fought Minato of Konoha. Natsuki exhaled. The Third Shinobi World War was already imminent. In a certain sense, he had pulled open the curtain this time. Although the result had come about by accident. It was also normal. Even without this incident, Kumogakure would still have taken the initiative. After all, the Third Shinobi World War was not far away. Once Guy Asuma and the others became Chunin, it would fully erupt. These 2 years were the preparation period for the 5 great villages. Because a full-scale war involved preparations in every aspect, especially logistics. Natsuki put down the intelligence in his hand, and took out the lightning swords, Kiba. Kiba was a rare pair of swords. And judging from its effects, it was more similar to the sorcery climatact in how it was used. Simply put, it was not for a warrior but for a caster. Kiba's greatest function lay in drawing lightning. After Natsuki obtained it, he had examined it. As expected, the reason it could draw lightning was that lightning-release chakra crystals had been added to the blades. In other words, it was the same as the sword of the thunder god. Natsuki planned to use it as material to forge a new ninja tool, after unlocking flame from the Senji Muramasa template. The broken sword, Kubikurabocho, and the blunt sword, Kabatawari, would be handled the same way. Natsuki put away Kiba, and went to the research department. Kirigakure and Kumogakure's movements had to be reported to Orochimaru. Konoha could make preparations in advance. So Raiga Kurisuke was controlled by Kumogakure when he assassinated the daimyo of the Land of Water. After listening, Orochimaru asked. Perhaps Raiga had already died, and this Raiga was someone from Kumogakure disguised as him. Natsuki made up an explanation. He did not plan to tell Orochimaru the truth. The main reason was that assassinating a daimyo violated the rules of shinobi. Although Orochimaru might not necessarily care, it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Kumogakure doing something like this is within expectations. Orochimaru nodded slightly, then said, Konoha needs to prepare for war. You will be responsible for this matter. Yes, sensei. Natsuki turned and left. After that, he arrived at the Hokage Secretariat's office. Minato, Shikaku Nara, and Mikoto were all there. I am announcing something. Natsuki said, starting tomorrow, purchase large amounts of supplies, especially ninja tools and medicine. What is going on? Hearing this, Minato immediately asked, is war coming? It is not certain yet, but there is nothing wrong with being prepared. Natsuki then explained Kirigakure and Kumogakure's movements. No wonder. Shikaku nodded and said, once Kumogakure takes action, it probably will not be something small. Hearing this, Natsuki could not help secretly thinking that Kumogakure's style truly was known by everyone. Another week passed. Natsuki received intelligence from Iwagakure and Tsunagakure. They had also begun preparing for war. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the current shinobi world was already filled with undercurrents. Once the timing arrived, the Third Shinobi World War would officially begin. The Land of Water Metropolis. Natsuki appeared at Hiriko's residence. Ever since Hiriko became one of the daimyo of the Land of Water's guardian shinobi, he had been given a large courtyard. Natsuki-sama. When Hiriko saw him, he quickly bowed. Has Genji found anything? Natsuki asked. Genji had already arrived in the Land of Water Metropolis 3 days ago. They finished extracting the memories from the corpses of Raiga, and the other 4 yesterday, but they gained nothing. Hiriko paused, then said, aside from that, he also asked about the whereabouts of the lightning swords, Kiba. What was the result? Natsuki asked again. Although Raiga had seen him, Natsuki had already erased that section of his memory. There were many methods to erase memories. For example, sealing techniques. In the movie The Lost Tower, Naruto traveled back to the past through the Ryumayaku and saw Minato. When they parted, in order to avoid affecting the future, their memories were erased. Aside from sealing techniques, there was also the Mangekyo Sharingan. Erasing memories was simple, but rewriting memories was difficult. In Natsuki's memory, only Shursui Uchiha's Kotoama Tsukumi could rewrite memories. Otherwise, rewriting Raiga's memories would have achieved even better results. Whether it was the daimyo or the 12 guardian shinobi, they all said they did not see Kiba. Hiriko changed the topic and said, but he asked me several times. He has most likely set his sights on me. That is normal. Natsuki was not surprised. Although Hirako had his own reason for appearing at the daimyo's estate, Genji and the others definitely would not believe him. They will most likely try to secretly capture you, extract your memories, and investigate the specific situation. Natsuki thought for a moment and said, this is a good opportunity. He could use this chance to make the daimyo of the Land of Water completely lose trust in Kirigakure, thereby agreeing to support the 7 warlords of the sea. However, there was still one prerequisite. The daimyo of the Land of Water had to trust Hirako, and let him establish the 7 warlords of the sea. Natsuki's mind moved, and he suddenly thought of something. In the original story, it was mentioned that if the Chimera technique could perfectly fuse 5 Kekkei Genkai, it could achieve immortality. To be honest, Natsuki did not really believe it. But it might be useful for deceiving the daimyo of the Land of Water. For a powerful ordinary person like a daimyo, the greatest weakness was naturally the fear of death. If there was hope of immortality, he would definitely try it at all costs. Hirako, have you told the daimyo about the experiment you are conducting? Thinking of this, Natsuki asked. Not yet. Hirako answered. Find an opportunity to tell him, especially emphasizing that if the experiment succeeds, it could grant immortality. Natsuki reminded him. Yes, Natsuki-sama. Hirako immediately answered. After that, Natsuki opened a spatial door and walked into it. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the daimyo's estate in the Land of Sea. Master. Ichikashima-hime immediately pressed close to him. Call Tajutsu-hime and Tagra-hime over. Natsuki pressed a hand against her head and pushed her away. Yes, master. Ichikashima-hime stopped and turned to leave. Before long, she returned with Tajutsu-hime and Tagra-hime. 3 matters. Natsuki went straight to the point and said, first, send Ryuchi Cave's snakes to monitor Genji and the others from Kirigakure. Yes, master. Tagra-hime nodded. Second, after they make their move, guide the other guardian shinobi into dealing with them. Natsuki continued. The unlock condition for Tsumikari Muramasa from the Senji Muramasa template only required that he not use genjutsu to control the daimyo of the Land of Water. The guardian shinobi were not included in that condition. When the time came, he could control these guardian shinobi and have them join the 7 warlords of the sea, saving him from having to search everywhere for Jonin. Third, use this opportunity to prepare to liberate the slaves of the Land of Water. Natsuki continued. He had previously ordered Ichikashima-hime to find out which places in the Land of Water had large numbers of slaves. Starting with the metropolis, there were 17 large cities with large numbers of slaves. When the daimyo of the Land of Water was overwhelmed by the matter with Kirigakure, he definitely would not investigate too deeply where these slaves had gone. After all, slaves could be found again. The shinobi world as a whole was still in a feudal society, so slavery would not disappear. And Kirigakure would likewise not care about these slaves. Because they had even more troublesome matters to deal with. For the first 2 matters, Natsuki did not need to personally go. The third matter required his door fruit. After all, without teleportation, sending so many slaves to the Land of Sea would be impossible. To be continued. 1 bonus chapter will be released for every 200 power stones. You can read the ahead chapter on Pat if you're interested. patreon.com/blownleaves. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 196, Chapter 196, Mikoto's Massage. 3,174 words. July 4th, Saturday. Mikoto had the day off. After breakfast, she went to Konoha Hydroelectric Company. She was the person in charge of this company. But because she was also a Hokage secretary, and had to work, Uchiha Hazuki and her husband usually handled the company's daily operations. After such a long period of effort, hydroelectric power transmission had finally entered its trial phase last month. Mikoto had come today to check the results of June's trial run. Mikoto. When Hazuki saw her, she said happily, "The hydroelectric power business has far exceeded our expectations." Let me see the details. Hearing this, Mikoto felt much more relieved. This was a task Natsuki had entrusted to her. If she messed it up, it would affect their relationship. Hazuki handed her a set of documents. Thank you. Mikoto accepted the documents and began reading. She was a shinobi and did not understand business matters very well. But she could still read revenue numbers. She quickly found the income from June's hydroelectric power business. When she saw the enormous figure, Mikoto's eyes could not help widening. How could it be this much? And this was still only the trial phase. The customers were limited to the residents of Konoha and Amigakure. Is this income accurate? After losing focus for a moment, Mikoto asked. We have calculated it several times. There is no mistake. Hazuki smiled and said, the main reason is that we have many customers. The hydroelectric power business was an official business between Konoha and Amigakure. With the support of both shinobi villages, all residents had quickly switched to their power provider. Mikoto bit her lip. She knew that this hydroelectric power business would not only involve Konoha and Amigakure in the future, but also the land of fire and the land of rain. When that time came, how much would the income be? Just thinking about it made Mikoto feel dizzy. Although the Uchiha clan was already wealthy, compared to the hydroelectric power business, there was still a great difference. She suddenly remembered that Natsuki had given her 10% of the profits. She had not cared much about it before, but now it seemed that this 10% might one day exceed the entire income of the Uchiha clan. Thank you for your hard work, Hazuki. Mikoto came back to herself and said. It is not hard work. Hazuki shook her head and said. I will take these documents and show them to Natsuki. Mikoto did not stay long. She took the documents and left. She soon arrived at the Hokage building. Although today was Saturday, there were still many people working. Mikoto let out a breath of relief. She had not known whether Natsuki was in the office or not. Natsuki. Mikoto walked up to him, handed him the documents, and said, This is the trial run report for Konoha Hydroelectric Company from last month. Natsuki accepted the documents and began reading. When he saw the income, he nodded slightly. As expected, the future of the hydroelectric power business would not be inferior to the rainwater business. You have done very well. Natsuki praised, keep it up. Natsuki. Mikoto hesitated for a moment and said, You previously gave me 10% of the profits. I hope you can take it back. Why? Natsuki raised his head, looked at her, and asked. It is too much. I do not deserve it. Mikoto took a deep breath and said. She was not lying. Because from beginning to end, she had not done much for the hydroelectric power business. Whether it was building reservoirs, constructing hydroelectric power stations, or setting up substations, none of it had much to do with her. The only thing she had done was help Natsuki open a company. But anyone could have opened that company. It did not have to be her. Natsuki could not help laughing. Mikoto blinked, not understanding why he was laughing. Since I gave it to you, there is no reason to take it back. Natsuki shook his head and said. Mikoto hesitated, wanting to speak. Be good. Natsuki raised a finger. Mikoto looked at his movement, and her heart trembled slightly. She lowered her head and obediently answered. I have nothing else to do today. Mikoto suddenly thought of something and immediately said, I can stay and help you. You are resting today. There is no need for you to help me work. Natsuki waved his hand and said, Besides, I do not have much work left here. I can handle it alone. You must be tired after working for so long. I can give you a massage. Mikoto did not want to leave and quickly came up with another suggestion. Natsuki looked at Mikoto's serious expression. It seemed that the 10% profit really had made her feel uneasy. But it also showed Mikoto's character. If it were someone else, they might have accepted it without a second thought. Thank you. After thinking for a moment, Natsuki agreed. Hearing this, Mikoto immediately walked behind him. She stretched out both hands and placed them on his head. Her fingers slowly pressed against his scalp. Natsuki closed his eyes. It was already July. But Genji and the others had still not made a move. The reason was that Hiriko had not left the land of water metropolis. They wanted to act outside the city so they would not alert the other guardian shinobi. But Natsuki wanted them to make their move inside the land of water metropolis. Because of that, both sides had remained in a stalemate. However, Natsuki knew very well that Genji and the others had almost reached the limit of their patience. Because both the daimyo of the land of water and the third Mizukage were urging them. It was only a matter of time before Genji and the others took a risk. I want to rest for a bit. Natsuki opened his eyes and asked, how about we continue on the sofa? All right. Mikoto subconsciously answered. But she quickly realized the problem, and her heart trembled. She hesitated briefly, then walked toward the sofa. After she sat down, she looked at Natsuki. Natsuki did not stand on ceremony. He lay down and rested his head on her lap. Mikoto's face warmed slightly. She stretched out her hands and continued massaging him. Natsuki smiled, then closed his eyes. Mikoto's heart gradually settled. Without Natsuki looking at her, she no longer felt as shy. Mikoto lowered her head while carefully massaging him. At such a close distance, she could see Natsuki's face clearly and could not help feeling that he was far too handsome. Her heartbeat quickened slightly. After a while, she felt that Natsuki seemed even more different than before. Mikoto quickly looked away and focused on the massage. At the same time, somewhere in the land of water metropolis, Kushimaru Kuriere walked inside. He had rushed over from Kirigakure. Just as Natsuki had expected, after waiting for a month, Genji decided not to wait any longer. For this, he had specifically called Kushimaru over. Kushimaru was powerful and possessed the longsword, Nuibari, making him the most suitable for a surprise attack. Because the longsword, Nuibari, was long and thin like a needle. This special ninja sword made Kushimaru's swordsmanship famous for its speed. Among the 7 ninja swordsmen, he often carried out assassination missions as well. Genji had him assassinate Hiriko because he wanted to eliminate him without alerting the guardian shinobi. Elder Genji. Kushimaru walked into the living room. You are finally here. Genji's spirit lifted as he spoke. I already know the mission. When do we begin? Kushimaru asked expressionlessly. Tonight. Genji said in a deep voice, when the time comes, you will assassinate Hiriko, while we guard against the other guardian shinobi. Kushimaru nodded. He did not think there was any problem with assassinating Hiriko alone. Before coming, he had investigated Hiriko. Although Hiriko was a jonin, his strength was very average. Night fell. High above Hiriko's residence, Natsuki stood on the giant manta's back. Although Genji and the others were acting very secretly, Kushimaru's arrival had exposed their intentions. The moment he left Kirigakure, he had already been discovered by the snakes of Ryuchi Cave. And his appearance had also made Natsuki rush over. Originally, Natsuki had not planned to interfere, and would have left the matter to the 3 great snake priestesses. But the longsword, Nuibari, on Kushimaru's back was one of his targets. It had to be said that Kirigakure was truly bringing him gifts one after another. Time slowly passed. Natsuki's spirit lifted from the boredom of waiting as he saw 9 figures suddenly appear. It was Kushimaru and the 2 Kirigakure shinobi teams he had brought. Genji did not come. But that was normal. As an elder, there was no need for him to personally take risks. And with Kushimaru leading 2 Kirigakure shinobi teams, using this much force against Hiriko was already excessive. Clearly, they had also considered the possibility of other guardian shinobi coming to support him. Mist spread through the night. Kushimaru sneaked into the courtyard alone. The other two shinobi teams kept watch in the surrounding area. They paid particular attention to the east side, because the east side was where the daimyo's estate was located. The 12 guardian shinobi were inside the daimyo's estate. Natsuki immediately opened a spatial door. He walked through it and arrived inside Hiriko's room. At this time, Hiriko was sleeping. Natsuki glanced at him, then used Shadow Assassin and hid within the shadows. In the darkness of night, shadows were completely unremarkable. At that moment, mist poured in through the window. Kushimaru entered the room like a ghost. He looked at Hiriko on the bed and slowly took out the longsword, Nuibari. Longsword ninja art, spider stitching. Kushimaru suddenly moved. The longsword, Nuibari, stabbed out. In an instant, countless steel wires surged out with it. The steel wires crisscrossed, centered on the longsword, Nuibari, forming a spiderweb. Even if Hiriko woke up and avoided the longsword, Nuibari, he would not be able to avoid the blade-like spiderweb. But in the next second, Kushimaru stiffened in place. Because Natsuki appeared behind him and pierced his heart with Minazuki. Kushimaru subconsciously turned his head. The moment he saw Natsuki, he understood everything. No wonder Fuguki Suikazan, Juzo Biwa, and Raiga Kurisuke had died. So the force behind the Kuja pirates was Konoha. And Kirigakure had thought of Kumogakure first. No. Kushimaru was filled with a powerful will to survive. He had to return alive and tell the third Mizukage the truth. But a flash of scarlet passed. He fell into a daze. Natsuki activated the Mangekyo Sharingan and erased the section of his memory. He withdrew Minazuki and took the longsword, Nuibari, then looked at Hiriko, who had awakened. Sounds of fighting had already come from outside. The 12 guardian shinobi had engaged the remaining Kirigakure shinobi. I will leave the rest to you. Natsuki opened a spatial door, walked into it and disappeared. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Ichikishimaheim. Master. Ichikishimaheim quickly walked forward. Begin the operation. Natsuki nodded and raised his hand, opening a spatial door. However, this spatial door was larger than usual. Ichikishimaheim turned and walked toward a building not far away. This building was where the largest slave owner in the Land of Water metropolis kept his slaves. Soon, a large group of slaves was released. They were overwhelmed with emotion and bowed to Natsuki one after another, thanking him. When Ichikishimaheim had investigated this place earlier, she had told them that the Kuja pirates would soon come to save them. Save the words for later. Leave first. Natsuki pointed at the spatial door and said, enter in order. Someone will receive you on the other side. The slaves stood up and walked toward the spatial door. The other side of the spatial door was the land of sea. The members of the Kuja pirates had already been waiting for their arrival. To the next place. After they left, Natsuki brought Ichikishimaheim to the next city. By the next morning, most of the slaves in the Land of Water had been sent to the Land of Sea. Congratulations to the host for unlocking ability 3 of the Boa Hancock template, Conqueror's Haki. Natsuki could not help exhaling. It seemed he truly did not need to liberate every slave in the Land of Water. If that had been the case, this ability would have been very difficult to unlock. Unless he occupied the Land of Water and changed its system. Fortunately, it was not that exaggerated. Natsuki stood in place and absorbed the information about Conqueror's Haki. Its effect was very simple. It could use one's own spirit to intimidate, pressure, and knock out targets. In terms of effect, it was very useful in war. Because most shinobi would be unable to withstand Conqueror's Haki. Natsuki returned to the Land of Water metropolis. The daimyo of the Land of Water had already woken up, and was currently questioning Genji in a furious rage. Genji stood before him, gripping his cane. He was both shocked and aggrieved. He had not expected Kushimaru's assassination of Hiriko to fail. Not only had it failed, Kushimaru had died, and the remaining 8 Kirigakure shinobi had all been captured by the guardian shinobi. They had been caught red-handed. Daimyo-sama. Genji forced himself to calm down and argued, Hiriko's background is unclear. We only wanted to understand his purpose. What purpose could he have? The daimyo of the Land of Water said with great dissatisfaction, if not for his timely appearance, I would have been killed by Raiga Kurasuke long ago. That was definitely not Kirigakure's Raiga Kurasuke. Genji complained inwardly, but he had no choice but to continue. Kirigakure would never do anything to harm you. The facts are right in front of me. How do you expect me to believe you? The daimyo asked with an ashen expression. Daimyo-sama, please give me time. I will definitely investigate this clearly. Genji quickly said. Enough. The daimyo of the Land of Water said coldly, return to Kirigakure. Genji subconsciously raised his head, and looked at him in disbelief. I will give Kirigakure one final chance. The daimyo said expressionlessly, repel Kumogakure. Otherwise, your funding will be cut in half. In the end, he still did not break with Kirigakure. After all, if they broke away, he would have no power capable of contending with the other 4 great nations. Yes, daimyo-sama. Genji remained silent for a long time before finally answering. This was already the best result. Kirigakure could not find out who was behind everything. If they continued, they would only make the daimyo of the Land of Water even angrier. But repelling Kumogakure would also be difficult. Genji bowed slightly and turned to leave. Daimyo-sama. Hiriko stepped forward and said, to prevent Kirigakure from acting against you, I suggest strengthening your guardian shinobi. I agree. The other 12 guardian shinobi spoke one after another. They had all already been controlled by the 3 great snake priestesses. How should they be strengthened? Seeing this, the daimyo of the Land of Water asked. Recruit more shinobi, or even establish a shinobi force in the Land of Water metropolis. Hiriko said in a deep voice, this shinobi force will take on the duties of a shinobi village, protecting you and carrying out missions for you. I will leave it to you, then. After thinking for a long time, the daimyo of the Land of Water said. To him, it was nothing more than spending more money. And Raiga's assassination attempt had indeed frightened him. Although Kirigakure obeyed his orders, the 3rd Mizukage's orders held higher priority. In that case, he would establish a shinobi force that only obeyed him. This shinobi force can be called the 7 Warlords of the Sea. Based on Kirigakure's Umbu structure, it can be divided into 7 shinobi divisions. Hiriko said with a smile. The 7 Warlords of the Sea. That name is quite good. The daimyo of the Land of Water nodded in satisfaction. 3 days later, Genji returned to Kirigakure. He immediately went to the Mizukage building, and met the 3rd Mizukage. Where exactly did things go wrong? After listening, the 3rd Mizukage was not angry but confused. Why are all of our movements known by the enemy in advance? His first reaction was that a traitor had appeared in Kirigakure. But in Kirigakure, only a handful of shinobi knew all of these operations, and they were all high-ranking officials. They could not be traitors. Do not pay attention to the daimyo for the time being. The 3rd Mizukage sighed and said. The enemy possessed intelligence far beyond theirs. Every step they took had ended in failure. If they did not figure out the reason, then continuing would only lead to the same result. Although Kirigakure had deep foundations, losing so many shinobi in succession, especially members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, had already become unbearable. Should we fight fire with fire? Ryajetsu Hozuki said fiercely, we can also send people to deal with the daimyo of the Land of Lightning. No. The 3rd Mizukage frowned and said. Because there would only be one consequence of doing that, completely enraging Kumogakure. Although Kirigakure did not fear Kumogakure, Kumogakure's strength was indeed superior. In addition, the daimyo of the Land of Water had already explicitly demanded that Kirigakure repel Kumogakure. Enraging Kumogakure would clearly be even more disadvantageous to them. Suddenly, a knock sounded on the door. A Kirigakure Umbu shinobi walked in. "We just received news. The daimyo of the Land of Water has ordered the establishment of a shinobi force called the Seven Warlords of the Sea." As soon as these words came out, the expressions of the third Mizukage and the others changed sharply. They were not worried about this shinobi force itself. Because in the entire shinobi world, the 5 great villages had always stood at the top. Even if the daimyo of the Land of Water gathered all other shinobi in the Land of Water, they still could not compare to Kirigakure. What they were worried about was the daimyo of the Land of Water's attitude. This clearly meant he no longer trusted them. If they could not repel Kumogakure, having their funding cut in half would become reality. To be continued. Chapter 197, Chapter 197, Promise of the Fourth Kazekage. 3,134 words. Konoha's Umbu base. Natsuki looked at the intelligence in his hand, and could not help revealing a smile. The 7 warlords of the sea had finally been established, and it had received the recognition of the daimyo of the Land of Water. However, he still had not unlocked ability 4 of the Senji Muramasa template, Sumukari Muramasa. Natsuki guessed it was because the 7 warlords of the sea was currently only an empty shell. Once its members were complete, it would naturally unlock. Aside from the intelligence from the Land of Water metropolis, there was also intelligence from Kirigakure. With the daimyo of the Land of Water's order issued, Kirigakure had already shifted its focus to the war with Kumogakure. Perhaps this would lead to the full outbreak of the Third Shinobi World War ahead of time. But Kirigakure was not Kumogakure's match. If Kumogakure invaded the Land of Water, it would also affect the 7 warlords of the sea that he had established. After all, they were members of the 7 ninja swordsmen. The battlefield was extremely chaotic. After they appeared, Natsuki could disguise himself as a Kumogakure shinobi, kill them, and take the blast sword, Shibuki, and the twin swords, Hiramakari. Once he unlocked flame from the Senji Muramasa template, he could forge 7 special ninja tools. Natsuki came back to himself and opened his system again. There were not many character templates left with locked abilities. Natsuki swept his gaze over them, and his eyes stopped on Excalibur from the Artoria template. Its unlock condition was rebuilding a nation. The nation Natsuki was rebuilding was naturally the Land of Rain. The current Land of Rain could already be said to have been reborn. But why had it not unlocked yet? Was the degree of reconstruction still insufficient? Thinking of this, Natsuki picked up a pen. He knew a little about national development. In the end, it was mainly economy and military. In terms of military strength, there was Amigakure and Akatsuki, so he did not need to worry about that. That left the economic issue. The economic issue could be divided into national economy and personal economy. The current national economy of the Land of Rain was already quite good. The main pillars were the rainwater business and the hydroelectric power business. But personal economy was still somewhat lacking. The simplest way to improve personal economy was to provide employment. Natsuki's idea was to expand the rainwater business and hydroelectric power business while introducing new businesses. For example, road construction, mining, and farming. Aside from that, once personal income improved, quality of life also had to keep up. For example, education, entertainment, and elderly care. After Natsuki finished writing, he arrived at the Land of Rain metropolis. The current person in charge of the Land of Rain metropolis was Kakuzu. The daimyo of the Land of Rain had already become a puppet. Kakuzu. Natsuki handed him the completed scroll. You and the daimyo will handle the matters written above. Kakuzu opened the scroll and glanced at it. A strange expression immediately appeared on his face. What was this situation? Was Natsuki suddenly feeling charitable and planning to develop the land of rain so that its residents could live better lives? Are you sure you want to do this? After reading it, Kakuzu asked, should we remove some of the projects? In his view, road construction and building schools were all a waste. He could understand building a ninja academy. But why build schools for people who were not shinobi? Just do as written. Natsuki shook his head and said, although these projects look expensive, they will play a role in the future. Kakuzu hesitated, but eventually agreed. After all, Natsuki was the boss. And with the rainwater business and hydroelectric power business, they had already earned enough money. Wasting a little was not a problem. Natsuki opened a spatial door and arrived at the leader's office in Amigakure. Natsuki-sensei. When Yahiko saw him, he quickly greeted him. This is a plan I made for the future development of the land of rain. Natsuki handed him an identical scroll and said, I have already given one to Kakuzu, and asked him to handle it. Yahiko opened the scroll with a curious expression. After reading for a while, his face became somewhat dazed. All this time, he had been searching for the path to peace. But limited by his perspective and knowledge, he did not know what to do. At most, he could learn how other shinobi had done things. But the more he learned, the more confused he became. Among shinobi who wished to bring peace to the shinobi world, the most famous was none other than the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju. He had made many efforts, such as distributing the tailed beasts, and establishing the system of one nation and one village. But it still had not been very useful. The shinobi world remained trapped in war, and many nations and villages had been poor for years because of conflict. Now, seeing Natsuki's scroll gave Yahiko a sudden feeling of clarity. Perhaps the path to peace was hidden within it. Natsuki-sensei. After Yahiko finished reading, he took a deep breath and asked, what does Amigakure need to do? Economic development requires a stable environment. Natsuki answered, unstable factors in the land of rain, such as wandering shinobi, bandits and raiders, should all be dealt with. I will have Nagato handle this tomorrow. Yahiko immediately answered. Aside from that, there is one more matter. Have shinobi skilled in earth release help with road construction and mining. Natsuki reminded him, shinobi should not only be used for fighting. If ordinary people were used for road construction and mining, progress would be very slow. But if shinobi did it, a few earth release techniques could solve many problems. I will arrange it. Yahiko nodded thoughtfully. I look forward to your performance. Natsuki chuckled and said, I will leave first. See you next time. He opened a spatial door and walked into it. In the next second, he arrived at Pakura's home in Sunagakure. Because it was working hours, Pakura was not there. While waiting, Natsuki suddenly remembered that he had previously said he would buy her some clothes. So he used perfect mimicry to turn into an ordinary-looking young man, and went out onto the street. Time arrived at noon. Pakura got off work and returned home. The moment she opened the door, she saw Natsuki. Pakura paused slightly and thought of the meeting that morning. Kirigakure had suffered a heavy blow in the land of water metropolis, and another member of the 7 ninja swordsmen had died. Adding the previous deaths of members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, only 2 people remained from the first generation of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Jonin were already rare, let alone 5 elite Jonin. Now that Kirigakure also had to go to war with Kumogakure, it could be said to be making things worse for them. Although everyone believed that Kumogakure was responsible, Pakura knew the real culprit was Natsuki. She had also come to understand another side of Natsuki. He was unlike a normal shinobi. A true shinobi would not target a daimyo. Natsuki. Pakura closed the door, walked forward and asked, what did you come to see me for? Before we talk business, change into this. Natsuki took out a set of clothes and said, I bought it for you. Pakura glanced at the outfit and discovered that it was an evening dress. Who wore an evening dress at home for no reason? But since Natsuki wanted to see it, she could not refuse. She accepted the dress and walked into her room. Natsuki sat on the sofa and waited. Before long, Pakura reappeared. His eyes could not help lighting up. Pakura had changed into a black evening dress. The dress was extremely fitted, making her waist look slender and graceful. But what stood out most was her pale shoulders and collarbones, which gave her a calm yet striking elegance. "Turn around," Natsuki said. Pakura did as instructed without changing expression. The hem of the dress shifted slightly, revealing the matching shoes beneath. But Natsuki's gaze fell on her smooth, exposed back. This was a low-cut, backless evening dress. "It suits you very well," Natsuki praised. "It does not suit a shinobi." Pakura's tone was calm. "When you return home, you can temporarily stop being a shinobi." Natsuki chuckled. "Can we talk about the actual matter now?" Pakura walked to the sofa across from him and sat down. "There are two things I need you to do today." Natsuki nodded slightly and said. Because of their positions, he could clearly see her composed yet elegant appearance. "Do you know Lulan?" Natsuki did not hide his gaze as he looked at her. "I do." Pakura answered, "It is a small nation deep in the desert of the Land of Wind. Help me investigate Lulan's current situation." Natsuki instructed. Lulan involved the Ryumayuka storyline. The Ryumayuka referred to the dragon vein running beneath the earth, which hid a vast amount of chakra. In the original story, the main characters of this plot were Minato and Naruto. The young Minato brought the young Kakashi to Lulan to carry out a mission. But they encountered Yamato, Naruto, Sakura, and the others, who had traveled back from the future. The two sides worked together to defeat Anrokuzen, the villain who endangered Lulan. At the end, both sides erased each other's memories. Naruto and the others also returned to the future. Natsuki had no interest in time travel. He had already traveled once, and his current life was quite good. There was no need to change it. Besides, because of his butterfly effect, Yamato no longer existed. Whether Naruto would exist or not was also uncertain. Even if Naruto still existed, he would not be the Naruto from the original story. In other words, the plot of them traveling from the future to the present would most likely never happen. Natsuki's goal was naturally the chakra contained within the Ryumayuku. The Third Shinobi World War was about to begin, and he needed to replenish the Black Holy Grail with enough chakra. "You want the Ryumayuku?" After thinking for a moment, Pakura asked. "You know about the Ryumayuku?" Natsuki smiled. He was not surprised. Because the villain of the Lulan storyline, Anrokuzen, was originally a Sunagakure shinobi named Makade. After obtaining information about the Ryumayuku from Sunagakure, he chose to defect and successfully found it. "I heard that the third Kazekage went to Lulan before, but returned empty-handed." Pakura guessed, most likely, he had no way to use the Ryumayuku. "I see." Natsuki understood. In his previous life, he had always felt that it was strange. With Sunagakure's strength, dealing with a small nation like Lulan would not have been difficult. But in the original story, Sunagakure ignored it, while Konoha, thousands of miles away, ran to the Land of Wind to deal with the matter instead. Even the third Kazekage could not use the Ryumayuku. "Do you have a way?" Pakura asked curiously. "Secret." Natsuki paused, then said, "Once you truly become mine, I will tell you." Pakura could not help stiffening. She shifted her gaze away and subconsciously crossed her legs. Her long legs overlapped, and the tips of her shoes swayed slightly in the air. "There is no need to be so startled," Natsuki said directly, "it is only a matter of time." "What is the second matter?" Pakura was silent for a moment, then asked. "Pay attention to the third Kazekage's movements. If he leaves Sunagakure, notify me." Natsuki admired her composed posture as he spoke. "What are you planning to do?" Pakura's gaze sharpened and she subconsciously asked. "Help you become the fourth Kazekage." A smile appeared on Natsuki's face as he asked, "Is that not what you hope for? He is the third Kazekage. Are you truly confident you can kill him?" Pakura suppressed the stirring in her heart and asked. "Naturally," Natsuki said confidently, "when the time comes, you will see it." "I have to go too?" Pakura asked in surprise. "If you do not see him die with your own eyes, will you be at ease?" Natsuki asked in return. "You want me to truly stand on your side?" Pakura suddenly thought of something and asked very calmly. "That is indeed part of the reason." Natsuki admitted it. "I am already under your blood curse. I will not betray you." Pakura lowered her legs and brought them together slightly as she spoke. "I know." Natsuki spread both hands and said, "The body's surrender does not mean the mind's surrender. You really are a devil." Pakura tugged at the corner of her mouth and said, "Then you have misjudged me. I am actually quite restrained." Natsuki said seriously, "After all, even facing a beauty like you, I have still controlled myself." Pakura could not help freezing. From that perspective it did seem to make sense. But it was also very direct and realistic. "If I can become Kazekage, then I will accept you." Pakura looked at him and slowly spoke. "Why say that all of a sudden?" Natsuki could not help feeling somewhat surprised. "Nothing." Pakura raised her hand and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. "I just need to find a reason to keep living." Before, as a shinobi, she had lived for Sunagakure. Now Sunagakure had betrayed her, and she had also been placed under the blood curse. Her reason to live had become Natsuki. Simply put, she had accepted reality. Just as Natsuki had said, it was only a matter of time. "You are very smart. It seems I did not choose the wrong person." Natsuki nodded and said, "Do not worry. The future will be very interesting. If you live, you will see a shinobi world different from everything before." Pakura looked at him in a daze. For some reason, she always felt that Natsuki carried a kind of confidence, as if there was nothing he could not do. If Natsuki knew what she was thinking, he would have told her for words. "I have cheats. How should I notify you?" Pakura composed herself and asked. "Crush this." Natsuki stretched out his hand and used Blood Demon Art, Eyeball Clone. "No wonder you can grasp Kirigakure's movements in real time." Pakura looked at the moving eyeball clone and said. "Not you. We." Natsuki smiled, then said, "Your Blood Demon Art, Void Weeping Divine Passing should most likely be able to achieve a similar effect." Blood Demon Art, Void Weeping Divine Passing could control the flesh and bones of the entire body and create an eyeball clone. In theory, it was feasible. "I will study it when I have time." Pakura felt that Blood Demon Art, Eyeball Clone was quite useful. "You need to be prepared." Natsuki stood up and reminded her, "After the third Kazekage dies, if you want to become the fourth Kazekage, you will still have to compete with Raza, Reki, and the others." "I understand." Pakura smiled faintly and said with confidence. Because of the rainwater business, she had not only earned money, but also expanded her connections in the land of wind and Sunagakure. More importantly, wealth moved people's hearts. Most shinobi risked their lives for money, did they not? If she used money to open the way, many shinobi would support her. "It seems you have not been idle during this period." Seeing this, Natsuki said with satisfaction, "When the time comes, I will look forward to your performance." After speaking, he opened a spatial door and walked inside. Pakura withdrew her gaze only after the spatial door disappeared. She looked down at her dress, and a thought surfaced in her mind. With Natsuki's status and strength, he would never lack women. For him to take interest in her meant she still had charm. Pakura shook her head and drove away the strange thought. There were still many things she needed to do next. After all, she had to compete with Raza and Reki for the position of fourth Kazekage. Natsuki returned to the Hokage building in Konoha. He opened the door and walked into his office. Suddenly, his heart stirred as he felt someone hug him from behind. It was Kushina. "Why did you come?" Natsuki asked with a smile. "I was waiting for you to come back for lunch, but you did not return, so I came to your office to look for you." Kushina explained, "You were not here, so I stayed and waited." "Sorry. Something delayed me." Natsuki turned around and hugged her. His gaze fell on Kushina's fair face and soft pink lips. "I can make it up to you." Natsuki blinked and said. "What kind of compensation?" Kushina asked curiously. Natsuki did not answer. He pulled Kushina over to the desk. Then he held her gently from behind. Kushina realized what he meant, and her face flushed. She turned her head and glared at him. But with her face red, her glare carried no threat at all. Instead, it had an indescribable charm. "Kushina." Natsuki spoke softly. Kushina lightly snorted but did not refuse. The two stayed together in the office for a while. A peaceful and pleasant noon passed just like that. After lunch, Kushina, feeling tired, returned to her room and soon fell into a deep sleep. Time arrived in August. Congratulations to the host for unlocking ability 4 of the Senji Muramasa template, Sumikari Muramasa. The sudden line of text made Natsuki's spirit lift. This meant that the 7 warlords of the sea had been officially established. The land of water had entered an era of 2 shinobi forces. Of course, the 7 warlords of the sea definitely could not compare to Kirigakure. Its members all came from the shinobi forces behind the daimyo of the land of water's 12 guardian shinobi. Natsuki had the 3 great snake priestesses control all of the jonin in the 7 warlords of the sea. As for the chunin and genin, there was no need. After all, they would definitely obey the jonin's orders. To be continued. Chapter 198, Chapter 198, Mikoto's Massage and Her Kiss. 2,883 words. After unlocking Sumikari Muramasa, the 7 warlords of the sea could be considered to have fulfilled its mission. But that did not mean it was useless now. Once the Third Shinobi World War broke out, if Konoha went to war with Kirigakure, the 7 warlords of the sea could become a surprise force. Perhaps it could even help Konoha easily defeat Kirigakure. Natsuki came back to himself and picked up a battle report on Kirigakure and Kumogakure. The current situation between the two sides was that they were fighting back and forth. In terms of strength, Kumogakure was superior. But Kirigakure had the advantage of the environment. They were fighting near the sea, which was beneficial to water-release shinobi. Compared to Kirigakure, Kumogakure had very few water-release shinobi. However, both sides were still probing each other, and had not deployed their true main forces. At that moment, a knock sounded on the door. "Come in." Natsuki put down the battle report in his hand. The door opened. Mikoto walked in. She stopped in front of Natsuki and took out an invitation. "Natsuki," Mikoto said, "this is a wedding invitation our clan head asked me to pass to you. Your clan head is getting married." Natsuki paused slightly and accepted the invitation. Mikoto nodded and said softly, "It will be at the end of this month, August 29th. Natsuki opened the invitation and glanced at it. The groom was Fugaku Uchiha, and the bride was Ria Uchiha. Natsuki remembered that Ria was a jonin. Aside from that, he did not have much of an impression of her. "I will arrive on time." Natsuki raised his head and said. "The clan head will definitely be very happy to know that." Mikoto could not help revealing a smile. "Mikoto, when do you plan to get married?" Natsuki suddenly asked. I have not thought about that." Mikoto froze for a moment, then became somewhat flustered and answered subconsciously. "You are a genius of the Uchiha clan, young and beautiful. Is no one pursuing you?" Natsuki chuckled and asked. Mikoto froze. This question from Natsuki once again exceeded her expectations. There are. Mikoto answered truthfully, but none of them meet my standards. What are your standards? Natsuki asked curiously. Mikoto met his gaze and felt her heart speed up. For a moment, she did not know what to say. I am only curious. Natsuki's tone was relaxed as he said, you do not need to be nervous. It is fine if you do not want to say. I do not have any specific standards. Mikoto suppressed the emotions in her heart and said, it depends on fate. I see. Natsuki then asked, who has your clan head invited to the wedding? All shinobi with connections to the Uchiha clan have been invited. Mikoto answered, aside from them, there are Hokage-sama, Tsunade-sama, and shinobi from departments such as the Hokage Guard. Can I bring my 3 students with me? Natsuki nodded slightly and asked. Of course. Mikoto immediately said, no matter whom you bring, they will be guests of the Uchiha clan. So I have quite a bit of faith in the Uchiha clan. Natsuki smiled and asked. You are an honored guest of the Uchiha clan. Mikoto said without hesitation. She was not exaggerating at all. It had all started when Natsuki had helped her become a Hokage secretary. The current Fugaku, or rather the Uchiha clan, all hoped that her charm would successfully win Natsuki over. Then that is my honor. Natsuki ended the topic and said, thank you for making the trip. You can go handle your work. It is something I should do. Mikoto paused and said, my work is already finished. I will stay and help you. I will brew you some tea first. After speaking, she walked toward the tea table. Mikoto faced away from Natsuki and crouched down. Her posture was neat and graceful. Did you paint your nails today? Natsuki suddenly thought of something and asked. I paint them every day. Mikoto paused slightly and answered. At the same time, she felt somewhat puzzled. Did Natsuki like her painted nails that much? Why? I bought you another bottle of nail polish in a different color. Natsuki looked at her and said. Thank you. Mikoto soon finished brewing the tea and brought the cup in front of him. This bottle is red. Natsuki accepted the teacup, took a sip, then said, if you only use it on your fingernails, it will take a long time to finish. You might as well use it on your toenails too. Mikoto subconsciously revealed a blank expression. After she reacted, she hurriedly shook her head, expressing refusal. I bought the nail polish, so I should decide how it is used. Natsuki put down the teacup and smiled. Sit on the sofa and take off your shoes. Mikoto's expression stiffened. Her mind went blank, and her heart trembled. But hearing Natsuki's words, which sounded almost like an order, she ultimately did not dare disobey. She walked to the sofa. After sitting down, she bent over and removed her open-toed ankle boots. In his previous life, Natsuki had noticed that shinobi in the original story liked wearing open-toed boots or sandals. Mikoto glanced at Natsuki, then sat sideways on the sofa. Her legs were together, and her posture was tense from nervousness. Natsuki walked forward and sat down, then helped her apply the polish. Mikoto could clearly feel the touch of his hand. The blush on her face became more obvious. After all, this was the first time she had such close contact with a man. Before long, Natsuki finished painting all 10 toenails. Mikoto was about to pull her feet back, but he stopped her. The polish is not dry yet. Natsuki said, since we have some time, I will give you a massage. No need. Mikoto subconsciously refused. What is there to worry about? Do you not often give me massages? As Natsuki spoke, he began massaging her calves. Mikoto was caught off guard and let out a quiet sound. She quickly covered her mouth and tensed her legs. Natsuki glanced at her, and his hands gradually applied more pressure. Mikoto bit her lip. As one of the strongest shinobi alive, Natsuki understood the human body very well, and knew exactly where to press. Mikoto's breathing became a little unsteady. Only when a sudden ache spread through her body did she instinctively straighten her back. "How is it?" Natsuki asked. I am fine." Mikoto found that after the brief ache came a wave of comfort, making her nearly lose composure. "My massage skills are not bad." Hearing this, Natsuki smiled. "They are very good." Mikoto shifted her gaze away, not daring to look at him. But soon, her breath caught. Because Natsuki moved slightly, and the massage gradually shifted higher. Mikoto could not help speaking. "What is it? Am I pressing the wrong place?" Natsuki applied a little pressure with his fingers. No." Mikoto lowered her head, and did not resist, letting him continue the massage. Time slowly passed. Mikoto felt her body becoming weaker and softer. She subconsciously leaned against the sofa, her eyes slightly unfocused. "All right, that is enough for today." Natsuki withdrew his hands and said. Mikoto stared blankly for a moment before gradually coming back to herself. She subconsciously lowered her legs, but because they were weak, her body tilted forward uncontrollably. Seeing this, Natsuki immediately stepped forward and supported her. Thank you." Mikoto was so embarrassed that even her ears turned red. She quickly stood up and retreated half a step. I will leave first. See you next time." Mikoto turned and fled in a hurry. The door closed. Natsuki smiled, then returned to his work. After finishing his work, he returned to the Senju clan compound and continued training. At present, only 2 items remained in his training. One was the dead demon consuming seal, and the other was the spirit transformation technique. Among them, the dead demon consuming seal was almost complete. He would fully master it this month. The spirit transformation technique was slightly worse and still needed time. "Guess who I am?" A sudden voice rang out. The voice was unfamiliar, probably deliberately changed. Changing one's voice was not difficult in the shinobi world. The transformation technique, one of the 3 body techniques, could change the voice. Natsuki felt a familiar touch from behind. He estimated the person hugging him from the outline. "Kushina," Natsuki said with a smile. "Correct. Here is your reward." Kushina released him and moved in front of him. She stood on tiptoe and gave him a kiss without hesitation. Natsuki naturally did not stand on ceremony. He lowered his head and returned it. After a long while, their lips parted. "I have good news for you." Kushina's face was slightly red as she breathed and spoke. "What good news?" Natsuki pinched her cheek and asked. She looked especially charming right now. If the timing had been right, he would have teased her properly. "I learned adamantine sealing chains," Kushina said proudly. "That is indeed good news." Natsuki paused slightly, then smiled. Adamantine sealing chains was a sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan. But judging from its performance in the original story, it was more like an ability of the Uzumaki clan. After all, Karen had used adamantine sealing chains on her own despite having no one to teach her. The effect of adamantine sealing chains was simple. It extended chains to bind the target. But that target included tailed beasts. Even the 9 tails could be easily suppressed by adamantine sealing chains. In short, its power was extremely extraordinary. From now on, there will be no need to worry about the 9 tails going berserk. Natsuki stroked her head, leaned close to her ear, and said, "I will reward you tonight." Kushina's heart trembled when she heard this, but more than that, she was looking forward to it. Natsuki released her and began training. Time arrived on August 29th. Congratulations to the host for unlocking ability 4 of the Ingra Menu template, for Night's End. Natsuki stopped practicing the dead demon consuming seal, and stood in place, absorbing the information pouring into his mind. The effect of For Night's End was to forcibly raise his strength by one level at the cost of his life. Natsuki's current strength was roughly Kage level. Raising it by one level would undoubtedly allow him to reach beyond Kage level. But the price was his life. Clearly, For Night's End was an ultimate move, equivalent to opening all 8 gates. Natsuki had death and resurrection from the Kikyo template, so theoretically, he could use it once. But if he could avoid using it, he naturally would. After all, he did not want to be forced into a dead end. Natsuki, it is almost 10. We should set out. Kushina appeared before him. Aside from her, Tsunade was also there. Let us go. Natsuki nodded and said. Today was Fugaku's wedding. The wedding officially began at 10 in the morning. You two come along as well. Natsuki looked at Guy and Kurenai nearby. Shizune was not there. She had gone to Konoha Hospital with Nono. Of course, the two of them would also attend Fugaku's wedding. The group walked toward the Uchiha clan compound. Before they even arrived, they could already hear the sounds of celebration. Especially the cheerful music. The one welcoming guests at the entrance was Yashiro Uchiha. He was of the same generation as Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and the others, and he had considerable prestige within the Uchiha clan. Tsunade-sama. When Yashiro saw them, he quickly walked forward. Natsuki-sama. As for Kushina, he did not know her. Guy and Kurenai were juniors, so there was no need to pay them special attention. Please wait a moment. After exchanging greetings, Yashiro turned and left. A moment later, he appeared with Mikoto. I will lead you inside. Mikoto bowed slightly and said. Natsuki silently thought that the Uchiha clan was truly thorough. The group followed Mikoto into the courtyard. Many guests had already arrived. After seeing Tsunade, Natsuki, and the others, they greeted them one after another. Sis. Natsuki. Nawaki's voice rang out. Natsuki looked over. Aside from him, Minato, Shikaku Nara, Uzumaki Kei, and the others were there as well. They were either members of the Hokage Guard or Hokage secretaries. The reason they were gathered together was because they had all gone to the Hokage building early in the morning to handle work. Natsuki had not gone because he had been training the dead demon-consuming seal. Mikoto, you can go handle your duties. Seeing this, Tsunade spoke. I will accompany you. Mikoto shook her head and said. Tsunade paused slightly, feeling somewhat puzzled but did not ask further. The group walked toward Nawaki's table. Before long, Nono and Shizune also arrived on time. The last guest to arrive was Orochimaru. Even Fugaku had no choice but to come out and greet him personally. At 10 in the morning, the wedding officially began. Fugaku and Ria walked out according to the wedding ceremony's process. One wore a black formal haori, and the other wore a white wedding kimono. Nawaki, you are not young anymore. When are you going to find a girlfriend? Tsunade looked at them, and a thought suddenly came to her mind. I am not in a hurry. Nawaki froze for a moment and said. He had never thought about this matter at all. Minato and the others exchanged glances, and all chose to remain silent. After all, this was their family matter, so it was not convenient for them to speak. Natsuki felt a subtle sense of déjà vu. How had he crossed into the shinobi world and still encountered marriage pressure? Kushina and Nono subconsciously looked at Natsuki. The same question appeared in both of their minds. When should they marry Natsuki? What do you mean you are not in a hurry? Tsunade reminded him, you are currently the only man in our family. Nawaki scratched his head, then suddenly thought of something and said, Sis, if you do not get married, how can I get married? What does my marriage have to do with yours? Tsunade asked, somewhat dissatisfied. You are my sister. Nawaki said with complete confidence. I think what Nawaki said does make sense. Orochimaru suddenly spoke. Do you have the right to criticize me? Tsunade snorted coldly and asked in return. Hearing this, Orochimaru could only fall silent. Love depends on fate. Natsuki blinked and said, I believe that when the right time comes, Nawaki will naturally get married. Exactly. Nawaki immediately agreed. Tsunade tugged at the corner of her mouth and could only glare at Natsuki. She withdrew her gaze and thought of what Nawaki had said. As the older sister, she should indeed get married first. But Tsunade thought through the men her age, and could not find a single male shinobi she liked. She shook her head, and Natsuki suddenly appeared in her mind. Tsunade frowned slightly and secretly complained to herself. What am I even thinking? By the time the wedding ceremony ended, it was already noon. Fugaku walked forward and swept his gaze around. His eyes lingered on Orochimaru and the others for a moment. It had to be said that their attendance this time had truly given him face. Hiruzen Sarutobi had been Hokage for so many years, yet he had never come to the Uchiha clan to attend a wedding. Not only him, but also high-ranking officials like Danzo Shimura. After Fugaku gave a few words of thanks, lunch officially began. After eating, Orochimaru and the others did not stay. They greeted everyone and left. Natsuki returned to his office. After all, he had spent the morning training the dead demon-consuming seal, and had not come to work. He raised an eyebrow, stopped, and looked behind him. Mikoto walked out. Clearly, she had been following him since he left the Uchiha clan compound. What is it? Natsuki looked at her and asked. The reception at the wedding may have been lacking. Please forgive us. Mikoto bowed slightly and said. There were so many people. You did not need to personally look after me. Natsuki shook his head and said, anyone who did not know better might think there was some special relationship between us. A special relationship. Mikoto froze, and her cheeks immediately reddened. Seeing her like this, Natsuki's heart stirred. She was a gentle and beautiful woman, her face flushed with shyness. There was an indescribable charm to her. Natsuki leaned closer to her. A faint fragrance drifted over. Mikoto's body stiffened, and she felt his breath. Natsuki moved a little closer. Mikoto's heart pounded. But she did not dodge. Instead, she closed her eyes. Seeing this, Natsuki kissed her soft lips. Mikoto's breath caught. Then, filled with shyness and awkwardness, she quietly accepted his kiss. To be continued. One bonus chapter will be released for every 200 power stones. You can read the ahead chapter on Pat if you're interested. patreon.com/blownleaves. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 199. Chapter 199. Absorbing the Dragon Vein. 3,417 words. With a soft click, the door closed. Natsuki looked at Mikoto, who had fled in a panic, and licked the corner of his lips. He could still faintly feel her soft touch. Natsuki smiled slightly, returned to himself, walked to the desk, and continued working. A new day arrived. Mikoto appeared in front of him again. She seemed to have already forgotten what had happened yesterday. As usual, she made tea for him, and helped him handle his work. Seeing this, Natsuki was not in a hurry. When dealing with Mikoto, he could use another method. At that moment, Natsuki suddenly sensed the disappearance of one of his eyeball clones. It was the eyeball clone placed beside Pakura. Natsuki's eyes narrowed. Was it Rorin? Or the third Kazekage? Mikoto, I'm heading out for a while. Natsuki stood up and said. After speaking, he opened a spatial gate. Very soon, he arrived in Suna. This is the information on Rorin. When Pakura saw him, she handed him a file. Thanks. Natsuki took the file, and was about to open it when he suddenly looked at Pakura. Is there a problem? Pakura asked in confusion. Change your clothes. Natsuki reminded her. I'll change now. Pakura did not hesitate and walked toward her room. Very soon, she changed into the low-cut, backless dress Natsuki had bought for her before. Satisfied, Pakura turned in front of him once, openly showing off her perfect figure. Not bad. Natsuki smiled and said. He then opened the file. Roran was a small nation deep in the desert of the Land of Wind. It was called a small nation, but in reality, it was just an oasis city. Roran had no shinobi. The nation itself could not be considered powerful either. It could only barely survive. However, due to various reasons, the Queen of Roran had accidentally formed a connection with the dragon vein, and could use its power to a limited extent. She knew very well that possessing treasure could bring disaster, so even after obtaining the dragon vein, she had never used it. That lasted until Mukade crossed over from the future, took the alias Anrokuzan, heavily developed the dragon vein, and established a puppet army. But where was Mukade? Natsuki realized that the information did not mention Mukade. Pakura naturally would not make such a mistake. The only explanation was that Mukade had not crossed over. Natsuki thought about it carefully and understood the reason. Crossing through the dragon vein required an enormous amount of energy. In the original timeline, Mukade, Naruto, and the others had been able to cross over because the dragon vein had accumulated energy for 1,000 years. But Natsuki had already planned to use the Black Holy Grail to absorb the dragon vein. If the absorption succeeded, Mukade, Naruto, and the others would no longer be able to cross over. After all, from this point in time, they were only about 20 years away. Such a short period was not enough for the dragon vein to accumulate the energy needed for time travel. Natsuki closed the file. Without a doubt, judging from Roran's current situation, it could already be confirmed that he had successfully absorbed the dragon vein's energy. Since that was the case, there was no need to waste any more time. Are you free right now? Natsuki looked at Pakura and said, let's go to Roran. I can. Pakura nodded and said. She was very curious about Natsuki's method. After all, even the third Kazekage had been unable to do anything about the dragon vein. I have to change again. Pakura then complained. It's fine. There's plenty of time. Natsuki coughed lightly and said. Pakura turned and walked into her room. Natsuki fell into thought. He felt that Pakura had changed quite a bit. When facing him, she was livelier than before. That was a good thing. Natsuki did not want what he obtained to be a lifelike doll without emotions. Before long, Pakura walked out again. Natsuki had never been to Roran, so he first used the Dordor fruit to teleport to the nearest desert. After arriving, he used Minazuki's Shurikai and turned it into a giant crocodile. Natsuki jumped onto the giant crocodile and extended his hand toward Pakura. Pakura held his hand and leaped up. The giant crocodile immediately flew into the sky. Pakura instantly showed a look of surprise. Minazuki truly opened her eyes. But when she thought of Natsuki's blood curse and blood demon art, she was not that surprised. Even now, she still did not understand why there would be a secret technique like a blood curse. No matter how she thought about it, a shinobi's blood should not have that kind of effect. In fact, her thoughts were not wrong. This was not the blood of a shinobi. It was the blood of an oni. The two of them flew toward the desert. They continued until a huge oasis appeared. The oasis was covered with all kinds of buildings. But Natsuki was not interested in Roran. He was interested in the dragon vein. He immediately activated observation haki. A moment later, he sensed an enormous mass of chakra on the northern side of the oasis, spreading beneath the entire underground area. Natsuki's heart shook. This was definitely chakra on the level of a tailed beast. It was far greater than the energy contained in Morio and Satora before. Moreover, he also detected another energy different from chakra. He was familiar with this energy as well. It was natural energy. The dragon vein was formed naturally. It was normal for it to contain natural energy. But to Natsuki, this was undoubtedly a pleasant surprise. Because Sage Mode required natural energy. Especially since his Sage Mode was only a half-finished version. Under normal circumstances, he needed the help of the 3 snake princesses to maintain it for a long time. But now, that might not be necessary. After the Black Holy Grail absorbed the dragon vein, it would be able to store a large amount of natural energy for him to use. Natsuki patted the giant crocodile. The giant crocodile flew toward the northern side of the oasis. After reaching the dragon vein, it descended. This dragon vein really is terrifying. After Pakura landed, she immediately sensed the enormous and boundless energy beneath her feet. She now understood why even the 3rd Kazekage wanted to use the dragon vein. But how could it be used? Pakura could not help falling into thought. What are you thinking about? Natsuki raised his hand. Earth release chakra surged out, and the ground instantly split open, revealing a passage. He leaped up, and after landing, what entered his sight was a dragon. More accurately, it was dragon-shaped chakra. In front of him was the dragon's head. The dragon's tail extended deep into the distance, and the end could not be seen. I was thinking about how to use the dragon vein. Pakura also jumped down after him. Did you think of a way? Natsuki asked casually. Treat the dragon vein as a tailed beast. Pakura answered, choose a shinobi to become a Jinchuriki, and use it like a tailed beast. A good method, but it won't work. Natsuki shook his head and said. Why? Pakura asked in confusion. The dragon vein is not just chakra. Natsuki looked at the dragon vein and said, and it is a dead thing. Natural energy was extremely violent. To maintain balance inside the body, it had to be fused with chakra and turned into senjutsu chakra. In other words, they had to find a shinobi who had mastered Sage Mode to serve as its Jinchuriki. But that was still extremely dangerous. Because the dragon vein was not a tailed beast. It had no consciousness. It would always remain in a rampaging state. The danger of a rampaging tailed beast went without saying. Natsuki guessed that this was precisely why the 3rd Kazekage had not taken it away. After all, the idea of treating the dragon vein as a tailed beast was very easy to think of. The two were also very similar, except one had no consciousness while the other did. In the original timeline, Minato's approach also proved this point. He directly used the Flying Thunder God technique along with the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan to seal the dragon vein into the earth. In theory, if it could be sealed into the earth, it could also be sealed into a body. But Minato did not do that. First, he had no greed for the dragon vein. Second, it was far too dangerous. Go meet the Queen of Roran now. Natsuki said again. What for? Pakura was stunned. She had not expected him to suddenly change the topic. Tell the Queen of Roran that the dragon vein has already been taken away by Suna. As compensation, Suna will protect Roran for free. Natsuki answered. Pakura looked at him and could not help feeling surprised. She had thought Natsuki would directly take the dragon vein. With his strength, he could completely do that. Even if Roran found out, they could only rage helplessly. But Natsuki had more conscience than she had imagined. Though it was still a robber's kind of conscience. I'll go now. Pakura glanced at the dragon vein, then jumped back to the surface. Having her meet the Queen of Roran was one reason. Sending her away was another. After Pakura left, Natsuki extended his hand. The Black Holy Grail flew out from his forehead and drifted toward the dragon vein. When it reached the dragon's head, the Black Holy Grail stopped. A beam of light shot out and enveloped the dragon's head. The dragon vein instantly trembled. In the next instant, the earth shook and the mountains swayed. But in the end, the dragon vein was a dead thing. Coupled with the suppression of the Black Holy Grail, all of its resistance was futile. Very quickly, it was completely absorbed into the Black Holy Grail. Natsuki beckoned with his hand. The Black Holy Grail returned to his forehead. Natsuki sensed it for a moment, then revealed a satisfied smile. Although it could not be called infinite chakra, the amount was so vast that it would already be very difficult for him to use it up. How exactly had he done it? Pakura could not understand it. Moreover, the feeling Natsuki gave her had not changed at all compared to before. If he had just become a Jinchuriki, the feeling would definitely have been different. Did you finish speaking with the Queen of Roran? Natsuki asked. She was not willing at first. Only after she sensed the dragon vein's disappearance did she agree. Pakura withdrew her gaze and said. Natsuki nodded slightly. This was the shinobi world, where strength reigned supreme. In truth, losing the dragon vein was protection for Roran instead. In the original timeline, Roran had declined in the end because of the dragon vein, going from a small nation to a small tribe. I'll send you back. Natsuki raised his hand and opened a spatial gate. Pakura walked into it. She returned to her own home. The spatial gate disappeared. Pakura froze slightly. She had thought Natsuki would follow her and continue taking advantage of her. Time slowly passed. The year quickly reached its end. From absorbing the dragon vein to December, in roughly 4 months, Natsuki did 3 things. The first was accompanying Nono and Kushina. The second was teasing Mikoto and Pakura. The third was taking Might-Guy, Kurenai, and Shizen out on missions. It was the first day of work after the New Year holiday ended. Inside Natsuki's office, Mikoto only felt her mouth go dry. Her beautiful face was covered with an intoxicating blush, and sweat seeped from her snow-white skin, making her hair messy. But what stood out even more were the marks on her collarbone. Mikoto, good morning. Natsuki greeted her with a smile on his face. Mikoto lowered her head. As soon as she had entered the door, Natsuki had hugged her and kissed her for at least 5 minutes. Mikoto felt as if her lips, neck, collarbone, and snow-white skin were all burning. And there were marks too. If anyone else saw them, how could she keep living? Natsuki licked the corner of his lips and walked toward the desk. After sitting down, he picked up the file on the desk. Natsuki glanced at it, and his gaze focused. After half a year of small clashes, the war between Kiri and Kumo had escalated. Both sides had each sent 1,000 shinobi to the battlefield. 1,000 shinobi did not seem like many, but in reality, it was already quite a large number. Among the 5 great shinobi villages, the number of shinobi with true combat ability was only around 10,000. This was equivalent to sending out 1/10 of their forces. Aside from a shinobi world war, it would be difficult to find a war on a larger scale. What surprised Natsuki the most was that among the 1,000 shinobi sent by the 3rd Mizukage were the remaining 2 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Of course, the word swordsman should now be removed, leaving only the 7. After all, among the 7 ninja swordsmen, only 2 still used ninja swords. These 2, or more precisely, the blast sword, Shibuki, and the twin swords, Hiramakarei, in their hands, were Natsuki's targets. Natsuki fell into thought. Since his targets had already appeared, it was time to make a trip. Fishing in troubled waters on a battlefield was very simple. He could also take the opportunity to unlock the final ability of the Unohana Retsu template, Kaido. It required killing 3 medical jonin. Now he was still missing 1. Although Natsuki had already learned medical ninjutsu, having Kaido as an extra precaution would not hurt. However, he would wait a few more days. The 1,000 shinobi reinforcements from Kumo and Kiri had not yet reached the battlefield. Thinking up to this point, Natsuki said something to Mikoto, then went to the headquarters of the 7 warlords of the sea in the metropolis of the Land of Water. The 7 warlords of the sea now had many members, no weaker than a large shinobi clan. The daimyo of the Land of Water was wealthy and generous. He directly designated the street behind the daimyo's residence as the headquarters of the 7 warlords of the sea. Natsuki appeared at the residence of the 3 snake princesses. At present, the 3 snake princesses were stationed permanently with the 7 warlords of the sea. Because there was no real danger in the Land of Sea, the original members of the Kuja pirates were enough there. But the metropolis of the Land of Water was different. Although Kiri had given up investigating them, that was only temporary. Once Kiri seized an opportunity, it would surely launch a terrifying strike like thunder. With the 3 snake princesses there, the worst possible situation could be prevented. You 3, head to the battlefield between Kiri and Kumo immediately and determine Toroi's location. Natsuki gave the order directly and said, "Summon me in 1 week." After looking over the jonin participating on Kumo's side, Natsuki chose 1 shinobi as his target. That was Toroi. Although magnet release was Suna's signature Kekkai Genkai, it was not exclusive to Suna. Toroi was a magnet release shinobi from Kumo. Natsuki chose him for 2 reasons. First, he could use magnet release. Second, the 7 ninja swordsmen were powerful. It would be strange if ordinary Kumo jonin killed them. But if Toroi, a magnet release shinobi, killed them, it would be reasonable. 1 week quickly passed. Natsuki sat in his office and sensed the summoning of the 3 snake princesses. He gave up resisting, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of them. "Master." Tajitsuhime bowed slightly and said, "Toroi's squad has been at a nearby stronghold for the past 2 days. Take me there." Natsuki nodded and said, "Yes, master." Tajitsuhime immediately replied, "Master, there is no need for you to act personally. The 3 of us can easily kill the 4 of them." Ichikishimahime followed Natsuki and said ingratiatingly, "I'll deal with Toroi. The other 3 shinobi are yours." Natsuki paused and said, "Remember their appearances and ninjutsu. After they die, you will disguise yourselves as them." The 3 snake princesses' senpo transformation could be used as a transformation technique. Because it was senjutsu, it was not easy to see through. Besides, under normal circumstances, no one would check shinobi from their own village for no reason. Very soon, they arrived near Kiri's stronghold. This stronghold was an isolated island. Its position was extremely important because behind it was Kumo's main camp, which was also on an island. Kumo did not want to fight in the Land of Lightning, so it could only fight in the Land of Water. In fact, they could have fought in the Land of Hot Water. But the Land of Hot Water was close to the Land of Fire, and both shinobi villages feared that Konoha might suddenly join the war. Natsuki raised his hand. Concealment barrier. A vast amount of chakra surged out, spreading rapidly with him as the center. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped the entire stronghold. What's going on? The instant the stronghold was hidden, Toroi and the others sensed that something was wrong. They all walked out of the stronghold. What greeted them was the 3 snake princesses. When Toroi saw the unfamiliar 3 snake princesses, he took out several giant shuriken half as tall as a person without hesitation. He immediately threw them. With the support of magnet release, the 4 giant shuriken moved extremely fast, cutting toward the 3 snake princesses like sharp blades. The 3rd Kazekage used magnet release, iron sand, and Raza used magnet release, gold dust, but Toroi used magnet release, ninja tools. All of his magnet release ninjutsu were related to ninja tools. Clearly, the direction of his development had problems, which also caused his strength to be far inferior to the 2 Kazekage. The 3 snake princesses kept Natsuki's words in mind and did not treat Toroi as their opponent, so they dodged one after another. Natsuki, who was behind them, was revealed. When Toroi saw him, his pupils trembled violently. It was not because he recognized Natsuki, but because Natsuki was wearing a Konoha forehead protector. A Konoha shinobi had appeared on the battlefield between Kumo and Kiri. No matter how one thought about it, there had to be a huge conspiracy. But in the next second, he revealed a stunned expression. He saw heaven and earth change, and he appeared in a desolate land filled with countless ninja swords. All these swords were exactly the same. Natsuki raised his hand. Unlimited blade works. Crack. All the ninja swords broke at once. Streams of light flew into Natsuki's hand, and condensed into a ninja sword. Natsuki held the ninja sword and swung it at Toroi. Toroi instinctively lowered his head. His body was cut in half. This is impossible. Toroi's eyes widened. As a jonin, he had been cut in half before he could even react. The reality marble shattered. Toroi fell into a pool of blood. Natsuki nodded in satisfaction. The power of unlimited blade works was indeed astonishing. Any shinobi below Kage level could be finished with one strike. To be continued. Chapter 200, Obtaining the Blast Word and the Twin Swords Bonus. 3,111 words. Bonus for 200 horsepower, next bonus at 400 horsepower. After Toroi died, Natsuki stood in place and waited for a moment. Unfortunately, no new character template was triggered. Natsuki was not surprised, only a little regretful. Toroi and Raza clearly had overlapping roles. Most importantly, his strength was too poor. Natsuki looked at the three snake princesses. They had also dealt with their opponents very easily. Natsuki thought for a moment and did not destroy the bodies. Instead, he put the corpses of Toroi and the other three into a summoning storage scroll. He could disguise himself as Toroi and kill the two members of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Conversely, when he left, he could also make it look like Toroi and the other three had been killed by Kiri Shinobi. After Natsuki waited for the 3 snake princesses to clean up the traces of battle, he released the concealment barrier. Because their battle had ended very quickly, the Kumo shinobi had not noticed anything. The isolated island returned to silence. Natsuki and the 3 snake princesses walked into the stronghold. The next thing they needed to do was wait. But they could not simply wait. The 3 snake princesses had already sent snakes from Ryuchi Cave to determine the locations of the 2 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen. 1 week later. As Kumo advanced, the importance of this stronghold decreased, and Toroi's squad was summoned back to Kumo's main camp. Natsuki looked around. As a Konoha shinobi, coming alone to Kumo's main camp was undoubtedly a unique experience for him. Especially since this main camp had over 1,000 Kumo shinobi. Once he was discovered, he would fall under siege. But with his current strength, there was no need to worry too much. Moreover, he was not alone. He also had the 3 snake princesses. Very soon, they arrived at the main tent. "Wait for me here." Natsuki said this to the 3 snake princesses, then entered the main tent. What entered his sight was an extremely burly, muscular man. He was the future 4th Raikage. It was worth mentioning that A was not his name. In Kumo, A was a title. Only the strongest person of each generation in Kumo could inherit it. Clearly, in this generation, that person was him. Even though he had not yet become Raikage. Aside from A, there were also many Kumo jonin present. A-sama. Natsuki bowed slightly. After he killed Toroi, he had used the Mangekyo Sharingan to extract his memories. The current person in charge of Kumo's forces was A. Clearly, the 3rd Raikage was training his son. However, A was indeed capable. He was powerful, and he had quickly won over the other Kumo shinobi. "Toroi, I have a new mission for you." A nodded and said. After he finished speaking, a Kumo jonin handed Natsuki a scroll. Natsuki opened the scroll and read it. The mission was very simple. Kiri would transport a batch of supplies tomorrow, and Natsuki was to destroy it. It would be best if he could seize those supplies and bring them back. These supplies were mainly ninja tools. Without a doubt, this was a mission tailored for Toroi. Aside from Toroi's squad, 2 other shinobi squads would carry out this mission with him. What surprised Natsuki the most was that the Kiri shinobi responsible for transporting the supplies was Munashi Jinpachi. Munashi Jinpachi was the wielder of the blast sword, Shibuki. The blast sword, Shibuki, was not a conventional ninja sword. This ninja sword was more like a scroll, and within the scroll were densely packed explosive tags. The combination of a ninja sword and explosive tags allowed each of Jinpachi's attacks to carry an explosive effect. It was also normal for him to transport ninja tools. After all, explosive tags were a type of ninja tool. On top of that, ninja tools were extremely important. In war, they were strategic supplies. I'll go prepare now. Natsuki closed the scroll and turned to leave. He and the 3 snake princesses returned to the tent prepared for them. At 9 o'clock the next morning, they gathered with the other 2 shinobi squads at the entrance of Kumo's main camp. Natsuki glanced at them. The leaders of the 2 shinobi squads were both jonin, and the remaining members were all chunin. Natsuki had Toroi's memories, so he recognized these 2 jonin. After exchanging greetings, the group left Kumo's main camp. They followed the map in the mission scroll and headed south. 2 hours later, they arrived at their destination, an island. This island was a place Kiri's supply transport had to pass through. Set up an ambush. Natsuki waved his hand and said. The other 2 Kumo shinobi squads immediately spread out. Among them, the shinobi skilled in water released directly dove into the sea. Time slowly passed. A ship appeared in their field of vision, moving from far to near. After it entered attack range, Natsuki took out Toroi's shuriken. The giant shuriken were half as tall as he was, and looked extremely heavy. To be honest, Toroi's speed when using magnet release to drive the shuriken was already fast enough, yet still not fast enough. Armament hockey. Invisible chakra armor appeared on the surfaces of the 4 shuriken. Chakra enhanced strength. The instant Natsuki threw them, he clenched both fists and struck them. Terrifying power erupted, and the 4 shuriken shot out like lightning. Enemy attack. When they were less than 10 meters away from the ship, the Kiri shinobi on board finally noticed the 4 shuriken. But as soon as the words fell, screams rang out. The giant shuriken rushed into the crowd. For a time, bodies flew everywhere. Who is it? Munashi Jinpachi only felt his vision blur, and the deck was already covered in blood. He immediately realized that the attacker's strength was not simple. Beautifully done. When the other 2 Kumo shinobi squads saw that Natsuki's attack had achieved such results, their spirits rose, and they quickly made their moves as well. The sky seemed to brighten. All kinds of ninjutsu appeared from nowhere, and attacked Kiri's transport ship. Seeing this, Jinpachi quickly swung the blast sword, Shibuki, in his hand. The explosive scroll on the blade opened, and countless explosive tags flew out like wind blades. Boom, boom, boom. The ninjutsu and explosive tags collided, blasting out waves of air filled with flames. Jinpachi was about to continue attacking when he saw the ninja tools on the ground fly up uncontrollably and attack him. He froze slightly, then suddenly realized who the attacker was. Kumo's magnet release shinobi, Toroi. Jinpachi immediately became wary. The blast sword, Shibuki, in his hand moved according to his thoughts, sending all the ninja tools flying. Jinpachi looked around and immediately discovered Natsuki on the island. Because he had made no attempt to hide. He was standing on the beach, remotely controlling the ninja tools. Jinpachi leaped up without hesitation and rushed toward him. Although the Kumo shinobi had the advantage of a surprise attack, they had fewer people. As long as he dealt with Toroi, the greatest threat, Kiri could turn defeat into victory. While still in midair, Jinpachi raised the blast sword, Shibuki. He swung it with force, and Shibuki hacked toward Natsuki like a giant axe. Natsuki waved both hands. The giant shuriken moved up to meet it. Shibuki struck the shuriken and instantly caused an explosion. The shuriken were blasted away. Jinpachi accelerated and arrived in front of Natsuki. He immediately stabbed Shibuki into the ground, then swung the blade. With one slash, a chain of explosions immediately erupted. The scorching flames turned into a wave and rushed toward Natsuki. Natsuki waved both hands again. Two giant shuriken blocked in front of him. But the terrifying heat made the shuriken turn red. Natsuki had no choice but to retreat. Jinpachi pressed his advantage and leaped up. The blast sword, Shibuki, in his hand swung through the air. The explosive scroll immediately opened and explosive tags fell over Natsuki like rain. The explosion was even fiercer than before. The ground trembled and flames spread out, covering Natsuki like a sea of fire. A magnet release shinobi is nothing special. A smile appeared on Jinpachi's face. Toroi had some fame. Being able to kill him could be considered a decent achievement. A sound of breaking wind rang out. From within the flames, a giant shuriken flew out. Jinpachi raised an eyebrow and immediately slashed out with his blade. The moment he made contact with the shuriken, he suddenly realized something was wrong. The shuriken suddenly exploded. Caught off guard, flames mixed with fragments struck his body. Jinpachi could not help widening his eyes. After a brief moment of shock, he fell from midair. At that moment, dense kunai flew out from within the flames. This was naturally Natsuki's attack. At this time, an ice wall surrounded him. Even within the sea of fire, he was completely unharmed. But because there were too many flames, Jinpachi did not see the ice wall. Jinpachi had no time to care about the ice wall now. After seeing the kunai rushing toward him, he knew that escape was impossible. At the moment between life and death, he roared and gripped the blast word, Shibuki. The explosive scroll opened completely. All of the explosive tags exploded at once. Even the blast word, Shibuki, trembled and cracks appeared on it. This was the strongest explosion of Munashi Jinpachi, or rather of the blast word, Shibuki. It was the explosion caused by destroying Shibuki itself. But in the next second, a hand grabbed Shibuki. Jinpachi looked at Natsuki, who had suddenly appeared, and could not help showing an expression of disbelief. This sword cannot be destroyed. Natsuki grabbed Shibuki and stepped back, entering a spatial gate. How do you know space-time ninjutsu? Jinpachi could not help asking. But he could no longer hear the answer. The explosion swept over him, blasting his body to pieces. Not only that, with him as the center, the earth trembled and cracked, and all kinds of deep pits appeared. The thunderous explosion lasted nearly half a minute before stopping. Natsuki put away the blast word, Shibuki, and appeared not far away. He glanced at the center of the explosion, and found that Jinpachi could no longer be found. In such a state, it was impossible to extract his memories. As for the Dordor fruit, when Natsuki used it, he had used the firelight filling the sky as cover. In addition, the other Kumo shinobi were in the middle of battle, so no one was able to notice. Natsuki shook his head. Magnet release combined with ninja tools really was not that impressive. He had still relied on Broken Phantasm to catch Jinpachi off guard and heavily injure him before killing him. If Jinpachi had not tried to destroy the blast word, Shibuki, Natsuki would not have needed to use the Dordor fruit. But from another perspective, this was a good thing. Natsuki did not need to find another excuse to deal with A and the others. He could simply tell them that Shibuki had destroyed itself. With Jinpachi dead, the remaining Kiri shinobi were quickly killed as well. Natsuki leaped up and boarded the ship. Is Munashi Jinpachi dead? A Kumo Jonin subconsciously asked. Does that even need to be asked? With such a terrifying explosion, there is definitely nothing left of him. Another Kumo Jonin paused, then said, Toroi-sama killed Munashi Jinpachi. Reikage-sama will definitely reward him heavily. To be honest, the fact that Toroi could kill Jinpachi was far beyond their expectations. Although Toroi was famous, that fame came from magnet release. In terms of his own battle achievements, he had nothing outstanding. So far, he had never killed a famous enemy. Jinpachi was the first. Moreover, Jinpachi was one of Kiri's 7 ninja swordsmen, and his fame far exceeded that of most jonin. They could imagine that after this battle, Toroi's status in Kumo would rise greatly. It is not only my achievement. Everyone has contributed. Natsuki smiled faintly and said, let's leave here as quickly as possible, in case Kiri's reinforcements arrive. Everyone answered in unison. Although the battle had been fierce, the ship could still be used. They sailed the ship toward Kumo's main camp. Before arriving, in order to avoid friendly fire, Natsuki had someone go ahead and notify A. After all, this was Kiri's ship. When they reached the island where Kumo's main camp was located, Natsuki saw A and the others already waiting by the shore. Toroi, you did very well this time. A laughed heartily. Now that Munashi Jinpachi is dead, things will be much easier for Kumo from now on. Munashi Jinpachi looked weak on the surface, but that was not the case. To Kumo, he was the most troublesome member of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Because his blast sword, Shibuki, could play a terrifying role on the battlefield and easily cause wide-scale damage and chaos. After A finished speaking, he arranged for the others to board the ship and move the ninja tools. Natsuki followed A into Kumo's main camp. He then explained the mission process in detail. Especially his battle with Jinpachi. He omitted Broken Phantasm and the Dordor fruit, only saying that Jinpachi had died from Shibuki destroying itself. As for how he made Shibuki destroy itself, he used magnet release as an excuse. Using magnet release, he attached explosive tags to kunai and struck Shibuki's explosive scroll, which ultimately caused a chain reaction. That really was dangerous. After listening, A sighed with emotion. In terms of raw strength, Toroi was actually slightly inferior. But the blast sword, Shibuki, was a double-edged sword. Explosive tags could blow up enemies, but they could also blow up the wielder. In the end, Toroi had relied on magnet release to achieve victory. I will report this to father and have him reward you. A paused, then smiled and said, if there is any reward you want, you can say it too. No matter what, Toroi had killed Munashi Jinpachi and made a great contribution. Natsuki froze slightly and thought to himself that this was a good question. With his current strength and status, the only thing in Kumo that interested him was the lightning release chakra mode. But the lightning release chakra mode was a ninjutsu that belonged to the Reikage lineage. Even if Toroi asked for it, he would be refused. He was not qualified. I do not have anything I want. Natsuki shook his head and said. Then we will note it down for now. Hearing this, A continued, you all worked hard today. Go rest. Natsuki turned and left. In war, rest often did not last long. 2 days later, Toroi's squad received a new mission. This time, it was an individual mission, to occupy one of Kiri's strongholds. Seeing this, Natsuki felt that his opportunity had come. He could not stay in Kumo for too long. Since he could go out, he might as well directly seize the twin swords, Hiramakarei. In the original timeline, the first owner of Hiramakarei was never mentioned. But naturally, he had a name. After Natsuki crossed over, he learned his name. It was Yuzukiro. As for how to meet him, that was also very simple. After Toroi killed Munashi Jinpachi, he became a thorn in Kiri's side. If Yuzukiro learned Toroi's location, he would definitely rush over without hesitation to kill him. 10 o'clock in the morning. Natsuki and the 3 snake princesses successfully occupied one of Kiri's strongholds. But they did not leave because a moment later, 2 Kiri shinobi squads surrounded them. Toroi, today is the day you die. When Yuzukiro saw Natsuki, he immediately laughed. Natsuki raised his hand. Under magnet release's pull, a large number of ninja tools flew out. Yuzukiro held the twin swords, Hiramakarei, and knocked away the ninja tools. At the same time, he poured chakra into Hiramakarei. Hiramakarei trembled, and a chakra ball surged out. Natsuki quickly threw out a giant shuriken. But the moment it touched the chakra ball, it was immediately blown away. The chakra ball turned into a beam of light and struck Natsuki. At the critical moment, Natsuki used a giant shuriken to block in front of him. His body shook, and the impact force made him retreat uncontrollably. Seeing this, Yuzakiro closed in without hesitation. The twin swords, Hiramakarei, swung out, and the huge blade body seemed like a door slamming toward Natsuki. Natsuki raised both arms. The force struck him and sent him flying backward. It seems you killing Jinpachi was only an accident. Yuzakiro could not help shaking his head. He had originally thought Toroi would be very strong, but after truly fighting him, he was greatly disappointed. Yuzakiro stepped forward, and the twin swords, Hiramakarei, smashed down fiercely. Suddenly, his pupils trembled. He saw Natsuki stretch out his hand and grab Hiramakarei. He instinctively tried to pull it back, but he found that Natsuki's strength was shockingly great. Hiramakarei did not move at all. A sound of breaking wind rang out. The ninja tools on the ground flew up one after another. Yuzakiro was fighting Natsuki for control of Hiramakarei, and the speed of the ninja tools was astonishingly fast. By the time he reacted, his body had already been pierced by the ninja tools. An expression of disbelief appeared on Yuzakiro's face. He did not understand why a battle where he had held the upper hand had suddenly taken such a sharp turn. At that moment, Yuzakiro felt Natsuki's strength disappear. Without hesitation, he used the last of his strength to raise the twin swords, Hiramakarei, and smash them down at him. Boom! The earth shook. Toroi was smashed beyond recognition. Seeing this, Yuzakiro closed his eyes in peace. Natsuki reappeared and put away his twin swords, Hiramakarei. After his efforts, he had finally created the scene of Yuzakiro and Toroi dying together. Moreover, Toroi's head had been smashed, so his memories could not be extracted. The remaining Kiri shinobi were very easy to deal with. He only needed to kill them and erase a segment of their memories. What surprised him was that among them, there was also a medical jonin. Natsuki no longer needed to waste time specifically hunting medical jonin, so he left with the 3 snake princesses. To be continued. One bonus chapter will be released for every 200 power stones. You can read the ahead chapter on Pat if you're interested. patreon.com/blownleaves, just remove the hyphen to access normally. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland. An accident. Yuzakiro could not help shaking his head. He had originally thought Toroi would be very strong, but after truly fighting him, he was greatly disappointed. Yuzakiro stepped forward, and the twin swords, Hiramakarei, smashed down fiercely. Suddenly, his pupils trembled. He saw Natsuki stretch out his hand and grab Hiramakarei. He instinctively tried to pull it back, but he found that Natsuki's strength was shockingly great. Hiramakarei did not move at all. A sound of breaking wind rang out. The ninja tools on the ground flew up one after another. Yuzakiro was fighting Natsuki for control of Hiramakarei, and the speed of the ninja tools was astonishingly fast. By the time he reacted, his body had already been pierced by the ninja tools. An expression of disbelief appeared on Yuzakiro's face. He did not understand why a battle where he had held the upper hand had suddenly taken such a sharp turn. At that moment, Yuzakiro felt Natsuki's strength disappear. Without hesitation, he used the last of his strength to raise the twin swords, Hiramakarei, and smash them down at him. Boom! The earth shook. Toroi was smashed beyond recognition. Seeing this, Yuzakiro closed his eyes in peace. Natsuki reappeared and put away his twin swords, Hiramakarei. After his efforts, he had finally created the scene of Yuzakiro and Toroi dying together. Moreover, Toroi's head had been smashed, so his memories could not be extracted. The remaining Kiri shinobi were very easy to deal with. He only needed to kill them and erase a segment of their memories. What surprised him was that among them, there was also a medical jonin. Natsuki no longer needed to waste time specifically hunting medical jonin, so he left with the 3 snake princesses. To be continued. One bonus chapter will be released for every 200 power stones. You can read the ahead chapter on Pat if you're interested. patreon.com/blownleaves. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.